5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey everyone, this is Debbie Gardner. I'm an executive consultant with Ambit. I'm going to do a series of videos. I'm going to try to make them all very brief. The first one we're going to start with is the process of signing up as a new consultant. Is go to your Ambit website if you're going to sign up a consultant, or if you are signing up as a consultant, and click Start a Business. So now you're going to go to Energy 526. All right. Now you're just going to click Start a Business and fill out the form. I'm going to go through this, how to sign up as a consultant. So you're going to put in your name. Of course, I'm going to put in fake information because I'm already a consultant. Okay, email address. Just going to throw in something bogus. Whatever it accepts here. Okay, I'm gonna say that's a cell. Date of birth. Let's just say English. Okay, so now this is all my information. Next. Now this is important. You're gonna select marketing consultant. All right, now you're gonna put in the social. And I highly suggest doing the direct deposit. So if you have your bank account information, routing number, it just is easier. And it keeps $5 out of your checks after that. And you don't want to do that. So, but for now, I'm going to say printed check and next. If you're a husband and wife, you can actually put like Deborah and Patrick Gardner on that first line, or you can add a secondary. For now, I'm going to say no, I'm not adding a secondary. And you can always fix that later if you want to do something. You do need the website, or you cannot sign up customers. Even if somebody has customers to give to you, you can't get them. So now I need a web handle. So I'm going to name my web handle. Now, if you notice, it says it's going to put .myambit.com at the end of my web handle. So see my personalized website. So here's my personalized websites. http webhandle.myambit.com, join Ambit, energy526.com. These are the different things that take people directly to different parts of your site. All right, so that's it. You're going to make a password, click next, and then you're going to fill out, let me see, I'll just throw a password in here. Okay, now you're going to sign your name. And it has to be exactly like the way you signed up. So right there, and I agree. Now you're going to fill in the credit card information, submit the enrollment. That is it. You're a brand new consultant. Now, this video number 2 is going to be what you do now that you're a consultant. Now that you are signed up as a new consultant, going into PowerZone and how to log in and getting certified. And we're going to just keep these very short and simple, just very quick. So the first thing you're going to do is go to the internet, and you're going to put in PowerZone.ambitenergy.com. Then you're going to put in the consultant ID and the password. And that's whatever you made it when you signed up. Okay, so this will come up to show you how to get around in your PowerZone. You can choose whether or not to follow that. I'm going to X out of that. Okay, now I believe this person's already certified in, yes, her name's Deborah Gardner too. It's my sister-in-law. Okay, so we're going to go to Ambit U. And we're going to click Get Certified. And then we're going to click on the United States, Japan, Canada. I suggest you do them all, but we're going to do United States, and she's already done. So from there, if you actually have the certification to take, it's very simple. You can't fail it. There are videos you can watch about it. You will learn from it. I highly suggest, well, you have to do it. You have to do it or you won't make your money back. You have to do that certification to be able to get customers or consultants. Waiting for that. Oh, here, you can go here, click that to get certified. Okay, now we're back at that same screen. So there are two ways to get there, through AmbitU or just one of the hyperlinks on the front page. Now let's just do the Japan because it'll actually show us she's not certified for Japan yet. Okay, so you can read the reference materials over here. Say I agree, submit, and then here's where you would click get certified. If you were doing the US, it would say get certified. And then you're going to begin the certification. And you're just going to answer these questions. Multiple choice, pretty simple. I'm going to go ahead and get out of there. That's it. For PowerZone, there are things in here. If you want to know what the promotions and all of that are, you can click on anything and everything in here. So feel free to browse around in there. You can see your coded upline contacts here, our phone numbers, our email addresses, customer renewal reminders. This is when you have a customer who's going to needs to renew their contract. Promotion watch. Okay, so let's just talk about what's on this front page. This tells you when you have an active website, you have 2 customer points. You need 5 to get promoted to regional. Just look at the bottom. You need a total of 6 consultants, but you personally have to sponsor 2 of them. Just if you get whatever scenario works out, if you personally sponsor all 6 or if you do 3 and each one of those people get 1 consultant, you have a total of 6, and each of them have to have 3 customers. So you're going to end up with 18 total customers in order to get promoted. Highly suggest. Speed is fun. Get yourself promoted and see some money, good money coming in right away. There's always promotional bonuses. Always look to see what's here. Okay, so let's look at the classic plan. The energy rate's only 6.6 cents. There is a base fee of $9.95. So the energy rate is not going to change. They're always going to pay 6.6, but no matter how much energy they use, they're paying $9.95. That's why it appears that the cost is more, because on 2,000 kilowatts, when you equate that $9.95 in, that's where you're getting the average rate, it's only 11 cents. Now you equate that $9.95 in for the base fee when they're only using 1,000, then it's 11.7. If they're using 500, it's 13 cents. So you really have to kind of know a little bit about how much usage they're going to have. I know everybody should be totally confused right now, and you should look at the electricity fact label. All right, so here it is. So this shows you on 500 kilowatts it's 13 cents. 1,000 it's 11.7. Again, the energy rate doesn't change. That base fee doesn't change. Encore delivery doesn't change. $342 per month plus the per kilowatt charge on Encore. So when we give somebody an average rate, that average rate means everything included. The electricity rates, any and all base fees for us and Encore, and Encore's delivery charges. Everything included is the average rate. Okay, now let's go back to pick the plan. Okay, so now we're going to put in an address. And I'm going to make this complicated so you guys can see the complications you can run into when you go to sign up a customer. Okay, so you're going to get the customer's address. Hopefully you're with them and you can see their bill, but if you can't, you ask them. So now we're going to go to ESID, and I'm going to paste that in there. Now look, oh, that customer's already a customer. That's because I actually signed that customer up already. Okay, that's not an Ambit customer. So what I did is I click verify. You get the address in, you click verify. Then you have to click please select your address from the list below, because there might be more than one that comes up. I'm going to select that. Are you moving to this location? If they're switching, you say no, and their power will switch to us within 7 days. Now, I tend to put almost everybody in as a move-in, especially if they're on a prepay. Like, say you have somebody that's a prepay friend and they decide they want to get off of that crazy thing. So you're going to put them as a move-in if they're a prepay. And the reason you're going to do that is you want to get them off that prepay as fast as possible. Anytime anybody wants to switch fast, like in the next day or two, make it a move-in. Do not make it a switch. So let's say they want that service on Monday. And then you're going to put in their first name. Actually, I'm going to put in my name. And I'll put in a fake social. And then I'll put in a fake date of birth. Okay, now I'm going to put in a phone number. And that's a cell. I authorize text messaging, email address. I'm going to put debbie@mememe.com. Add a secondary contact. This is important. If that person needs to have somebody else that can speak to Ambit about the bill, they need to add that secondary contact. So let's just put in, let's just add Amber Hassett here. Now she's going to need a password. So let's just put, let's put Noah. And then for hint, we'll put baby's first name. We better put youngest, baby's first name. And then billing address and service address the same, yes or no. I encourage everybody to do paperless billing if we can get them to do it, and automatic payment. So this question I don't even ask them. Ambit home services, just say I'm not interested and skip it. That's adding charges to somebody's bill. You don't want to do that. Now, this says I'm moving in a house. Here's a couple of scenarios. If somebody's in an apartment, their deposit can be as, and I made sure that I would have a high deposit. I put in a fake social. So in a house, the deposit can be as low as maybe, I don't know, 40, but 70 for sure, 70, and as high as 280. Okay, so let's look at this. My deposit is 280. I'm going to split that deposit. Now, I don't have the money to pay my deposit. Are you as a consultant going to click pay later? No, absolutely do not click pay later. If you can click pay later at this point, even if you chose to split it right here, it charges the full amount, and that cannot be undone. They have to pay the full amount, or you have to get the whole thing canceled out and re-enrolled. Make sure you do not hit pay later right here. You're going to, this is actually going to enroll me. So now we're going to say my info is correct, split it. Now, here I am going to double check all the information, and well, we should have said before my information was correct that I double checked all that. Okay, now it's all correct. So I'm going to hit submit. Now, I hit split. I did not hit pay later. So now this is asking for a credit card. Do not panic. You're going to scroll down here and click pay deposit later. Now, little trick, if I wanted to pay this deposit now, I could put in a credit card number. Now, say I want to do, I ask every customer if they want to set up an automatic payment. I know Ambit's getting paid and we're going to get residual. Yay. Okay, so do you want to do automatic payments? Yes. Credit card or bank draft? Credit card. I want to use the same card. So now all my card information's in there, and all I have to do is put the verification code again. So you can all you have to do is ask your friend or new customer, okay, what's that verification code again? Now you're going to say, I consent, and submit. Then they're going to get their account information at the end. I'm going to take this out before I submit this because I don't want any accidents to happen, and then my card information's in there. Okay, now I'm going to really enroll myself. Now at this point, I have this information for the customer, and this is what it looks like on any customer. It's going to give their plan. Well, Indiana looks a little bit different, but I'm going to take a picture of that. So I'm on my cell phone right this second, taking a picture of it. Or you can take a screenshot. And whatever you want to do, when you enroll a customer, make sure you have that information. Now I have it in my screenshots right here. Their name and their account number. If for some reason it goes under Ambit Corporate, you can ask them to move that account to you. Now, you want to make sure that that customer actually enrolled under your site. You should get an email notification from Ambit that you got a new customer. Okay, so let's go here and let's go to notifications. The other thing you can do is log into your PowerZone, and I'm going to go to my customer reports, and I'm going to make sure that customer's there. Okay, so I'm going to go to customer reports and look at total, and I'm going to see if I'm in there yet. No, I'm not there. So this is really important. If for some reason it went under Ambit Corporate, it's going to be good that I have that information to get that customer back. Now, I'm really going to cancel it out, but that's it on enrolling customers. So there you have it. The biggest thing is getting signed up as a consultant, getting certified, signing up your first customer, and now you're going to start working on who you want to get to take a look at what you have and invite them to a presentation, send them a video, and do three-way calls and things like that. Put in your consultant number and your password, click login. These are your dashboard widgets. This tells you your promotions. Let's just look at promotional bonuses right now. I'm not going to open those, but you guys want to open those, see what the promotional bonuses are, because you can easily make more than just your standard $100 bonus for your customers by getting a few more customers and possibly being registered for something. Right now you want to get registered because the registrant bonuses, just for registering, you get extra bonuses. Okay, so the very first thing I want to look at when you get in your PowerZone, go to Ambit U, the little red octagon with the white graduation cap. Click Get Certified. There should be something else here that says Get Certified. Sometimes you have to click 3 times before it actually comes up. All right, now I'm going to go back into PowerZone. Another thing you're going to want to do in Ambit U is watch videos. And then go watch all of the videos. It doesn't take that long to watch these videos. And they're very important. So that's your news flash. Yes, there are videos to watch that will train you. Listen to them while you're doing something, while you're driving in the car. The little green suitcase has your personal profile. You can see your consultants reports, your customer reports, and your commissions. So let's go to your personal profile. If you are not sure what your website address is, your website's going to be whatever you made it, .myambit.com. So I can just scroll down through here until I find my websites. There they are. Your main website is your web handle, .myambit.com. If you want to send somebody directly to the 4 videos, you go to the 526 one. But you can also get to the 526 by going straight here. Now, if you're going to sign up a customer, you go to Rates and Plans. If you want to show somebody the business, click Start a Business. It's also down here. It's 2 places to get to it. If you don't know how to get to PowerZone, you can click Consultant Login up there. Okay, you can have somebody just simply go Start a Business now. They can watch the opportunity video, but if you want them to go to 526 to see all 4 videos, click 526. And then you can show them all of the videos. The opportunity, the company, the business, and getting paid.
Hi. Today I want to talk to you about...
Okay, we're not going to watch that video right now. All right. Consultant reports. You can go look at, you can sort many ways. You can go look at consultants from this month. You can go look at consultants in just your executive code, your senior code, your regional code. You can do it by title. You can do a report time frame. So I can say I want the consultants that came in from October 1st through today in my executive code. And then I can see their customers that are in verification. I can see the ones that are energized. So let me tell you what these are. Okay, so this shows me whether or not they're certified. This shows me where they're from. This shows me their customers that are in verification. PV means they're in pre-verification status. PVF means they're failed verification or they've canceled, the customer for some reason has canceled out. Let's go look at one of these that shows that's canceled out. Let's look at this one. So now I'm in this guy's profile. I'm going to go look at his customer reports. I'm going to click on total. Now I can't see this if I'm not in his leadership. It won't show me. Okay, so I see this one's success, 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 pending, canceled. So it looks like maybe for whatever reason this canceled, he re-enrolled it because I see her in here twice. Energized and energized. So if you see it canceled, you're going to call consultant support and you're going to find out why it's canceled out. There's going to be codes for these things. So it could be that they are already with a choice provider. It could be that they're behind on their bill and they won't tell you that. They'll tell you to have the customer call, or a wrong meter number. Those are typically the 3 things that make them cancel out. It is so important to get that verification call success, guys, because first of all, Ambit's going to hold the order for 5 days. So if you wait a week to sign up a customer, then you don't tell them to verify right away, then you're going to wait a couple more days, and then pretty soon your time's running out to get these customers in verified and see if there's a reason that they cancel out. So please have a customer do verification right after they sign up. Okay, let's look at this one. He's got 3 energized customers. Let's see how he's doing with getting them all verified. This is like the most important thing, is looking at the customers and consultants. Go look at your downline consultants. Or if you're the consultant, go look at your customers. Make sure they have done verification and that they're pending, that they're not canceled out. I can't stress that enough. Let's go to, but I will show you CLB reports, consultant leadership bonuses. This tells you what you're getting paid. Okay, so this shows you, okay, so technically, here's a good example. Now, if here's somebody who has the customer points there to actually get, he came in during the time that consultants could get double bonuses for having that many other market customers. So when I view his customer reports and I go to total to see what's happening, actually he did. Okay, so the other day, these did not have verification call success on them. Now they do. So even though he's out of time for his bonus, because they did the verification call within, and they were enrolled within his first 28 days, it will pay out once they go. So it's always good, like I said, to go look at these. And then when you have a extra bonus, the promo bonus, when you have money coming here, it will show up on Wednesday night. So sometimes you're thinking that you had enough points, like Ian Price has enough points to get a 1.5 bonus. So if I were getting a 1.5 bonus, the 80 shows here and the 40 would show up here, but it won't show up till Wednesday night. So don't panic. The money will be there. It shows up Wednesday night. All right, now let's go to tools. Here are state-specific documents. Indiana in particular, let's just go look at Indiana and income at rate guide. Actually, this takes you back to all of them. Yes, go. And then the NIPSCO summary of charges. This is where it takes you. You can look at any market. Don't be afraid to go down through your PowerZone and look at everything. But by all means, know what's in here and that you can find these things. Okay, how to get promoted, 3 ways to earn. This tells you how the bonus structure is. It's a very good tool. 10 things every consultant should know. W-9 form. Those of you who are going to add somebody, like add a spouse later on, didn't include in your business name, like mine was just Deborah Gardner, and then I added Pat, just in case something ever happened to me. I figured I went to my W-9. It still has my social, but he is the secondary, like for ambit purposes. We are not actually a partnership for tax purposes, but for ambit eyes, filling out that W-9, they consider him to be a partner. So then if something ever happened to me, Pat could take over the business. Let's go to advertising tools. You can put in your name and then your website, email, phone. Select the state and the market that you want and download a PDF. Okay, now I have a flyer with my name and phone number. It is very important to look at the brand guidelines, the logos. You have to use Ambit's logos, the brand guidelines. Look at the social media tools. Make sure you follow what Ambit's guidelines are for any of these things, for doing any sort of advertising, social media. So just go through these things. There's customer gathering ads that you can get here. Flyers, you can get. This is also fillable, free energy. You can fill in your name here. The business meetings. So you can find business meetings within a certain mile range from you. This will tell you where the meeting is, who's conducting it, the time, give you a map to get there. The in-home presentations are not listed on these. Here they are, non-animated. Okay, and then the script. Download the script, read it, learn, and then you'll know more. The more you read, the more you watch videos, the more you'll learn about Ambit and presenting it to somebody. Okay, now Event Center. This is where you can register for simulcast. I highly suggest you do. You're throwing money out the window if you don't.
Ambit Energy presents How to Read Your Electric Bill. This is an electric bill from Ambit Energy. You get one and pay it. Every month, hopefully. But do you really know what it says? We thought this short video would help. Most people go straight to this part, the remittance slip, to see what they owe and when it's due. But don't miss this customer information section. It has phone numbers for emergencies and outages. If Ambit has account messages for you, you'll find those here too. The energy usage history lets you track your electricity usage over the last 12 months, including the average price you paid per kilowatt hour. Over here, in the service location details section, you'll find your ESI ID number, Electric Service Identifier. At least that's what it's called in Texas. You'll also see your billing cycle and meter read dates. Under service charges, you'll see how things are broken out between Ambit and your TDU, or Transmission and Distribution Utility, so you can easily see what's what. Oh, there's one more thing. If you like the great value and service you get from Ambit, just tell your friends and family. When 15 or more sign up, you get free energy. And that will show up right about here. We hope this helps you understand your Ambit energy bill.
Hello, we're Ambit Energy, and we're a little different from other energy providers. How are we different? How about free energy? That's right, zip, zilch, nada, free. Easy too. Just share Ambit with 15 or more friends and you can get a free energy credit on your bill every month.
What do you pay to keep the lights on? $200, $300 a month? That adds up to thousands a year. How'd you like it free? Switch to Ambit Energy and refer 15 friends. Just tell your mom, the folks at the coffee shop, the gang at work, a few friends from church, or even your next door neighbor. Before long, you'll hit the magic number 15. And at Ambit, 15 equals free. Sign up and start earning free energy today.
We all want to be smarter about using energy. After all, that can save you money. Lots and lots of money. And the experts at Ambit are here to help. Our improved My Ambit account turns your smart meter into a genius meter. How, you ask? Well, how it works isn't as important as how to use it. Simply log into your My Ambit account and navigate to your usage center. My Ambit account lets you review your energy use by the year, by the month, by the week, by the day, even by 15-minute increments. So you can see exactly when your energy use is peaking, and you can use that information to make changes, like cutting back on electricity, improving insulation, and taking other steps to be more energy efficient. Yes, with all that information available from my Ambit account, you'll soon be an energy genius too.
Are you or anyone you know getting scorched by high rates? Lock in low fixed rates while you can. Does your summer electric rate spike have you living in fear of, so why in the world is your bill so high all of a sudden? Fortunately, there's a better way. Introducing Ambit Energy. Ambit offers a selection of rates and plans to meet the needs of our customers from coast to coast. Add in our great service, it's easy to see why over 1 million people consider us an amazing all-around value. Every year, Ambit Energy gives our customers millions of dollars worth of free energy through our program. By referring 15 new customers, Ambit can reduce your energy cost up to 100%. Here's how to earn free energy. 1. Sign up with Ambit Energy and start working toward earning free energy. 2. Refer friends. Just help 15 or more friends become Ambit customers. There's no time limit for gathering your referrals. 3. Get credit. Ambit will apply the free energy credit directly to your bill or mail you a check for as long as you maintain a minimum of 15 qualified customers. 4. Share the wealth. As Ambit customers, each of your referred friends can start earning their own free energy once they reach their 15 referrals. So compare for yourself and see why more electric and natural gas customers across America and around the world have chosen Ambit Energy as the best choice in energy. Check out our rates and products today.
Ah, summer in Texas, and your AC seems like it's running every hour of every day for months on end. Despite your best efforts, you can't control the temperature outside. But thanks to Ambit Energy, you can take control of your electricity bill. Introducing Summer Break, Ambit's plan that cuts your bill's energy charge in half during the hottest months of the year. So your typical monthly electricity budget goes from this to something more like this. And that is flat out cool.
Hello, this is Wesley with Ambit Energy, Executive Consultant. Today we're going to go over, as quick as I can, the free energy program offered by Ambit Energy. This is offered to all customers, no charge, and again, there is no charge to be an Ambit Energy customer. So, once you become an Ambit Energy customer, you have the opportunity to earn free energy. 15 referred customers, Ambit will average their bill and take it off of yours. So if the average of that 15 is $50, then that's going to be credited to your bill, and that's every month. So that's the program. Now I want to show you here how easy it is for a customer to refer other customers. Every customer gets a free website from Ambit Energy, and how you can use that website to get the message to others is this way. First of all, you would go to ambitenergy.com and you would click on the customer login or pay bill button as we just did, and if your site was not already registered, of course you could click on register now, and you would want to put your account number in and validate your account. We're not going to do that here. We're going to assume that's already been done, and we're going to log into an account and go, and when you come into your account, this is what it looks like here. Now notice that down at the bottom there's a refer a friend link. You would go ahead and click on that, and that would take us to this page where we would have the option to refer some people here. This customer has already referred some people and actually has some customers towards their free energy credit. So you would go down here and click on send more invitations, and that would open up this page, which leaves you some fields to enter people's names and emails, and then hit send invitations. You can also receive a copy of this email to yourself as you have an email address on file with your account, and then your friends or whoever you sent this email to will receive the email. Now let's take a look at what they receive so you'll know. Here's this email that they sent, and you'll notice that at the very beginning, I can earn free energy, you can too. So your customer, any customer that you refer, of course they have the same option. But at the very least, they will save or pay less. So down here you'll notice the customer referral website link. That is, if you're the customer, that's your referral site. And when they click on that link, that will take them to your customer site. Now, again, remember, customer, there's no charge to become a customer, and of course there's no charge for this free energy referral program. You're saving, and then you're offering that savings to your friends and family members. So when they reach your site, they simply put in their zip code and start the process. Or if they have any questions, they can certainly call a local consultant, one perhaps you know, and get any questions answered. Then they would just click right through here. This is about a 3 to 4 minute process to sign up, and that's about it. Now to recap, once again, 15 customers referred, the average of their bill will be taken off the customer who referred those 15. So there you have it. Thank you for listening. Take care.
Hi, my name is Jordan Buckingham. In this video, we're going to talk about Ambit Energy's free energy program. For over a decade, Ambit's been giving free energy to thousands of customers all over the country, totaling over $40 million in rebates paid out so far.
I'm Tony Procopio.
And I'm Diana Procopio, and we're from New Fairfield, Connecticut, and we've had free energy from Ambit in our home for over 80 straight months.
We earn on average on a monthly basis over $100 each month, and so that totals up to almost $8,000 in free energy that we've received in 6.5 years with Ambit Energy.
Norbert Hennessy from Scarsdale in New York. I've been in Ambit Energy for over 10 years, and I've received free energy checks from Ambit totaling over $20,000.
Hi, I'm Laura Moore. I'm from Binghamton, New York, and I've been a single mom for 20 years now. You know, I'm always looking for ways to save money. And when I learned about Ambit Energy's free electricity program, I got really excited knowing that I could just gather a few customers and receive this credit every single month. My customers are loyal, and over the 8 years that I've been doing this, I've saved over $7,000 of taxable rebate money that stayed in my pocket rather than going to the utility.
Hi, my name is Sonia Devine from Portland, Maine.
And I'm Tim Devine. And over the last 3.5 years, we've received over $8,000 in free energy from Ambit Energy.
My name is Renee Harris. I'm from Greenwich, Connecticut. I've had free energy since 2008 when Ambit initiated that program. I get anywhere from $100 to $125 rebate every single month, month after month after month.
Hi, I'm Joanne Paris from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. I have had free energy for over 6 years. So every month I receive a check totaling approximately $100. And if you total that up over 6 years' time, it's approximately $6,000. I have an electric car, and every night I plug it in. And what's really cool about it is that I have free electricity. So I not only have free electricity for my house, I have free electricity for my car. So I drive my car for free.
Hi, my name is Anthony Coletti. I'm from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. I've been earning free energy for over 2 years. And every month, my wife and I can't wait to see this beautiful, bright orange envelope in our mailbox. We get so excited. We take it in the house and then we open it up, and it's either between $80 or $125. And just the feeling of opening up that envelope and seeing that free money is so amazing to us. So I encourage you to get your free energy.
Let's talk about how the program works. First, you become an Ambit Energy customer. The process takes just a few minutes, and one of our independent consultants can help you with your enrollment. Ambit gives every customer a free website. Upon activating your website, you can refer other customers to the service. Once you've referred just 15 energy customers, you activate the magic of Ambit's free energy program. Now, every month that those 15 customers pay their bill, month after month after month, Ambit's going to take the average of the supply portion of their bill and apply it as a credit to your bill, giving you free energy. In some markets, the credit is applied directly on your bill. In other markets, it's sent out in the form of a tax-free rebate check. These credits continue as long as your referrals continue to pay their energy bill. So you refer 15 or more customers one time, and you continue to receive free energy month after month after month.
Hi, my name is Jeff Rollins. I'm from Brewster, New York, and I've been receiving free energy for over 7 years, and I've saved over $5,000 in 7 years of free energy credit back tax-free.
Hi, my name's Nick Lebrecht. My wife Brenna and I are a military family. When we found out about Ambit's free energy program, we're always looking for ways to save some money. We've had free energy for over 2 years now, and it's accumulated over $1,000 in tax-free credit.
My name is Wendy Betts. I'm from Casco, Maine. We have received free energy for a little over 3 years now. Our average rebate check is between $100 and $200 a month, although last month's check was a little over $200. I think one of the things that's been really helpful for us, and something that we didn't anticipate, is that it would change our lifestyle. Not only do we save thousands of dollars a year with having free energy, we're now more comfortable as a family. We've been able to change some of our appliances over to electric, and now we have an electric dryer, and we have several air conditioners in our house, and we're far more comfortable. And again, it's something that we've been able to do because of our free energy.
Hi, my name's Walt Reese. I'm from Lindenville, New York. We're actually Subway franchisees. We've been getting free energy for about 6 years now on one of our locations. And because our restaurants use a lot of power, our free energy credit's pretty high. Usually it's several hundred a month. Last month it was $196. And over those 6 years, we've racked up thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of free energy money. And we've always felt that our Ambit Energy business has been such a blessing to us that we actually take whatever we earn in credit that month and we write a check to our church for that amount just to bless them back.
Hi, I'm Teresa Sanborn from West Baldwin, Maine.
And I'm Jay Sanborn. We've experienced free electricity with Ambit Energy for over 3.5 years. When we were presented with this opportunity to get free electricity, it was quite ironic because we had a disconnection notice from Central Maine Power sitting on our dining room table. This is a bill that we no longer stress over. We've received thousands of dollars in free energy rebate checks from Ambit Energy. And now we don't stress over that electricity bill every single month.
Hi, I'm Scott Pettengill from Porter, Maine.
I'm Jennifer Pettengill. We've had free energy for a little over 9 months. Our average is about $97 a month, and we've earned hundreds of dollars in the program already.
Hi, I'm Bob Granger from Afton, New York. Being a traditional business person, I'm always interested in improving my bottom line. When I found out about the free energy program from Ambit Energy, I was extremely intrigued by it. Over the last 8 years, I've experienced thousands of dollars of tax-free rebates that have improved my bottom line.
Hello, my name is Kirk Horan. I'm from Johnstown, New York. I've been an Ambit Energy customer for over 9 years and have received free energy for over 9 years, which totals over $8,000 in tax-free rebate checks. My wife gets these checks every month, and I'm 100% confident she doesn't spend them on our electricity bill. She gets her nails done, her hair done, whatever she wants to do. It is a tax-free rebate check month after month after month, and you can do it too.
Ambit has paid out over $40 million in its free energy program to thousands of people across the country. For more information about our free energy program and our business model, please contact one of our independent consultants. Thanks for watching, and have a great day.
How to actually book travel with the Ambit Go card. Ambit released a great tool for us to go out there and gather customers and consultants, but a lot of people really don't know how to use the card to book travel with it, which is we want you to have your own personal experience with it. So when you give it to somebody else, you can actually convey the value that they're receiving as well. So we're going to go through a quick slideshow so you understand how to activate the card and how to search for hotels and how the card's intended to be used for travel.
And my recommendation is if you have cards, go ahead and activate your own account immediately so that you can show your customers and consultants how simple it is to use. And those of you who have not yet purchased them, you can purchase them in the Ambit store. And when you get your first set of cards, we do recommend that you do that immediately. So we're just going to go through some quick slides so that you can see how simple it is to utilize.
So the front of the card looks like this. Look at the top right corner, it says $100. That's not a $100 gift card. It's $100 access to savings, hotel savings. Every dollar that you use from this card is going to help you reduce the retail price and bring it closer to a wholesale price. So all of that's going to be based on supply and demand. The back of the card looks like this. You can see that it's available for use at over 550,000 hotels around the world. So it's not just the US. You go to goambit.com/US gift to activate the card. You'll see at the bottom, there's an activation code, there's a PIN code. Those are unique. When you set that account up with your name and your email address, your account is set up. We'll show you what the activation page looks like. So when you go to the activation page, you'll see that it automatically opens up to activate card. You put your code in, you put your PIN in, you'll set up your name, your email address. Now you've got a live account. Basically, when you look at how the card works is you're going to see savings out there that you can use the card for. So you might see a hotel that's listed for $180 a night, and there's an Ambit Go savings of $40. You're going to be able to knock $40 off of that night's stay, which will reduce your actual cash out of pocket for that hotel room of $140. Now, these are some of the popular brands that are out there, but there's hundreds of them that are out there. You can see there's no Bobo hotels there, but you're going to see 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, and probably other stars as well. But bottom line is there's tons of great hotels and brands to access. Now, once you've got your account set up, you can go to search hotels, and you'll see at the top right corner of that account, you've got $100 in your savings bank. You can use that all the way down till it's depleted.
Now I'm going to show you what it looks like to book. So it looks like just like any other online booking engine. We did this basic search, And what automatically comes up are the hotels that allow you to use the greatest amount of money from your bank balance. So these all, you can see they all offer you the ability to use $100 of what's in your Ambit Go bank account. So it just sorts by that. But let's just look at that San Carlos Hotel, New York on the left-hand side and kind of let's take a closer look at it. So if you look, the Ambit Go price is $349 a night. And all the other companies, Expedia, Booking.com, Travelocity, it's $399 a night. How that works is the $399 a night multiplied by 2 nights is $798. The Ambit Go website allows you to use the entire $100 that's in your account, and that brings it down to $698, which is the equivalent of $349 a night. So one of the things I did is I wanted to see, are these other booking engines, are they really $399 a night? So I did a search for that same hotel, the San Carlos Hotel, New York, and I looked on Booking.com, and you can see that on Booking.com, it's $798, which is $399 a night. I also went to Travelocity.com, and you can see at Travelocity, it's also $399 a night. Same day, same location, same exact hotel. And just for grins, I went to Hotels.com, which is where I typically book. And at Hotels.com, you can see that they have a special deal for $399 a night. And I used to think that was really a great special deal, but now I know that that's the same rate that all the other booking engines have. So it's a kind of what is out there in the marketplace. Now, the other thing you want to know is when you do a search for hotels, it's automatically going to bring up and sort by the hotels that allow you to use the max amount from your bank balance. So if you want to look at other hotels, you're going to have to scroll down. And when you scroll down, you're going to see all these other great hotels. And you may not be able to use the entire $100. So some of these hotels, you use $82, some you use $93. And you can sort it based on the price of the hotel, the location, how much you can use of your bank balance. You can do various sorting mechanisms. Our recommendation is do not get locked up on a particular hotel, because the hotel that you may want to stay in may not give you the greatest savings. It may not allow you to use the most amount from your bank balance. It really depends on what's available at that time.
Now, the amount of the discount applied will vary from booking to booking based on the amount of savings available for the hotel on that specific date range that you selected. If the $100 is applied, there'll be no remaining balance. It'll be at zero. If less than $100 is applied, then you can use the remaining balance for future bookings. Even if you do a booking and you're left with just $2 left on the card, you can still use that $2 on another booking. Now, the card balances can be used till they're depleted, but what we're going to be doing is at some point in time in the very near future, 2 cards will be able to add it to one actual account. So far it's only been 1, and with the precursor program that we had, which was the Energy Travel Rewards, you can only have 1 account per email. Well, those old cards are going to get ported over to the new platform in the near future, and you'll have 2 cards available to be able to book on the same account. Coming soon, you'll have Japanese and Spanish cards, and then there'll be a loyalty and retention program coming out soon as well.
So that really is a simple tutorial on how to book the cards. You can see it's super easy. It's just like any other booking engine you've ever used if you've ever booked hotels online before. But the real value of it is that you can give your customers $100 in real value, in real hotel savings. And so it costs you dollars to get. It's probably a much better buy than getting a Starbucks gift card for $5 to thank customers or thank consultants. And it's a great way to expand your business.
It's just important to remember that, I mean, this is a promotional product. It's not a get out of jail free card. There's been people that, think that they can use it this way or that way. We just showed you how to use it. What I can tell you is that we've used it for several months. It does work. There is real value there. So you want to make sure that you become a product of that product that you're using so you understand the value. Other key thing to remember is that sometimes when you're on another online travel agent site, what you're going to see sometimes is a special that's not offered anywhere else, or the type of bedding that's available in there is completely different. you want to make sure that you're comparing apples to apples. When she was looking at all those different ones, there are things that can be a little tricky sometimes, but what I can tell you is that this company has done an extraordinary job at making sure to deliver an extraordinary value to Ambit's consultants, customers, and future consultants.
Now you can get your cards at the Ambit store, I think to $3 a card.
Yeah.
So right now is your time to get it. Shipping is really nominal when you're talking about that number of cards, and you can buy them in bundles of 25. So I do recommend that you get enough that you can be able to share them with new consultants that come in the business. And I do recommend that they buy them from you, but you don't want them to have to wait for shipping to utilize this to build your business. So we do recommend go online, go to your PowerZone, go in the Ambit store, and go ahead and purchase your cards now.
Have a great time building your business and go do a little travel for yourself.
Yeah, have some fun while you're at it.
Doug Parker, and I'm going to walk you through the sign-up process to sign up a Japanese consultant based in Japan. So I'm going to walk through that process with you real quick. First, you'll go to your website, which is your web handle. In my case, it's trying.myambit.jp. So make sure you put the .jp on there. And then when it pulls up, it will probably have the Japanese information on there. And so what you want to do is just click on the little button up here if they speak English, or if you speak English, to make it where you can go through the process. And then you'll click on the Start a Business button there. You'll scroll down below the video. It says the Ambit Opportunity, and then Start Your Business Now, the green button. So after you click on that, it will give you the enrollment website. And you'll go through here, and of course, you know, in Japan or the United States, well, we're going to enroll someone in Japan. So what we're going to enroll is Mr. Tester. And you also have to put the pronunciation of the last name. So make sure that you put that on there. And if you notice, we've got last name first, and then first name is after that. It's a little different than the U.S. enrollment website. Business name is not necessary unless they have a business that they're wanting to put it under. The postal code we're going to put in. And then the prefecture is basically the state, essentially, like it is in the U.S. But in this case, we'll go with Tokyo. And then I'm going to make up an address here and just basically say we're going to put on the city is Shimbashi. And then the address is 123 Tokyo Drive. Now, that's not a correct address. However, it does say on here, sorry, this information could not be verified by Smarty Streets. The one thing I found right now is that the verification is not showing up for these addresses for whatever reason. So just continue to process through that, confirm with the new consultant coming in that the address is correct. And then on the address, we'll put Testy Tester, whoops, at yahoo.com. Oops. And they'll verify that. And then we've got to put a telephone number in here, so we'll go with just a test number for now. One more 0. And then the date of birth. And again, the year is the first thing, then it's the month, then it's the day. So it's a little bit different than in the U.S. on the sign-up process. Their language preference is whether they speak Japanese or English. And primarily, I would say if they read Japanese or English, because this is really for everything that's in the system that they're looking at. So then you'll click the next button there. They're called independent consultants when they come into the business. So click on the independent business, independent consultant right there. And then if they are not Japanese citizens, you would click on residence card. And on the residence card, I don't have one of them here with me right now, but they have a number in the top right-hand corner that starts with 2 letters and it ends with 2 letters as well. So we're just going to go with kind of putting something in here real quick and going through just, again, for test purposes. And then when it comes to the direct deposit and those kinds of things, what I do is I found that the people here are very cautious with their information, and rightfully so. I just tell them they can go set that up later, so I just click no there, click next. Secondary account holder, they've had a little bit of a hard time wrapping their head around what is a secondary account holder, and I say it's like a spouse or someone else that can call in and check on the account. Most people have selected no on that. And then this is for the shipping information for the kit that comes to them. And then do they want that kit in English or in Japanese? So I just click on English there, click next. Personalized website, 2,500 yen. If they don't select that initially, it's a little bit cumbersome to go back in and get that put on there. So just make sure that they select yes anyway, and then select their web handle. So we'll just put on their Testy and see if Testy's available, and it is indeed available. So then you'll continue to scroll down, putting in a password 2 times to make sure that it works properly. And it did check out both times there. Click next down at the bottom here, and then they'll have to type their name in, and then as soon as they type in their name the same way it's typed in there, it also requires that Gaiyo Shomen number. But you'll enter the Gaiyo Shomen. You should have already given them a piece of paper with the Gaiyo Shomen information on it, and then like I mentioned in the video, I email it to them as well. But with that being said, you'll put in the Gaiyo Shomen number. Once that is entered in, you put the name, you click agree, and then it will assign them a consultant ID. So because this is a test, I'm not going to complete that process and putting the Gaiyo Shomen number in, but that is how you enroll a new consultant. Hello, this is Executive Consultant Doug Parker, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about the Japanese market and the Gaiyo Shomen, particularly how you go into your PowerZone and print one off so you can give it to a prospective consultant. So you'll start over here in the left-hand corner, go to the blue little button over here on the left, Tools, click on Tools. Then what you'll do when it pulls up is you'll scroll down to the bottom of the page, and there is a section called Gaiyo Shomen. Pretty straightforward. You can print how many copies of the Gaiyo Shomen you would like, whether you'd like it in Japanese or in English. So for illustration purposes, I'm going to do it in English. I need 1 copy, and I'm going to print this off. It will then print off a PDF of this document, the Gaiyo Shomen, as you can see here. And this number at the bottom of the page of page 1 is the Gaiyo Shomen. This is what the Gaiyo Shomen looks like. You take that number, and then you print off this form for your prospective new consultant coming in. Before you get started talking to them about the opportunity, it's a Japanese law, it's a requirement, so that's what you have to do. And it does need to be in color, specifically the pages that have red on them. So I'm going to scroll down just a little bit. There's one page here that has red right there. As you continue to scroll down, there's another page here that has red on it. And I believe those are the 2 pages that have red on them, but those are important that they are printed in red. It goes over the compensation, it goes over how and when they get paid, a few other things, and cooling off periods. But for right now, I just want to kind of tell you how to go about printing it off. When you're enrolling the consultant, after you've talked to them and they've decided they do want to move forward, then you take this number off the Gaiyo Shomen page 1, and it will require it as part of the enrollment process. Now, one other step that I do is I go in and I actually save this document. I've got a little file called GS for Gaiyo Shomen, and I copy that number and I put it right there on the document, and then I'll also put the customer's name. So you just go in here, take that Gaiyo Shomen number, copy it, hit save, and then I'll double click on that last part, save it there, and then let's just say that I'm talking to Mr. Yamamoto. So Y-A-M-A-M-A-T-O, Yamamoto, and then I'll save that, and then that gives me that document saved down here, and I'll email it to them as well. So that way they've got a printed copy, they've got the actual emailed copy, I've got kind of a proof that I've sent it to them, and I get their email address, so I've got that. So it's a pretty straightforward process.
You know, I get asked all the time in this business, I think people, in just the human nature, they want a secret. They want maybe a shortcut to success. And so a lot of times when I'm traveling across the country, I have people come up to me and go, okay, I've seen the business presentation, I've been to the trainings, but tell me, what is the real secret to success? And I've thought a lot about that, because if there really was a secret, I'd want you all to have it, right? I mean, it's not like there is one and we're keeping it from you. I mean, we want you to be successful in this business. And the truth is, what you're learning today, all the steps that you have to go through to be successful in Ambit, it's a process. But there is one thing that I think is helpful in that process. I'm convinced that a lot of people are in our business for a year or more and have gotten paid well and still don't understand our compensation plan. And so I think it's important that you understand in this business there's a secret to at least motivation in a direction that matters. It's understanding what you get paid to do in this business. And I mean it. I see people who are senior consultants and even executive consultants in our business who still have not figured out what it is that they get paid to do. So if there's a secret in our business, it's that, and I'm going to give it to you today. I'm going to explain to you what it is that you get paid to do. And I think hopefully this will help you a little bit change your perspective on your business. We only get paid to do two things in this business: gather a handful of loyal customers and help other people do the same thing. Okay, that's the only two activities that trigger income in this business: gathering a few loyal customers and helping other people do the same thing. Everything else, while it may be necessary, is not an activity that produces income. You do not get paid for attending a business presentation unless you bring a guest who gets in the business and who you help enroll loyal customers. You don't get paid for checking your voicemail or being on a conference call or a million of the other things that you do every day, day in and day out to build your business. The only two things that you do in this business that produce income are to gather a handful of loyal customers and help other people do the same thing. So let's look at those two transactions, and so we can think about where the income comes from and proportionate to the activity. I mean, you guys are a mixed group this morning, and we don't know who is watching this right now on PowerZone or any of that, but I can tell from the crowd that we've got a diverse group here. How much do you get paid in Texas for gathering a personal customer every month? How much? 50 cents. 50 cents. What about New York? 5 cents? Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You get, for a New York customer that you personally enroll, 5 cents per customer per month. How are you going to achieve financial freedom on a nickel a month? All right, now let me ask you a question. How much do you get for helping a new consultant enroll 2 loyal customers or 3 loyal customers? $100? So you get a nickel for gathering your own a month now, so 60 cents a year. Or you get $100 for helping a new consultant enroll a few loyal customers. Why is there such a disparity there? Well, let me tell you. First of all, it's the only way that you can achieve financial freedom in this business. There's not a person in this room today, as talented as you all are, who could go out and gather enough customers personally to achieve financial freedom in this business. It would require, in New York, 15,000, 20,000 personal customers. Even if I were able to pay you $3 or $4 a month per customer, you couldn't achieve financial freedom by going out and personally enrolling that many customers. About halfway through it, you would be spending all your time trying to replace the ones that were moving every month or that you were losing to a competitor. You just couldn't keep up with the attrition. There's no way one person going out and just gathering customers can get what they're trying to get out of this business financially. And so this compensation plan has designed itself to trick you into financial freedom. We put $100 on the activity that matters the most, and we put a nickel on the activity that matters the least. And I'm convinced that people still don't understand this compensation plan. And I hear people in our business all the time continuing to talk about all the customers they're personally enrolling. And I think that's great, and we take all the customers that we can get and we love them. But you understand you only need 20 ever in this business to get everything that you're ever going to get out of it. This business is about distribution. And the only way you're going to achieve financial freedom is if you create your own distribution channel of entrepreneurs who are all going out and working to get 20 customers. And it's very simple. It's not unlike Coca-Cola. It's a perfect example of a company that understands what it gets paid to do. Coca-Cola is a beverage company. They're not confused about it. They're very clear on it. Years and years ago, they made the decision that they're not going to be in the distribution business. They're going to be in the software and beverage development business. And so they spend millions and millions of dollars a year in research and development coming up with new soft drinks. And then they have distributors and franchise owners that are responsible for taking those beverages and selling them to the end user. And they draw a clear distinction between the two. And if you think about this business, it's no different. If you were a ambit vendor and you had to decide where you were going to spend your time, effort, and energy, and you looked at your business as a vending machine, you would have two options. You could go out and put a vending machine on a corner, okay, and you could sit there all day long with a sign that says ice cold beverages, and you could probably drive a lot of traffic to your vending machine. I mean, how many beverages do you think you could sell in one vending machine if you focused all your time, effort, and energy on it every day? 100 a day? 200 a day? Whatever it is, let's just say it's 200 a day. That's 1,000 during a work week or 4,000 during a work month. Let's say you can sell them for $1 a piece. That's $4,000 a month. Cost of your machine, cost of the drinks. Let's say you have a 50% margin. That's $2,000 in gross profit. And you got to pay the government. And whatever you have left after that is what you netted in income. Let's say it's $1,000 a month from one machine. How do you turn that into 4 or 5? It's not going to be by working on the weekends with the sign and holding up a sign on Saturday and Sunday. I mean, that might get you another couple hundred a week. But now you're working 7 days a week and you've maxed out what that vending machine can create. Guys, that's just like you as a personal customer gatherer. At some point, there's a limit to how many customers you can personally gather, and the returns start to diminish after 20. The only way to scale your business in that scenario is to go out and put another vending machine on another corner, and another vending machine on another corner, and another vending machine on another corner. You understand that the leverage of a person who owns vending machines is not having one, it's having hundreds of them all across a city or a state or a country, and getting paid a little bit on every beverage that gets distributed through their network of vending machines. Nobody ever got rich with one vending machine trying to sell beverages, even in Texas when it's 105 degrees in the summer. And you won't get rich in ambit if you get in this business and think you're going to do it by going out and gathering customers. They're important, but you can't gather enough of them to achieve financial freedom. The only way that you are going to achieve financial freedom in this business is by creating a network of distributors who are also out gathering a handful of loyal customers. And we have a process that you're going to learn today that helps you do that.
So you're at the end of the business presentation. At the end of the business presentation, if you really think it through, the person can say one of 3 things. Yes, I want to get involved in ambit energy. I have a big why. I see it. How do I get started? And you're going to go right to the computer. You're going to sign them up online. The second thing they can say is, no, the timing's not right for me. You know, I absolutely unequivocally do not want to do this business. It's going to damage my reputation in the real estate industry. So you can get a definitive yes, or you can get a definitive no. Now, I can tell you right now, neither one of those happen very often. Okay, about 10% are going to say yes, about 10% are going to say no. But about 80% of the people are going to say the third choice, which I classify as maybe. Okay? They're going to say, I don't know if I have the money. I don't know if I have the time. I need to talk to my wife. I need to talk to my husband. There's a gazillion different ways that they can say maybe. I mean, literally a gazillion different ways they can say maybe. So they're going to say yes, they're going to say no, or they're going to say maybe. About 80 to 90% of the time, they're going to say maybe. How many people would agree with that? Okay, let's note that just about every hand in the place went up except for those that were asleep, and somebody needs to nudge them, because we all know, because we've been working the business, that the majority of people are going to say maybe, right? So you go to the fundamental. You see, a maybe, in most cases, you try to overcome the objection. Well, I just don't have enough money. Well, let me tell you how that works. Look, you can put it on a credit card, man, and you're going to get into the business. We're going to get you 4 customers. You know, that's going to pay you the X number of dollars. We're going to get a couple of people started for you. That's going to pay you an X couple of dollars. And before your credit card statement even shows up, you're going to have more money and you'll be able to pay the credit card thing off. Let's get you started right now. Well, I'm not really comfortable with that. I need to talk to my wife. Well, look, don't worry about your wife. She won't even see it on the credit card saying blah, blah, blah. If it's any consolation to you, I used to do all that too. You know what I do now? Is if they say maybe, okay, so it's going to, again, I want you to understand that maybe is going to come to you a gazillion different ways. If you can focus on, they either said yes and I'm signing them up on the computer, or they're really negative and they said no, and respect that no, folks. Don't try to overcome the objection. If somebody doesn't want to do the business, thank them, ask them to be your customer, and that's the end of it. But all the rest of them are going to say maybe. The fundamental, the layup, if you will, is the written list. I don't care if you're holding up a cardboard sign on the side of the road, heaven forbid, or if you're Donald Trump or President Carter or President Clinton or somebody with a huge sphere of influence. You know a limited number of people, and at some point that inventory of people that you know is going to run out. So what you have to do is constantly build the inventory. Well, you build the inventory by getting the written list of the prospects. So what I'm going to say to the person is, whatever it is, you know, John, I really understand, you know, and I think that's important. I think that you need to talk with your wife. So you're going to acknowledge that you're going to respect whatever their maybe is. But let me ask you a question. If I did most of the work, and people are inherently lazy, okay, so you're going to have to make the statement that you're going to do most of the work. If I do most of the work, would it be worth an additional 7 to 10 hours of your time? And that time frame is your choice. 7 to 10 hours of your time to see if we could talk to a few people about this business on your behalf. These are people that you know, love, and trust. These are business people in the community. And John, wouldn't you agree with me that if everybody in the business, you always lead with the negative, everybody that we talk to about this business said no, that this is probably something you shouldn't do? But John, wouldn't you always, now I'm going to the positive, wouldn't you also agree with me that if we talk to 15 or 20 people, so I'm going to set that expectation of 10 to 15 people, and we had 2 or 3 of them, and I'm going to set a low expectation of the number of people that are going to say yes, and we had 2 or 3 of them that said they wanted to do the business, wouldn't you also agree with me that it's probably something we should do, that's something you should do? And they're going to say, well, sure. And you go right to the fundamental. Well, who's the first person you thought of that wants to save money or make some money with Ambit Energy? Now, at that point, what can they do? They can either give you an excuse as to why they're not going to give you the written list, correct? Or they can give you the written list. So let's say, well, you know, I'd really have to think about that, Brian. You know, it's probably take me a couple days to get it together. Folks, that is a no. Understand that you're going through this process for in your world to know whether they say yes or no. How many times do we call up somebody after they've told us maybe, hey, can you come to the meeting? Can you do this? Can you do that? How many people have experienced your friends that you're talking to about this business and calling over and over and over again to get a decision out of them that quit answering your phone calls? You know? Well, they do that, and just think about it. They're going through an experience, and the only thing they know about Ambit is the experience that they're going through. Do you think they're going to want to expose their sphere of influence to you if you're calling them up 10 or 15 times? So this whole process is just mechanically working through to see if they're going to give us the written list. How many people would agree with me that if a person will not open up their sphere of influence or give us their written list, that they won't be very successful in Ambit Energy? Yeah, right? So why do you want to put failure in your business? You want to put success in your business. So if we know they're going to say maybe, and we know the fundamentals of the written list, we're going to mechanically figure out whether they're in the business or not in the business. And the way we're going to determine that is whether they're going to open up their sphere of influence, because they might not have the money. They might want to talk to their wife, but if they're willing to open up their sphere of influence, what I know to be a fact is this person is truly interested in the business. And what I also know is if they're not willing to open up their sphere of influence, what I know for a fact is this is somebody that's not going to ever do this business. And certainly if they try, they're not going to be successful. So who's the first person you thought of? If they say no, ask them to be your customer and then tell them this. Say, you know, John, that would be the next step. You know, like I asked you, you know, you made a commitment to 7 to 10 hours of your time. We're going to spend a half an hour here, an hour there. Make sure they understand this isn't a block of 7 to 10 hours because they'll never give it to you. And we're going to come up with a written list. But John, I'm not going to keep calling you about this. I'm building a big business. I'm looking for people that are ready to get started right now. So if the timing's just not right for you right now, here's my name, here's my telephone number. I'm going to look for you to call me, and as soon as you're ready to start, I'll commit to you that I'll get you started, and we'll make you a lot of money in a short period of time. Understand that it's always about their success, not about your success. It's not about, hey, I got to get you to this position so I get to that position. It's all about making them money. That's what they're interested in. It's all about getting them promoted. You know, and what I always tell my new person when I start them is I'll look them straight in their eyes. And I said, John, let me tell you one thing. I'll always put your paycheck ahead of my paycheck. They need to understand that you're playing in the game for their success, not for your success. And so at that point, what's happening is that I basically am going for the written list. Let's say that they give the written list. Yeah, I thought of Mary Jones. You know, well, tell me a little bit about Mary. Well, Mary's the woman at the church that everybody knows. You know, the congregation at the church is 500 people. Mary knows everybody. She'd be great at this business. Well, who's somebody else you thought about? So you put Mary Jones, knows a ton of people at the church. Okay, you're not getting the phone number for you to call them. Your prospect is going to call them, okay? And so what happens is, who's the next person you thought of? Well, I thought of Ty. Well, what's Ty's story? Well, Ty's a very, very good friend of mine. We're in the bowling league together, da-da-da-da-da-da. And so you're going right down to get the written list. Folks, I can almost assure you that if within the first week you don't get at least 100 names on the written list, the chances for their success is limited. Okay, so this isn't about getting 5 or 6 names. This is about a 7 to 10 hour commitment to get a very substantial written list. And then what are you going to do? You're going to teach that person how to invite without collapsing the business presentation into it. You're going to get that prospect's prospect now to take a look at the videos, or you're going to hand them a DVD, or you're going to put them into a lunch meeting, or you're going to get them in home, or you're going to get them to that hotel meeting. You're going to show them the business presentation. And at the end of the business presentation, that prospect's prospect can say what? Yes, I want to get in the business, pull out the computer and sign them up. No, I'm not interested in getting into the business, but what are 80 to 85% of them, maybe even 90% of them going to say? Maybe. So what's the fundamental? Well, Mary, let me ask you something. And keep your checkbook in your pocket. Would it be worth an additional 7 to 10 hours of your time if I do most of the work? See if Ambit could work for you and your family? What we would do is just sit down, make a list right now, people that you know, just like John did, and we'll just ask a few people to take a look at the business, just like you looked at the videos and you decided to come out to the meeting tonight. And Mary, wouldn't you agree with me, always leading with the negative, that we talked to 20 people for you, setting the expectation, and all 20 people said no to this business, that it's probably something you shouldn't do, and they'll say yes every single time. But Mary, wouldn't you also agree that if we were talking to 20 people and 2 or 3 of them said yes to the business, that this is probably something you should do? And they'll say yes every time. Well, who's the first person you thought of that wanted to save money being a customer or make money as an Ambit consultant? She's either going to give you the list or she's not going to give you the list. If she gives you the list, then you're going to sit down with their prospects. So now you've got John, then you've got Mary. Mary puts you in front of Joe. And folks, this business is so sweet it'll give you a cavity, okay? I mean, you know, I'm telling you, this thing is unbelievable. It used to be that you could go 6, 7, 8, when I was in the telecom business, we'd go 6, 7, 8 layers deep before somebody would say yes. But in this business, you're lucky to get to the 3rd or 4th level, and somebody down there says yes. So we're talking to Mary's prospect, Joe. Joe says yes. Is Mary in or out? Why is Mary in? Yeah, because of the fear of loss, the second fundamental that I talked about, the free throw, if you will. They have the fear of loss that Joe is this super guy that, you know, is going to tear up the world called Ambit Energy, and if they don't get in, they're going to lose an awful lot of money. So the fear of loss of that income is going to get Mary in. Now, when Mary calls up John, who's your prospect off your written list, and says to John, hey, John, I got Joe in. Joe's a #1 copy salesman in the whole state of New York, and he's going to tear this thing up. He's got 150 people on his written list. I've gotten in. You got to get into the computer so I can get it underneath you. John, in or out? 100% of the time. So by working the mechanics and the fundamental being the written list, what happens is that you can build an explosive organization.
Hello, and welcome to Ambit Energy's JumpStart training. Congratulations on starting your own business and becoming certified in Ambit's markets. In this brief video, we're going to talk about building a firm foundation with Ambit, familiarizing yourself with our processes, and introducing you to some of the basic Ambit tools you'll use over time. Remember, this is a business, your business. Treat it like one. It will take some hard work, enthusiasm, and tenacity to get it started on the right foot. The fundamentals are simple. You gather customers and find other people who want to build their own businesses doing the same thing you're doing. And while the concept is simple, it's not always easy. There will be ups and downs, highs and lows. Some people will be enthusiastic, and sometimes your best friends and family may not always be supportive. Success takes hard work and persistence. But there are a number of people who have become successful by putting in the necessary time and effort. The good news is that there's a proven system that these leaders have followed to achieve success. I'm here to introduce you to that system and help you build a foundation. Now, let's help you get to work. Before we begin, let me start by asking you a question. Why did you decide to start your new Ambit business? Everybody has different reasons, and it doesn't have to be a lofty goal. Was it to catch up on bills, get out of debt, spend more time with family, contribute to your kids' college education, save a little extra for retirement or a down payment on a home or a car? The specifics don't matter. It just has to be something that keeps you motivated through the good times and bad. And as you reach new levels of success, your why can grow and change over time. The key is to be consistent and persistent and build your business with complete honesty and integrity. One of the best tools to keep you focused on your why is a vision board. Creating one is easy. Just get a poster board and then look through magazines or search the internet for pictures that remind you of your why. Paste the pictures on your vision board. You may want to include images of your family or loved ones and write some inspiring keywords on it too. Then put it somewhere you'll see it often. Take a picture and save it in your phone, or make it the wallpaper on your computer. You can also use online resources like Pinterest to make a virtual vision board. Look at it whenever you need a little inspiration or motivation to pick up the phone, send an email, or take another positive step to build your business. Now that we've established your why, let's take the first step toward achieving it. The way you do that is by getting paid, plugged in, and promoted. Earning back your investment in this opportunity is a critical first step. The best way to do that is by signing up customers. Start by asking a few friends and family members to support you. Make a list of 5 to 10 people who would be willing to do you a favor. If you live in an Ambit service area, sign yourself up as your first customer. Establishing your website is also worth 2 customer points. Then, depending on your market, you only need 1 or 2 more customers to earn back your initial investment. In this business, we're not salespeople. So here's an example of how we gather customers. Hi, Mom. I just started my own part-time business and I need a favor. If I can show you the benefits of being my Ambit Energy customer, can I count on your support by signing up with Ambit? That's pretty simple, right? You can keep gathering customers to earn free energy and additional bonuses. The way the compensation plan is set up, you only need 20 personal customers to qualify for all levels of compensation. You will earn this additional income by sponsoring new consultants and helping them gather customers. After you get your initial investment back, you need to plug into the proven system that provides the guidelines to earn additional income. And the way you start on the path to additional income is by setting a goal to reach your first promotion level, Regional Consultant. Becoming a regional consultant is based on the 5-2-6 building block, a tested method that helps you set incremental goals for success. It involves signing up customers and consultants. What's 5-2-6? It's the number of consultants and customers you need in your organization to become a regional consultant. It's 5 personal customers, 2 personal consultants, and 6 total consultants on your team. Or you can enroll all 6 consultants yourself. Following this step-by-step process is the ideal way to build your business and reach your goals. So how do you follow the 5-2-6 formula? First, you build up an inventory. But unlike most businesses, with Ambit, your inventory is a list of people's names, not boxes of supplements, home or beauty products, jewelry, or other items. With Ambit, your list of names, your written list, is your most important asset. The bigger your list, the greater your potential for success. So how do you get started on making your list? Well, one of the most powerful tools is right at your fingertips. Take out your cell phone and look at your contact list. Chances are you have a great start to your list right there. Also, if you have a Facebook page, be sure to check out your friends list. The same goes for LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and other social media apps or websites. Finally, after watching this video, take a few minutes to complete and review the Memory Jogger worksheet in the Ambit U section of PowerZone. The Memory Jogger is a series of questions and list of occupations to help you expand your written list of prospects. Once you've filled out your Memory Jogger, organize it more formally onto your written list, complete with people's contact information, and let the leaders you're working with know your list is ready. Here's an important thing to remember. Don't prejudge. Anyone can do this business as long as they're willing to work at it. Some of the most successful people you know are perfect for Ambit, and some people you think are sure to say yes will say no. And that person you think wouldn't say yes in a million years might be your first consultant. Now that you know who you want to talk to, let's talk about what to say, or how to invite a prospect to take a look at the Ambit opportunity. When you're first introducing someone to your business, there are a few things to keep in mind. First, it's okay to be excited and enthusiastic about your new business. In fact, you should be. You are looking for others who will share your enthusiasm and excitement, and positivity attracts like-minded people. The next thing you want to remember is that at this point, you're just inviting them to learn more. You don't want to say too much. You can't explain everything about the business, and even if you could, you'd probably just confuse your potential consultant. Here are a few examples of the invitation. Hey, are you going to be home for the next 15 minutes? Great, can I come over? Need to show you something. Hey, I need to run something past you. When can we meet up? Hi, I've started a new business that I'm really excited about and I would like to get your input. When can we do coffee? Notice that these invites are just a sentence or two. The purpose of the invitation is to set an appointment, a designated time to show the plan. Your focus is not to get people to join. Your focus is to get people to take a look at the opportunity. And the best way to present the business model is by using one of the proven tools Ambit has created to help you with the next step, presenting the opportunity. During the invitation, you simply set an appointment to show your potential consultant the opportunity. For presenting the opportunity, let's start with one of the common scenarios, the one-on-one meeting. If you're communicating with the prospect over the phone, you'll want to send them to your own business building website to watch short videos about the Ambit opportunity. If you're meeting with the prospect face-to-face, you can also pull up the opportunity video on your My Ambit Business app. Be sure to have a copy of Success from Home magazine to highlight the Ambit story with featured profiles of some of our consultants whose hard work has paid off. You can also invite your potential consultants to a live business presentation, or BP, taking place in your area. The great thing about live BPs is that you can feel confident that your prospect will see a professional business presentation from Ambit leaders who will be available afterwards to answer any questions. Or you can invite prospects to your home and have your close friends and family take a look at the opportunity as a group in a casual, familiar environment with no pressure and nothing to buy. That way, you can just pull up the Ambit opportunity video and show it to them right in your own home. Any of these presentation methods can be very effective. The one you choose may differ based on the situation, your prospect, or personal style. The best part is by using any of these presentation methods prepared by Ambit, you'll know that your prospect is receiving accurate information about the opportunity. Once you've gotten someone to take a look at the overview, you need to follow up by asking them a simple question. Given what you've seen in the presentation, are you ready to get started building your own Ambit business? This will result in one of 3 responses. Yes. Sign them up. Help them get started and set up their business. Remember, they're going to be counting on you for help and guidance. Have them watch this video as soon as they complete the certification process. No. Respect their decision and thank them for their time. Don't get discouraged. Remember, being an independent consultant may not be for everyone. At this point, don't forget to ask them to do you a favor and become your customer instead. Maybe. When a potential consultant says maybe or I'm not sure, most of the time what they really mean is that they need more information in order to decide. There are some quick and effective ways to get them that information. If you're at a live business presentation, be sure to introduce your potential consultant to one of the leaders in the room who can help answer any of their questions. If you are not at a live presentation, another great way to provide them with the information they need is by conducting a 3-way call with your upline leader. When conducting a 3-way call, there are a few things to keep in mind. If you're meeting with someone who you think will have additional questions, let your upline leader know ahead of time that you may be calling her or him for a 3-way call. The objective of the 3-way call is to give your upline leader the opportunity to answer any questions your potential consultant has about the business. Let your potential consultant know that you are new as well and that your business partner would be better able to answer their questions given their experience. Only do the 3-way call after you've introduced someone to the opportunity. When you call your upline leader, introduce them to your potential consultant and tell them a little about the prospect. Then, let the leader talk. You are there to facilitate the call and not interrupt. Before ending the call, make sure your prospect gets all their questions answered. This 3-way call is not only a great way for your potential consultant to get the information they need, it lends credibility to your business. If you do not feel comfortable with conducting a 3-way call, talk to your upline leader ahead of time to practice how to conduct such a call. There you have it. We have just gone through Ambit's proven business building system. It's proven because those before you who have followed the system have consistently found success by using it. The system only works if you put the system to work over and over again. Whether you get a yes or a no, your next step is the same. You go on to the next name on your list, and you keep doing it, and you keep adding names to your list. In this business, hard work, persistence, and duplication is the key, not only for you, but for anyone who joins your business. Get your new consultants plugged into the business building system and help them complete the same steps as you. Thanks for your time. And remember, there are leaders on your team and throughout the Ambit organization who want to help you succeed. Take advantage of their knowledge and continue to attend trainings and use Ambit's online resources. With hard work and dedication to this system, a profitable business and achieving your why may be closer than you think.
Hello, welcome to Ambit Energy. My name is Chris Atkinson. I'm a national consultant, and I just want to congratulate you for getting your business started with us. What I'd like to do now is take a few minutes to just share some things with you that we believe will help you to build your business. Some simple steps. The first thing we want to help you with is, let's get your investment back. You just spent $100. Let's earn that back instantly. Now, what the company asked you and I to do is to just go out and gather a few customers. Customers that are going to do what? They're going to pay their bill month after month after month anyway. Let's talk to you about some simple things with it. For the most part, you and I we should become our own first customer, right? I mean, you want to be a product of your own product. Next is, hey, let's pick up the phone and call mom and maybe walk next door and talk to the neighbor. But what are we going to say? Well, to me, it was simple. Hey, mom, I really need a favor. I just started a new business. I'm helping people save money month after month on their energy bills, and I need you to be a customer of mine. After my mom and dad became a customer, do you know what they actually did? They walked next door with me, and we went and talked to our neighbor and asked him the same thing. We said, sir, I just need a favor from you. I know you pay your electricity bill every month. Would you mind being a customer of me and my new company? He instantly became our own customer because I just asked him for a favor. If you want to know the whole truth, he didn't even ask me the rate. He was just doing me a favor. You see, that's keeping things simple, isn't it? You know, we don't need to complicate this. To this day, I still don't have a clue how electricity is generated. All I know is that everyone uses it, and everyone pays the bill month after month. And all I need over time is a small handful of customers, and they're all going to be my friends and my family members. And they're just going to do me a favor because I asked honestly. I asked nicely. Do you know, I would not have joined Ambit Energy if they told me I had to go to the mall with a big sign saying, hey, I'm in Ambit, would you like to be my customer? They said, just go talk to your friends, your relatives, and your neighbors. And that's exactly what I did, and it allowed me to do what I'm sharing with you. It allowed me to get that initial check for $100 by simply asking a couple of people for a small favor. That's it. Now, once you accomplish that, you've made your investment back. Let's go build a business, right? The first thing we want to do now is get you promoted. Who doesn't like promotions? Let's get you to that regional consultant position. Now, how do we do that? It's an easy formula. This is something I want you to write down and memorize. 5, 2, 6. 5 is the customer points. Now, you've already done that because you've made your investment back. So let's switch gears and focus solely on building your business. So tomorrow when you go to work, let's share it with a coworker. Maybe you have a friend named Bob, and you work with him, and you go share with him what you're doing. He likes what he sees, he joins you in business. Maybe you call your friend Steve. Steve watches the online video, likes what he sees, he joins you in business. So now you have the 2 personally sponsored consultants. Now, the reason that I wanted you to get your initial customers instantly is because you can share that story with your 2 personally sponsored consultants. Tell them how you did it in 24 hours. What are they going to do? Duplicate and repeat exactly what you did. So now you've done the 5 personal customer points, the 2 personally sponsored consultants, help them do the same. That gives you the team of 6, and now you're promoted to regional consultant. That's the simple, basic building blocks of how we get promoted. Now, how do we get all this started? By making a written list. That's right. Let's go old school for a minute. It must be a written list using a pen and a notebook, right? It has to be. I know some of you are saying, Chris, come on. This is technology age. I have my cell phone. It has hundreds of numbers in it. Great. You'll be off to a good start as soon as you take the phone and write each name and number down on a notebook. A written list. It allows you to track your business daily. It allows you to remember who you've called. Maybe you can even take a couple of notes on what they've said back to you. Because now, let's teach you what to say to them. You have your list. Now it's time to learn the invitation. An invitation is short, sweet, and to the point. Let's roll back the clock and roll back in time. Go back to 2nd grade, right? It's your birthday coming up on Saturday, and your mom sends you to class with the invitations to your birthday party. Do you remember those invitations? Maybe you're the mom today and you just sent your kid to school with them. What does the invitation say? Hey, Saturday, January the 2nd is Johnny's birthday. It's going to be from 1 to 3, and here's the address. That's all it says. It doesn't say that Bozo the Clown is going to be there, or you're going to have orange, red, and green Kool-Aid. It doesn't say anything like that. It's basic and it's simple. Let's translate that to Ambit. Hey Bob, this is Chris. I found a new business that I'm super excited about. I'd love to share it with you. Do you have 15 minutes? Short and sweet. Remember, you're inviting someone today to present to them tomorrow. How do we present the opportunity? In a multitude of ways. We have our Success from Home magazine. You have your Ambit Energy 526 websites. You have the new mobile app from Ambit Energy. You have a multitude of ways. You have the live business presentations. That's my favorite. You see, when I bring my guests to the live business presentation, I get to introduce them to a multitude of other people. They start to see instantly that teamwork is going to play a major role in their success. So if I could ever like set my miracle order of sharing the information with people, I would always invite them to the live meeting. If for some reason they just can't make that, maybe it's a friend that lives in another state, then I send them to the website, right? So I want to have them at the live meeting with me. One of our other favorite ways, though, is called a one-on-one, where I'm going to go meet my prospect at a Starbucks, maybe in my own living room, having what we call a home party, where I can invite a few of my friends and my neighbors over and let them see what I'm doing. Now listen, this is where it gets to be fun. It truly is. You see, at the end of the presentation, that's when we have to do the next step. We have to ask them for a decision, right? Someone asked me if I was ready to get started, and I said yes. So I knew that I must do the same. So at the end of any presentation, I always look at my guest and ask them that simple question. Are you ready to get started? Now, there's a few responses they could give. Yes. Well, okay, I'm going to stop talking, and I'm going to go help them get started. They could say, no, you know, that's just not for me. Great, I understand. It's not for everyone, but I would like to go ahead and save you some money on your energy bill. And sometimes they'll say maybe. You know, maybe they need some more information. Well, one of the first things I do when someone says maybe is I go ahead and enroll them as a customer. Absolutely. Now, the next thing I'll do is see what it is. What is it that they need? What's the additional information that they might need so that they can make a yes or no decision? It might be that they just need to hear from someone else. We actually call that the three-way call, the three-way close. It doesn't necessarily have to be a call. It could be at the live meeting. It's just that what you're going to do is allow yourself to step out of the way. You're going to have that third-party person do the validation for you. So maybe you're sitting with someone in your own living room and they say maybe. They have a couple of questions. The best thing you can do is tell them, I knew you would have questions. Most smart people do. But I'm new at this and I really don't feel comfortable answering all your questions. Let me get someone on the phone that can help. Now, we will set that up in advance. You know, my sponsor or someone in my upline is going to have already been notified that I may need them to answer some questions in about 30 minutes. And when we get close to the end of the presentation, I will resend another text saying, may need your help in 5 or 10 minutes. I just want them to be aware that I'm out building my business and that I may need their help. So now let's look at what we've done. We've made your money back. You've learned the invitation. You've learned the presentation, right? You've learned how to let others help you. But let me ask you one of the most important reasons of all. Why'd you get started in the first place? That's what you need to think about right now. You see, for me, it was simple. I was 38 years old, and I was down and out. I was back living with my parents after had been foreclosed on for the 3rd time. Life just hadn't worked out for me yet. But one person thought enough of me to give me a phone call and ask me to drive over 200 miles to see Ambit Energy. To me, it was a no-brainer because I did not know one person that wasn't already using electricity in the state of Texas. So I knew I had to get started. I just couldn't. So I had to borrow the small investment just to get my business started. Today, my life is totally different. But it's all because I followed that same step-by-step system. So why would you do this? Do you want a new car, a new house? Maybe you just want to get caught up on your bills. Maybe it's your family. You see, I had a son that was in high school, and he was never going to be able to go to college. But since someone did share this with me, he's now graduated college, and he has no student loans to pay back. So what I learned is that I make the list, I learn the invitation, I learn the presentation, I learn how to let others help me, and I learn to teach others to do the same. That's our final step. It's simply repeat. Repeat and teach others how to do the same exact thing. And if we can keep it that simple, success is guaranteed to come your way. But it's all about getting not just you, but others from within your organization plugged into the same simple step-by-step system. I hope God blesses you with all the fortune that you've ever dreamed about with our company, Ambit Energy.
Let's talk about getting a new consultant off to a great start. To me, there's 2 things we need to do to make sure that our new business partner sticks with us long term. And the first one is getting them paid. And the quickest way to get a brand new Ambit business partner started is walk them through the sign-up process. Help them pick a nickname for their website, which counts as 2 customers. If they're in a service area, let's upgrade their service and help them become their own first customer, so their website plus themselves is 3. And then guys, we want to go get 2 more customers. As soon as we can get 2 more customers for a total of 5, they've got $100 coming back to them. And you know, it's amazing what will happen when people get paid and make a little bit of money back on their investment. The second thing we want to do to help a new business partner get off to a great start is get them plugged in the system. Make sure they're getting on the team calls. Make sure they're plugging into the weekly meetings, the webinars, the web trainings that are available. Also, try to get them to the big events. So if you want to be successful, 2 things you want to do. You want to get your new business partner paid as quick as possible, not only gathering customers, but take some time and go out there and mentor them. Help them build a business. Help them do their first one-on-one. Maybe do a grand opening, an in-home presentation, and then get them plugged into the system. All the tools that are in place to help you build your business. One of the most important parts of your business is to know why you're building your Ambit Energy business. Let's be honest, the startup cost with Ambit is not a whole lot, and which means there's not a lot of skin in the game. So it's important to know why you're building the business for a couple reasons. First of all, this is a business. You're going to have ups and downs, highs and lows. It's not always easy. There's going to be times where you're a little bit frustrated. Maybe your friends and family don't understand what you're trying to do. What's going to get you through those tough times is having a strong why. Maybe it's spending more time with your family. Maybe it's firing your boss. Maybe it's being able to donate more money to the church or charity of your choice. Whatever your why is, you need to get in touch with it. If there's a new car you want to buy, go test drive it. Go take your son or daughter to the college that they want to go to, not the one you can afford to send them to. But knowing your why will have a lot to do with your success. We like to tell people the stronger the why, the better the chance that you'll have of being successful. One of the things we always like to do with our new business partners is have them make a vision board. Sit down with your spouse or significant other and cut out some pictures and put it on a board of the things that you're going to be able to do for you and your family by building an Ambit Energy business. You know, it's fun when your family gets involved and everybody's focused on the why, because we say it all the time. The stronger the why, the better the chance that you'll have of being successful. Guys, know your why. One of the most important things for a new consultant to do when they first get started with Ambit Energy is to make a large, extensive contact list. And here's the purpose of this list. You're going to become a professional sorter. You know, don't prejudge people. People you think will, won't. People you think won't, will. You never know who's going to join your business. And we've got a lot of successful people, business owners, doctors, attorneys who are joining this company. So please don't prejudge. Large, extensive list. And then what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to start sorting through that list. You know, some of those people on that list, they might only end up being customers. That's okay. You want to make a large list. People that you're in business with, people that you went to high school or college with. Who do you send out holiday cards to? Numbers do you have stored in your cell phone? Who do you see from church? These are all potential consultants, and if not consultants, the very least customers. Now, when you make that contact list, what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to start sorting through that list. And generally, when you start sorting through that list, you're going to find three types of people. The first type of person you're going to find is somebody who's just negative and not interested. And, you know, guys, I spent a lot of time trying to educate people on what an incredible business this is. And what I found is negative, cynical people, they never change. So rather than argue with them and try to show them your point of view, the best thing you could do is thank them for your time and just move on. You don't want a negative, cynical person in your business anyway. The second type of person you're going to come across is somebody who likes what they see. Maybe they come to a business presentation, they look at your website, they watch a DVD, but the timing's just wrong in their life. You know, they're going through a health issue or a divorce, or maybe they're in between jobs. Follow-up is critical with these people. Sometimes a month, 2 months, 6 months, something changes in their life, and all of a sudden they're open to this opportunity. But the key to this business and the key to making a large list is to sort through that list and define what we call the pearls. A pearl is somebody who the timing is right in their life. They're praying for an opportunity. You've approached them at the right time. A lot of times they're business owners. They're people of credibility. They're people who are involved in their church. They look at this business. They get excited. It makes sense to them. Pearls usually get off to a great start. They go out there and get 5, 10, 15 customers right away, and they get back double, triple their investment. A lot of times they fast track to regional consultant. Here's the good news. You don't need to go find 100 pearls. Go find 2 or 3 pearls in your Ambit career and teach those people to sort through their large, extensive contact list and find other pearls. And guys, this company will pay you a whole lot of money. When my network marketing business really started taking off was when I understood what the purpose of the invitation was. One of the biggest problems that we have when we get involved in this industry was we have a tendency to get very excited, pick up the phone, start calling friends and family, and trying to explain this business over the phone. Guys, it doesn't work because our friends and family know that most of us have no idea what we're talking about when it comes to gas and electricity. When I understood that the purpose of the invitation was for one thing and one thing only, to get somebody to carve out 20 to 30 minutes of their time where I could sit down and actually make a presentation. The invitation should be short, it should be sweet, it should be no longer than 2 or 3 minutes. If you start having a lot of questions and answering a lot of questions, you've said too much. Generally, when I get on the phone for the invitation, the first thing I like to do is I like to compliment the person. I like to let them know that I appreciate their time. I appreciate the fact that they're a successful business person. And a lot of times what I ask for is I ask for their opinion, because what I found is I'm going to get it whether I ask for it or not. So I let them know, you know, I'm excited to talk to you. I know how successful you've been. I'm looking for your opinion on something I'm really excited about. And guys, you got to be excited. The reason people will look at your business a lot of times is your excitement and your enthusiasm. So when I pick up the phone and I call my friend Rob, and Rob gets on the phone, the first thing I'm going to do is say, Rob, I'm really excited about something and I need your opinion. And a lot of times they'll say, sure, what do you need me to do? And we'll get together for lunch. At that point, I've done what I was trying to do, which is just get somebody to sit down with me for 30 minutes. Now, it doesn't always go that easy. There's times where people will start asking questions. And a lot of times I'll tell them, Rob, I'm excited to sit down. I've got something I'm really excited about. And when people start asking questions, what I simply tell them is, listen, this is 99% visual. I can't do it over the phone. I would love to sit down with you for 30 minutes. And a lot of times what they'll start doing is they'll ask for more information. Tell me a little bit more. Guys, when somebody asks for more information, give them more information. You take control of that conversation. See, the way I do my business is I am interviewing for potential business partners. So when somebody asks me a question, I turn it around on them and I say, Rob, how many people do you know that use gas or electricity or who might want to go solar? And then I listen to their response, and most times it's everybody they know. The second question I ask them is, do you think they would like to pay less for their gas or electricity bill, or potentially get it for free? And then I listen to their answer to that. And then the third question I ask them is, how would you like to earn a serious residual income and potentially thousands of dollars in bonuses by referring free energy? And then I listen to their answer, and 9 out of 10 times their answer is yes, yes, and yes. How do I find out more? And then at that point, what I do is I set the appointment to go do a presentation at their home, to pick them up and bring them to a weekly meeting, to have them look at my website, to give them a Success from Home magazine, whatever I've got to do to get the presentation in front of them. But guys, you can't combine the invitation, which is the art of simply getting somebody to take a look, with the presentation. The presentation is when you give them the facts. The biggest mistake we make in this business is we say too much. We have a tendency to try to explain over the phone. That's not the purpose of the invitation. Keep in mind, the purpose of the invitation is to simply get people to look. The more you know, the slower you go. The less you say, the more you make. Make sure you keep the invitation short and sweet and just get people to take a look at this business. You know, one of the biggest mistakes I made when I got involved in network marketing was I said too much. I was a salesperson. I would pick up the phone and I would call everybody I know and just throw up all kinds of facts on my company with them. And what I realized is I was getting into what was called the valley of the death. I would pick up the phone, I'd start explaining the business, and they would start asking me questions that I could not respond to. And what I realized is the more I did that, the less confident I was. And when my team started doing that, they were frustrated because they didn't have all the answers. They felt like they needed to know more about this business, and it became non-duplicatable. So guys, one of the biggest mistakes we make is we say too much. We all have a tendency to say too much, and I understand why we do it. We're excited about what this opportunity can do for our families, but we need to follow a duplicatable system. And the purpose of the videos and the websites and all these tools and the three-way call is to simply get somebody to look. You know, this is just a basic business principle, and here's what I mean by that. Let's go back in time to 1978, and Bill Gates and Microsoft comes to your hometown. Bill Gates walks into this meeting that night, and he does an hour presentation on the future of Microsoft, the future of his company. At the end of the presentation, he lets you know that he's looking for investors in Microsoft. You've got two options when you leave there to share the information that they shared with you at that meeting that night. Option number one is, as you're leaving there, they give you a professionally done video, all the facts and figures on the company, Microsoft. They give you all kinds of positive press and credibility on the company, newspaper, magazine articles. And what Bill instructs you to do is to take this video, take this information, share it with anybody who's an entrepreneur. If they like what they see and they have a genuine interest and they have some questions, Bill Gates actually gives you his business card and says, give me a call with any of your prospects if they have questions, and I'll answer them for you. That's option number one. Option number two is you leave that meeting on Microsoft that night, heard about it from the first time earlier that evening, and you start calling everybody you know, trying to convince them to invest some money in something you just found out about 3 hours earlier. You've got no money invested yourself. Your friends and family think you're crazy. Guys, that's saying too much. We have tools in place. We have great videos, great websites. All you need to do is get your friends and family to simply take a look at this business by just asking a couple questions, giving them a little bit of information. If they like what they see, if they like the credibility on the company, if they like the websites, the DVDs, and they have questions, get one of our leaders on the phone. Get one of our ECs or NCs or even some of our SCs who are very qualified to do three-way calls. That's how we build this business. Keep it simple, keep it short, don't say too much. If you think you're saying too much, you're saying too much. There's three things we need to do to be successful in Ambit Energy. We need to gather a handful of loyal customers. We need to plug in the system. And to me, once you do those other two things, the most important thing that we do and where we spend most of our time as leaders is showing the plan, showing the plan, showing the plan. Here's what I know. Your income is in direct proportion to how many times you and your team show the plan. If you want to get the RC, SC, EC, or NC, if you want to get on a 5-star trip, if you want to get a yellow jacket, a purple jacket, or now a silver jacket, the key is to go out there and get this business in front of as many people as possible. And guys, if you're out there showing the plan, you're going to find some people that aren't interested. Maybe they've just become customers. You're going to find some people who sign up and do a little bit, but you're also going to find some people who are very excited and go on to be top income earners in this company. So get it out in front of a lot of people. Now, there's a lot of different ways to show the plan. There's no wrong way to show this opportunity. Some of the worst presentations ever have led to some incredible business partners. Some of the best presentations ever have led to people not coming in. So don't worry about how you do it. Just get out there and get in front of a lot of people. You know, people ask me, which ones do I use? I use weekly meetings. I'm at a weekly meeting from Monday through Thursday just about every single week. I absolutely love in-home presentations. I think every brand new consultant should have a grand opening where their sponsor or upline comes over, put out some light snacks, play the DVD, play the website, and then simply answer some questions. If you got to do a three-way call, there's nothing wrong with that. Also, one-on-one presentations. I spend a lot of time meeting people at Panera Bread, taking people for lunch, taking people for breakfast, going to people's homes and doing one-on-one presentations. The websites, the DVDs, the Success from Home magazine. There's no wrong way or right way of showing this business. It's about taking massive action. Again, your income is in direct proportion to how many times you and your team get somebody to look at this business. Show the plan, show the plan, show the plan. If you want to be real successful in Ambit Energy, one of the things you need to do is you need to do three-way calls, and you need to teach your team to do three-way calls. You know, the reason a three-way call is so important is because most people that join our business are not salespeople. They'll never know everything about Ambit Energy, and this gives them the opportunity to go out there and build a big business. So how a three-way call works is this. I sign up my brand new business partner. I sign up Michelle. She comes in, we help her get started. We pick a nickname for her website. She upgrades her service. She gets a handful of customers, and now she wants to start showing the business. You know, she's not going to just wait around for the Tuesday night meeting. She wants to get fast-tracked to RC. So the goal is to get the business in front of as many people as possible. And what does she do? Well, she calls me up. Actually, I prefer a text message. She sends me a text that says, Ray, are you going to be free at 8:30 tonight? Now, when somebody texts me, I want to know the time that you need me to be on the phone, not the time that the presentation starts. So Michelle sends me a text and says, I'm going to be showing the presentation to my neighbor tonight at 8 o'clock. Will you be free at 8:30? And I simply text Michelle back and say, sure, I'll be free. So what happens is at 8:30, I'm waiting for the call from Michelle. She calls me up. I answer the phone. She makes an introduction of her prospect. She tells them a little bit about me. You always want to build up the person you're doing the three-way call with. You want to make sure that your prospect knows that you have somebody who's successful in this business, who's had success, whether they're an RC, SC, EC, or an NC, maybe they're a 5-star trip winner, whatever awards they've got, whatever they've done in this business, you want to let that prospect know about it so they know that they're speaking with somebody who can help them get to where they want to be in this business. So Michelle does a great job. She shows them my picture on the Success from Home magazine, which is a great credibility piece. I recommend everybody have those. And then Michelle introduces me to her prospect. And the first thing I do is I always thank the prospect for their time. I let them know that Michelle's off to a great start, that they're in great hands, but I'm here to help them in any way, and I'm here to answer any questions that they might have. And then I listen to their questions, and a lot of times they'll ask me about certain states. I get a lot of questions about free electricity. I'm getting a lot of questions about solar, and I will answer their questions to their satisfaction. Now, when I'm done answering the questions, I always make sure to give them my phone number. Either Michelle will give them my phone number, or I'll ask them, do you have a pen and paper handy? And I let them know if there's anything I can do to help you with your business, feel free to give me a call. This is what I do full time. And by the way, we have an entire system in place to help build your business. We do live web presentations. We've got conference calls. We've got weekly meetings. We've got 2 team websites, everything in place to support you and your business. The reason I give them my phone number and the reason I let them know about my system is when a prospect is looking at Ambit Energy in this business, there's 2 questions they're asking themselves. Question number 1 is, can I do this? Can I really make money with this opportunity? And you know, guys, the fact that all we do is gather a handful of loyal customers and find other motivated people, the answer is usually yes. The second question they ask themselves is, will somebody help me? Well, guys, if you're part of our team, the only way you're going to fail is if you just don't do anything or you don't plug into anything that we do. Otherwise, there's a system in place to guide you and help you get to the top of Ambit Energy. I hope this really helps you. You know, some of the keys to this business is just don't quit. You know, here's the deal with this business. Every single one of you is one conversation away from an explosion in your business. And the key is just don't quit.
In this video, we're going to talk about customer gathering. The goal at this point is to simply release your first JumpStart bonus of $100. This will recoup your initial investment and set you up to be proficient in helping others do the same. More detailed trainings on evaluating energy bills, overcoming objections, and signing customers are available in the daily method of operation. But to launch, this video will give you all the information you need to get paid right now.
It is important to begin by treating your business like a business. To do this, we want to give you a brief tutorial on the mindset of gathering customers. Let me ask you a question. If you spent $250,000 to open a restaurant in your city, and you were doing a grand opening on a specific night to attract your first loyal customers, how serious would you be about people coming to try your food and service?
You'd probably be pretty serious about it, wouldn't you? If someone in your family said, "Oh, I'm sorry, the Italian restaurant down the street has a dinner special for $5.99 that night, so I won't be able to make it," you'd say, "I don't care about their special. I just spent $250,000 opening this restaurant and you're my family. I need you to support my grand opening and come try my service."
That's right. What if your best friend said, "Yeah, I know you have a restaurant now, but I've been going to Luigi's down the street for a long time, and I really don't want to try something else"? You probably wouldn't stand for it. You'd say, "Dude, I just spent $250,000 opening a restaurant, and you're my best friend. I need you to support my grand opening and come try my service."
Or find new friends.
Exactly.
The examples are endless, but you get the point. You now own a business that can produce thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars over time. This is a huge deal. If you have a close relationship with a family member, business partner, or friend, have it in your mind that it is imperative that they support your grand opening of your business by becoming a customer.
With this mindset, it's obvious that you should become your own first customer if you can. Therefore, the very first step to getting paid is to enroll your own account if you're in a service area. You can do this at your website at yourhandle.joinambit.com.
Now it's time to gather a few more customers to release your JumpStart bonus. In most markets, you will need 3 total accounts. If the customers are signed in Texas, then you will just need 2 accounts to release your first bonus. If you've already signed your account, then you'll be closing in on this total fast.
This can happen especially quickly if you have multiple accounts in your name. Remember, Ambit can do residential and small commercial accounts in many areas. For instance, a person who pays a bill at home and another bill at the office would have 2 different accounts to enroll. We have friends that have multiple accounts that they were able to enroll whenever they first signed up, and it made it really easy to release their first bonus.
Don't worry if you can't be your own first customer though. Many of the top money earners in the company couldn't become a customer when they joined.
Believe it or not, I couldn't even be a customer when I joined. I lived on a co-op in Austin, Texas, so I couldn't choose my provider at the time. But that didn't stop me from releasing my first JumpStart bonus. I simply found people who lived in markets that we could service, and I asked them to be my personal customer.
Whatever market you're in, the main thing to understand about customer gathering is this. We, as Ambit Energy independent consultants, are not salespeople. It is not our job to convince anyone that it's a good idea to spend money on electricity or natural gas.
In the proven customer gathering process that you're about to learn, you'll find that our rates on electricity and natural gas, and even the free energy program that everybody talks about, are not serious driving factors in asking someone to become your personal customer in Ambit Energy.
Here's the secret. Most people that you have a close relationship with are typically willing to do you a favor, especially if it won't inconvenience them in any way, won't cost them anything, and it will save them money.
People love saving money. To gather customers, the key is to simply ask your friends, family, and business associates if they would do you a huge favor and let you take a look at their energy bill. This is the process in all cases. No matter where the customer comes from, the process always begins with you getting a copy of their energy bill at their residence, business, or any account they have in their name.
So here's the game plan. Begin by making a written list of 20 people that you know that owe you a favor or you would believe support you in your business. This list typically consists of friends, family members, and business associates. Once you have the list ready, your goal is to simply get your hands on as many energy bills as you can from that list and sign them as Ambit customers.
You can use the customer gathering script on this page or in the workbook to ask someone to take a look at their energy bill. It really is a simple process. The most important element of the invitation is to inform them of why you are doing this business, your reasons for being involved. Let them know what being your customer will mean to you and your family. Most people will make the decision to be your customer based on the relationship that you have with them and your definiteness of purpose on why you are building your business.
Getting your hands on their energy bill will allow you to do two things.
First thing it'll do is it'll allow you to analyze the bill and make them feel comfortable about switching.
Second, it will give you the information that you need in order to enroll. In most markets, there's a number on the bill that is required to make the switch. This is often called the Electrical Service ID number or Choice ID number. Without this number, you won't be able to enroll the customer.
Once you get your hands on the bill, ask a business partner like one of us for help evaluating it. There are further trainings on this later in Daily Method of Operation, but in the beginning, just rely on a business partner to help you. Once you've evaluated the bill, it's time to ask them to become your customer.
You can do that by saying, I took a look at your bill, and it looks like I can save you money with my business. If it wouldn't inconvenience you in any way, won't cost you anything, actually save you some money, would you do me a huge favor and try my service? Then remind them of your reasons for being involved. This is your why.
If at any point in the process the customer has questions, put them on the phone with a seasoned business partner to answer their questions. It is not your job to answer questions in the beginning. Your only task is to get your hands on the bill. We will help you with the rest until you're properly trained.
When they say yes to being your customer, gather the information you need from them and sign them up. You will do this at your handle .joinambit.com. You will often have much of the information you need to enroll them on the bill itself.
Get with your sponsor to know what information you'll need in your particular market to enroll the customer. It will typically be the name, phone number, email address, and billing address of the person you're signing. The specific information from the meter will be available on the bill.
Once you have enrolled the customer, they will need to execute the third-party verification call to bring their account into pending status. The number to dial will be available on the page where the account number was generated, or an upline leader.
The customer has to make this call themselves immediately upon enrollment. You cannot do the call for them. It's extremely important to understand that. This is a third-party verification service, and it's there for a reason. You can help them with the call, but they have to be the one on the line doing the verification and saying yes or no to the questions.
This phone call will move their account into pending status. It is at this point that bonuses will be released and qualified consultants will be recognized for promotions. Always make sure they call the number immediately upon enrollment. Your bonuses and promotions depend on them making the call as soon as possible.
Once this process is complete on your first few customers, you'll have a check on the way and be off to a great start towards earning your first $1,000 in commissions. You'll also have an understanding of how to help others do the exact same thing.
Hi, my name's Brian McClure. I'm a national founding consultant with Ambit Energy, and I'm currently the #1 income earner in Ambit Energy. And I wanted to share with you today just the importance of the psychology of gathering customers. You know, if you think about it from your own personal perspective, you wouldn't like a friend or a neighbor or coworker to try to sell you something. You know, they're talking to you about a lotion, potion, or pill, and you know how this is going to make you feel, and doing a feature benefit presentation. And if you buy my product, it's going to do this for you. You know, very early on, if a friend calls you up, or a neighbor or coworker or somebody that's close to you calls you up and tries to sell you something, you get that feeling. And if you think about what you do mentally is you shut down. You know, you go, I've got to listen to this person. I really am not interested in this. I can't believe they're trying to sell me something. Well, the psychology of customer gathering and Ambit Energy is telling, not selling. You know, if you think about it, you don't like to be sold anything, but you don't mind talking to a friend about how you might be able to do them a favor, what's going on in their life, or just being able to help in general. You know, generally speaking, people are wanting to help other people if there's an opportunity for them to help. Generally speaking, people don't like to be sold anything. So the psychology of customer gathering is to tell, not to sell. So a lot of people that get involved in our business are, hey, I'm a great salesman, this is going to be a piece of cake. Those people struggle in our business. You know, in the methodology of how to gather customers, which is the next that I want you to play, we're going to go over it step by step of how you're going to ask somebody to be your customer. So remember, the psychology of customer gathering tells you, don't sell, just tell. I just shared with you the psychology of gathering customers, and now what I want to do is share with you the methodology of gathering customers. And over the years, what I've seen is that about 98% of the consultants that come into our business that are not coached on the methodology of how to gather customers approach gathering customers in this way. What they do is they call up their friend or their relative or their neighbor, and they immediately start to talk about the savings. They'll talk about how excited they are and how they need them to become their customer, and they'll talk about the savings that they're going to get, and they'll talk to them about if you get 15 customers, how you can get free electricity or free natural gas. And what I can tell you is leading with the savings and leading with all those benefits absolutely unequivocally is the wrong approach to gathering customers. In fact, my experience shows me that if you take that methodology and you apply it to your warm sphere of influence, what's going to happen is you're going to get somewhere between 1, 2, or 3 out of 10 people that you ask to be your customer to become your customer. However, what I want to do now is I want to teach you the methodology that works. It'll take that number and move it to 5, 6, or 7 out of 10 that you ask to be your customer will become your customer. And here's what we do. It's a 4-step process. First off, we're going to ask them, would you do me a favor? So we're going to ask for a favor or ask for their help. Second thing we do is we tell them why we need the favor or why we need the help. And then the third thing that we do is we talk to them about the credibility of the company so that they know that it's a very viable company. And then the fourth thing that we're going to do is we're going to talk to them about the facts of how trying our service is no risk to them and so on and so forth. So let me just give you a little example. Let's say I've got a good friend, his name's John. He and I go fishing together. Our families know one another. A couple of weeks ago, John had a flat on the boat trailer, called me up. I went over and helped him change it. So I'm going to call up John and I'm going to say, hey, John, it's Brian. How you doing? Great. You know, I'm going to cut right to the chase. I'm going to say, John, the reason I called is I need you to do me a favor and I need your help with something. Well, sure, Brian. What is it? Well, let me tell you first that it's not going to cost you anything. It's not going to change anything you're doing now. And in fact, you're probably going to save some money. Could I count on you for a favor? And a lot of times they'll say yes, or sometimes they'll say, well, it depends on what it is. And then so they'll ask you, well, what is it? What do you need? What favor do you need me to do? Well, before I tell you that, John, so now we're going into step 2, why I need the favor. And my why for being in Ambit Energy is my kids' college fund, you know, and so I'm going to explain to them, you know, when we went fishing a couple of weeks ago, John, and we were talking about the fact that Betsy and I just hadn't done a good job of planning and putting away for the kids' college fund. Well, that's why I need your help, because if you'll help me and become a customer for me, what'll happen is that I'll get my first promotion with the company. My first promotion with the company gives me a 55% pay increase. And with that 55% pay increase, John, what happens is that I'll be able to fund the kids' college fund. So that's why it's important to you. And let me tell you what I've done. So now we're going to go into the credibility of the company. What I've done is I've partnered with a company in Dallas called Ambit. And Ambit was founded by the grandson of the founder of 7-Eleven, or the Southland Corporation. You've heard of 7-Eleven, haven't you? And they always say yes. Well, what they did is they went and got an energy partner, Shell Energy Trading, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Royal Dutch Shell. And if you don't know, Shell Oil is the 3rd largest, 2nd most profitable corporation in the world. And so now we're going to go straight into the facts. And what I need you to do is just to try my service. So never ask them to switch or change, just to try the service. What I need you to do, John, is just try my service. There's no cost to that whatsoever. In fact, when you try my service, you're going to save a little bit of money, and nothing's going to change for you. You're still going to get your bill. But most importantly, if I can just get a couple of customers that'll position me for that first promotion, and John, when I get that first promotion, it'll help fund the kids' college fund. Can I count on you for your help and just ask you to try the service for me? Now notice I didn't talk about the savings. So at that point, John can say, sure, I'll try the service. And a lot of times they will. About 2 out of 3 of 10 will just at that point, without understanding what the savings is or anything, they'll just try the service. But let's say he says maybe, or he needs to think about it or what have you. Then you're going to say, well, look, I understand that, but John, I haven't even told you the best part yet. And then very sincerely, you're going to tell him, you know, John, I would never ask you to spend more money or do anything that would be detrimental to your family. I'm only asking you to do this favor because you win and I win at the same time. So could I count on you to be my customer and just try the service? And oh, by the way, John, if for any reason you're not satisfied, I'll help you move back to the other. Well, let's say he still says maybe. So John, you know, it's like I said, not only are you going to save money, but we're going to give you some nice incentives for just trying the service. There's not going to be any change to what you're doing currently whatsoever. All I need for you to do is to do me a favor and help me out and help me get that first promotion. Can I count on you? Now, if John still says no, what I'm going to say is, well, John, look, I'm not going to hold it against you as a friend for not being my customer. I understand that. But what I am going to do is tell you that I'm out of the favor business. You know, a couple of weeks ago, you called me and you asked me to come change a boat trailer tire for you, and I came and helped you. Well, if you need some help in the future doing something, what I want you to do is call Con Ed and they'll come out and help you. We're still going to be good friends, but I'm out of the favor business if you can at least do me this favor when it's not going to cost you anything. In fact, it's going to save you some money. Now, some of you all might be looking at this video saying, man, that's pretty strong. That's pretty rash. Well, I went into this business understanding that it was $1 million a month business to me and my family. And so I do have an attitude about it. And if I have helped somebody that is close to me, I'm going to expect them to try the service. I'm not going to lose a friendship over it, but I'm going to expect them to at least try the service. So I am going to get an attitude about it, because in this business, you only need to get a handful of customers to qualify for all of the compensation in the marketing plan. And go out there and gather customers, and don't forget, it never hurts to three-way on somebody in your organization that has a little bit more experience than you to ask that friend or that relative to be your customer and give you a helping hand in the process. So if you'll follow this customer gathering methodology, what you'll find is, again, you're going to get 5 to 7 people that you ask to be your customer. But you can check with the person that's in your business to understand what those differences in the offer would be, and it's the exact same methodology. And keep in mind, this is not a script. This is a methodology, so you want to sound natural, you want to put it on your own words. Good luck in going out and gathering customers. Do it quickly, do it often, and welcome to Ambit Energy. In this last step, I want to talk about some tricks and traps that you're going to run into in this business. You know, there are things that have been around forever, and those are negative people. You know, you have a lot of people in your life that'll steal your dreams and try to tell you that you can't do something. You know, all the time in my seminars, I ask people, you know, how many people in here want to be in the top 1% of the income earners in the United States? You know, and everybody in the room raises their hand. Well, you know, by definition, that means that you got to leave 99 out of 100 of your friends behind in order to do that. And so as you go out and you gather customers and you ask people to take a look at our business and asking them the 3 questions and send them to Energy 526, you're going to find a lot of people that are going to say, no, I'm not interested, or they're going to tell you why this business isn't going to work, or they're going to try to negatively influence you in one way or another. And you know, we started the process in step 1 talking about your why you're in the business. And again, if you're interconnected to the why, you know, I would ask myself, well, am I going to let John telling me no to being my customer get in the way of funding my kid's college fund? You know, if you really start to think about the interrelatedness to why you got involved in this business, and if somebody tells you no, they don't want to be your customer, or no, they're not interested in being a consultant, or why your business isn't going to work, you know, it really doesn't matter. You just go on to the next person. Understand going into this that not everybody's going to be your customer. Not everybody's going to be your consultant. But the beauty of our business is that you only have to get a small number of customers. Remember, 5 customer points to get your first promotion. And you only need to get a small number of consultants to get that first promotion as well. So you just stay focused on 526 and you'll be very, very successful in this business. And the faster you can do it, the better your story is going to be duplicated moving into the future as you continue to build a big Ambit Energy organization. You know, there are a few resources that are available to you, and being new in the business, you may not know where to go and look for them. However, for today, what you want to do is go and subscribe to the email subscription list. That sends out an email to you and gives you the topic that we're going to talk about on our leadership call, which is 9:30 every Sunday evening. And then you also want to go into your PowerZone. So in order to do that, you go to www.ambitenergy.com. and you'll see a place to enter in your consultant number, which is the C number with the 7 digits you got when you joined Ambit Energy. And then you'll put in your password and you'll go into your PowerZone. Now in PowerZone, there's a lot of information. There are a lot of different documents, terms of service, that sort of thing. It's also where you're going to track all your customers and all your consultants. You're also able to see how and when you're getting paid. And then in addition, it's going to give you all the schedule for the meetings that are going on around the country and the schedule for the national conference calls. You're going to want to tie into the meetings. You're going to want to tie into the national conference calls. So that's a great resource. In addition, if you have a question about, you know, what happened to this customer or something that consultant support can help you with, anything to do with your payment or your checks or anything at all, you can call consultant support. And remember, it's a toll-free number and you get unlimited calls. It's 877-302-6248. Again, that number is 877-302-6248. Again, I want to welcome you to Ambit Energy. I'm here to help you build a huge Ambit Energy business. I look forward to our future together, and let's go do it quick, let's go do it big, and let's go get your why together.
The fuel for this great machine we have, Ambit Energy, are customers. So we do two things. We show people how to save money on electricity, and then we show other people how to do the same thing. We just gather a handful of loyal customers, and it's nothing major, you know, it's not anything massive. It's just about 20 customers, and you can qualify for any bonus that's out there with Ambit. So that's what we're going to talk about, is gathering customers and how do you do it effectively. So with that being said, getting your first few loyal customers, some of the things that you want to do is obviously to call people that you are absolutely closest to, your absolute best friend, your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. I mean, people that really know, love, and trust you and will really do what you ask them to do. And so you want to reach out to them, call them, ask them how they're doing. And this is really a genuine conversation that you're having. So you're not just going to reach out and say, hey, Tian, how you doing? Hey, man, I really want to tell you about what I got going on. Well, no, you want to ask, hey, Tian, how are you doing? Hey, how are the twins? Man, how's your older boy doing? Does he like playing with the new twins? Okay, how's your wife doing? You know, and you catch up and you really have an organic conversation. You really ask them how life is going, what's really going on in their world, and listen to them. And then as, you know, you get going, a lot of times they'll say to you, well, hey, man, how are you doing? What have you got going on? What's up with you? And, you know, you can say something along the lines of, you know, I need your support with something. I've started a new business and I'm trying to gather a few loyal customers. If it wouldn't cost you anything extra, would you be my customer? That's one of the things that you really need to write down, guys, is that if it wouldn't cost you anything extra, would you be my customer? That's a very straightforward answer for people that you know, love, and trust. And 99% of the time, they're going to say, well, absolutely, I'd be your customer. It didn't cost me anything. It makes perfect sense to me. You can call them up and say, again, hey, Tian, how are you doing? And listen, okay, guys? And I can't say that enough. Pause. You're calling them with an agenda, and you want to just plow right into it. That's the natural thing that you want to do. And so just slow down a little bit and just say, hey, how are you doing? What's been going on in your world? Hey, how's work? And really listen to them. Go through that process, slow down just a little bit, and wait for them to ask you, how are you doing? What have you got going on? Kind of the next thing is, you know, I'm calling to see if you can support me. I'm preparing for a training tomorrow night, Saturday night. Be specific in tomorrow night at 7:15. I'm going to be talking to Tien Bowie. He's in my upline. He kind of helps me out, and he's doing a training with me, and I'm trying to collect maybe 5 or 10 utility bills. Is there any way you could send me over a copy of maybe your gas and electric bill? I just want to take a look at them. And you're not selling them anything. You're not trying to sell them how many kilowatts you can save them, how many therms. You're not trying to, you know, none of that. It's just looking at their bills. And frankly, most of the time when you're brand new, you really don't know what you don't know. use that to your advantage. If somebody asks you, what's your rate or this, that, and that, honestly, I don't even know. I'm just trying to do some training, and I just calling a couple people that I trust, that trust me, so that I can look at the bill with them and go over it, and so I can figure out what I'm doing. And easy enough to go online and figure out this rate or that rate, but guys, there's a lot of moving parts there, and you're far better off just to gather those bills. Don't talk to them about rate whatsoever. You want them to send you a copy of the front and back, the full bill. And, you know, if they say, oh yeah, sure, I'd be happy to do that, then make sure that they send you all the information so that you can, you know, definitely put that together for them. Now, as you continue to kind of gather those customers, you're continuing to do that follow-up. So Steve, I'm using Steve an example. I used TN earlier, but so Steve says to you, sure, yeah, what are you doing? Well, hey, look, can you just send me a copy of your gas or electric bill? And sometimes they might say no, or they might say why. And that's okay. If they do that, it's just because they might think there's some sensitive information on it or something along those lines, and they just kind of want to know what it is that you're doing. Not a big deal. What you would do then is state your why. Now, guys, I cannot impress upon you enough the importance of your why. It's a very interesting deal, and I talked a little bit about my kids going to college, but I'm going to go a little bit deeper level because you have to be able to articulate your why when you're going through this, okay? And I'll talk a little bit more later in depth on that. It's so important. Okay, so Doug Parker, the reason why I'm doing it is because I've got 2 kids in college. Well, that's great and everything. Those people that know me, I've got a 26,000 square foot building here in McKinney, Texas, where I operate my business out of. Till a few months ago, I had a convertible $100,000 car that it's kind of tough for me to ask somebody, hey, would you help me out? It's going to really help me if you sign up. I make 5 cents per month on your bill. And so that wasn't really an effective way to go about doing it, but here's what was effective for me. The legitimate situation where I want to leave the money that I've saved for my kids' college in there. And I've got a daughter that's an absolute superstar. Her name is Valerie. I love her to death. She just finished her first year of college at Dallas Baptist University, where it costs about $170,000 to go to school there. She's got a scholarship because she's a track athlete, and she's pretty good. She's very smart, and she works hard, but she wants to be a teacher. And what I don't want her to do is to graduate and have to have any kind of student loans or anything that would prevent her from, be distracted from being a great teacher if that's what she ultimately elects to do. And teachers don't get paid a whole lot of money, and I want to make sure that she graduates without absolutely any debt whatsoever. So with that being said, I've started a part-time business to help out Valerie to really get her where she's going in life and that she can graduate without any student loans. And it's in the energy space, so I'm trying to learn a little bit more about the market, and it would really help me if you'd send me a copy of your bill. Okay, so guys, that's how you articulate in this conversation what your why is and how it's important to be able to tell others, because sometimes they'll tell you, oh man, I'll get around to it when it's convenient for me and all this, that, and the other. And you got to be able to say, man, this is important to me. This is what I'm trying to get accomplished. This is why I'm doing this, and it would really help me out. Will you please take like 4 or 5 minutes out of your busy day, just grab a copy of your bill and get it to me. Now, some common objections that you may run into. Somebody may say something to you like, well, what's your rate? I'm under a contract right now. Are there any deposits? I don't like change. And that's a big one, guys. I don't like change. None of that matters at this point when you're just trying to get a copy of their bill. Again, you just reiterate, hey, look, TN, I'm really just trying to get a copy of the bill because I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. Man, we're buddies. You trust me. I trust you. Just send me a copy of your bill so I can look at this thing. I mean, I'm not trying to switch you. I'm not trying to do anything to you right now. I just want to get educated so I don't look like an idiot whenever I'm out there doing what I do. Okay, does that make sense? Great. Okay, please give me a copy of your bill. Now, if they continue to drill you on some of those things, then there are some things you can do, and you can say, hey, you know what? I'm brand new at this. And one thing I'll tell you, being able to say that you're new at something, guys, most people don't expect you to be an expert. And Malcolm Gladwell, one of his books, I think it's A Tipping Point, he talks about it takes 10,000 hours before you become an expert. Okay, so 10,000 hours. The average person works about 40 hours a week, and 40 hours a week, there's like 2,080 hours in a year of work hours. So that's like 5 years of working at something before you become an expert. So you could easily tell somebody, I'm kind of new at this, I'm not an expert. Let me get a little bit more information for you. And you can get someone in your upline to help you out. That's something that you can use to your advantage, that you're not an expert just yet, okay? And you don't have to know it all. As a matter of fact, in this business, it's actually better if you don't. Smart people sometimes struggle because they get to figuring it all out, and then they skip steps, and they create something that's effective but not duplicatable. And this business is all about duplication, okay? So make sure it's not about what's effective, it is about what is duplicatable. So that's real important. Some other things that you may run into as you kind of get through there, if they're just kind of just continuing to wear you out, again, it's just saying, hey, look, it would really help. It'd be a huge help to me. It'd really help me out if you could just send me a copy of that bill for my training. Even if they say, well, I don't want to switch. I love, TXU in this area, or I love, the current, provider I've got. Hey man, I get it. I'm not trying to change you. I just want to see if you could help me out so I can look at this stuff and get a little bit more for my training. So anyway, there's different ways to get the bill. So let's talk about that real quick. The easiest way to get a copy of a bill, I've done this several times, just actually in the last couple of days. Hey, do you get your bill emailed to you, or do they mail it to you in a regular mail? Oh, I get it emailed to me. Great. Can you check that email on your cell phone? Yeah, absolutely. Pull it up real quick. Type in the search bar. Boop. Look for this. Email it over to me real quick. That sends you a PDF. It's nice and clean and easy. That is the absolute, by far, best way to get it. If they're at their desk, they may have it on their desktop computer or what have you. In addition to that, they can take a picture with their phone and then send it over to you. Now, what I recommend in that case is get a copy of the front and the back of it, or all pages. Just tell them to snapshot, take a couple shots, text them over to you, and then you've got them, and then that way you can look at it, what's important or not, because a lot of times they'll take a picture of something and say, oh, I'm paying X cents per kilowatt. And on that particular line item, they are paying X cents per kilowatt. The problem is that there's a whole bunch of other fees that are on there that adds up to 50% or 100% more than that, and that's really what they're paying. So I'd ask them to send me the entire bill and all pages of it so that I can review that with them. And so if they have any questions or concerns as you go through that process, you want to rely on, your business partner. And your business partners are the folks that sponsored you, your upline regional consultant, senior consultant, and executive consultants, and even your national consultant, depending on kind of what the relationship is there. But the reality is you want to reach out to the people that have the experience, okay? You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. You want to spend time with people in this business that know what they're doing. Get them involved early and often. Sometimes they have more to gain in the deal even than you do. So get them involved. They get paid to help you out. So it's really good to do that. There's a lot of things that you may or may not know of. And as you've probably heard in the past, repetition is the mother of learning. Okay, so repetition is the mother of learning. You might have heard something one time and think, oh, that sounded really good. And then you go back to another training and you're like, oh, I like that. And then you try it out for the first time and you're like, because you have never practiced it before. Perfect practice makes perfect. Not just practice, okay, because you can practice over and over again the wrong way to do it and it will not be effective. So what you got to do is practice perfect stuff. Write this stuff down, say it to yourself in the mirror. You practice it until you get it perfect, okay? Amateurs practice till they get it right. Professionals practice till they can't get it wrong, okay? So it's very, very important there. So whenever you reach out to your upline, there may be questions that relate to deposits. There may be questions as it relates to letters of credit. There may be questions on contracts, the contract links, termination fees. Always call your upline to help you out on that because it really is very, very important. Now, let's say that you go through the motion and you've gotten a copy of the bill and you look at it and, I'm looking at a bill right now and I think this person's paying, 14.4 cents a kilowatt, a real bill right here in front of me. And they give you the heads up, the green light. Okay, Doug, I am good to go. Let's do this. Because our rate right now is 9 point whatever cents a kilowatt. Okay, so thumbs up. We're good to go. I really want to pause here and go over this. It is extraordinarily important that you enter this information for them and get them signed up. Not send them a link, okay? Not go through and say, hey, well, I'll zip you over the link, man. You get signed up. You just put your zip code in there and you go from there. It's pretty simple. Follow the bouncing ball. The problem is people get busy. They get sidetracked. They have a dog barking in the back, a kid screaming, somebody knocks on their door, their neighbor, something happens, and before you know it, they never get around to it, okay? And then it becomes where you're calling them, wearing them out. Hey, did you get signed up? Did you get signed up? Did you get signed up? And then they tune you out. So it's far better. Say, hey, I just need to get a little bit of information from you real quick. We'll get you started. And then you do the input on your computer. Now, after you've done it 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 times, you know it like the back of your hand. You know what the next screen is. You're going through it. But remember the first time you sign somebody up or yourself up. It can be a little bit just, well, hey, so are they currently an Ambit customer? No. Okay, you go to the next page and it says, oh my goodness, so is it this provider or that provider? And then, if the customer doesn't know, they exit. They don't normally continue on. So you want to do all that for them, going through it. Another thing is when people sign up, there's things like putting brackets or dashes in the telephone numbers that can be a problem. You want to do it so that you can smoothly go through everything for them. Guys, third-party verification, know what that number is. There's nothing worse than seeing a customer that signs up, everything's good to go, and they go to the little gray status where it's pre-verification, it's gray dot, and then it's gray dot, and then it's a gray dot, and then it's a black dot, and it failed verification, okay? That is not good, guys. And so if you don't know what I'm talking about there, third-party verification is where they call in after they've signed up. They call in from the telephone number that you put in the system for them, their mobile number, their home number, their work number, and they dial 866, and you need to be writing this number down and memorize it, okay? 866-942-6248, because it means nothing for you to get an account number assigned, and you get an A number, and oh, you got a new customer, woohoo, that's great. And then if they don't third-party verify, it will basically go inactive, and you got to start the whole process over, and time kills deals. If you don't get them signed up and go through that third-party verification, I might have had one or two ever that, I don't even think I've ever had that. Honestly, I think all the ones, and I've had 2 or 3 or 4 of them before I really figured this deal out, that went to that black status and went to the pre-verify failed. I don't think I've had any of them reeled them back in before. So it's very, very important. 866-942-6248. And they call it from their number. And so when I'm talking about the importance of it, guys, know this. It's also very important that they do it. They have to do it. That is designed for a third party to verify our customer switch so that nothing underhanded is happening. There's nothing that would question anyone's integrity, like switching someone without their permission and those kinds of things. So it has to be the person, and then it's if they call in to the number from their telephone number on that third-party verification, it's an automated call. It takes 3 or 4 minutes. They press 1. Okay, I selected this program. Okay, select 1 to verify your address. And then it'll tell them to say their name. They say their name, and it's pretty much done. It's a very simple, straightforward process. One thing in Texas specific is there's an ESI ID. It's like a 17-digit. It's too many numbers to know how many it is. Most people don't remember that unless they're looking at their bill. So you want to make sure and prepare them for that. That is the number that you have verified it, and then they press 1 to keep that going. Because a lot of times, if they don't know their ESI ID number, they're like, I don't know if that's right or not, and they'll delay it. So go ahead and press 1 on that. Those are just a couple of pointers, guys. You can tell them how to log into the customer care site, because that's a great thing to be able to do from a convenience standpoint. And then I really want to highlight this as well, because you are taking sensitive documents, things like social security numbers and dates of birth and those kinds of things. Make sure that that sensitive information is properly disposed of, okay, if you wrote it down anywhere, okay? And when I say properly disposed of, in a cross-cut shredder, make sure that it is properly disposed of, because you definitely don't want to, have any information sitting around or anything along those lines. The one thing that I will kind of share with you about sensitive information, also know that just because of whatever your particular preferences are, it doesn't mean that's everybody else's preferences. And I had a young lady maybe a month or so ago when I was at a meeting that I was talking to her about, signing people up and putting their information in the system, and she goes, "You ask people for their social security number?" And I was like, absolutely. Like over 200 times I've done it in this business, and I've never had one person ever tell me no. 100% of the people say, okay, it's like it's part of the normal process. Now, she just in her mind, which is a good thing to protect her own identity and such, was basically saying, I don't know that I would give my social security number to anybody. But just because you might not give yours doesn't mean that they won't give you theirs. Okay, so don't let your insecurities become theirs. Okay, don't let that happen to you. Like I said, to this point, I've never had anybody that wouldn't give it to me, and so just be aware of that. Also, a letter of credit. If someone were to come back with a deposit, there are a few things for deposit waivers. And again, this is, I think, specific to Texas, because the other markets, they don't necessarily have deposits. So I just want to make sure that you know that. But a letter of credit is where in the last year, not having more than, I think it's 1 late payment in the past 6 months or 2 in the last 12, may be tightened end up a little bit more than that, but you can get a letter of credit from their current electricity provider. And then that way you can get a deposit waived if that winds up being problematic. If they're over the age of 65 years old, there can be a letter of if there's some medical issues, if they're indigent, there's some things there, or a victim of family violence. So there's a process they can follow there. It helps out with getting those deposits waived if there's an issue in Texas. And then also the deposits can be split if they're the upper end deposits on an apartment or on a home. I think it's over 120 on an apartment and 210 on a house. But bottom line is that you can, work with people. The other thing that I tell people, and guys, this is a little bit of a side note, the reality is people that have credit issues, and trust me, I've dealt with them for 2 decades, they know they've got credit issues, okay? It's not a surprise to them whenever the first question when they ask you when they're signing up is, do y'all have deposits? It's because they know they got bad credit, okay? So it's not going to be a surprise to them. Yeah, but our deposits are typically pretty low, and they really are compared to the market. You go through and it comes back with a deposit at an apartment of whatever, $80 or $120, whatever the case is. I'm like, hey, great news. You only had a $120 deposit. What credit card do you want to put it on? And normally they'll say, oh, I want to put it on whatever. Or, hey, can I pay that at Ace Cash Express? Because they know they got bad credit. They're used to that kind of stuff. Again, don't let your issues or lack thereof confuse the situation with their issues, because the reality is they know the situation they're in most of the time, and we can save them a bunch of money a lot of times, even if they require just a small deposit. So always appreciate your loyal customers. Send them a thank you note, send them an email, call them personally, let them know what's going on. I typically like to set an Outlook reminder as a month before when they're going to expire that already has their account number, their telephone number, and all that, because I've got it fresh in my system. I'm working on it right now. Whenever the Ambit stuff comes back in, you kind of got to go back into PowerZone and pull it up and all that kind of stuff. I just like to do it right when I sign them up. I think that's very helpful. Also, mail them some business cards. You'd be amazed at the people, if you especially have a good experience and somebody's talking about, oh my goodness, the Texas heat, at some point it's 100 degrees here, and they're like, I cannot believe how much my electric bill was. And they go, oh, hey, call my buddy Doug. This guy really took great care of me. Here's one of his business cards. If it's convenient for them, they've got it. A lot of times they'll do that for you. Secondarily to that, if you're up north, it may be a really cold winter. And they're like, oh, my gas bill was outrageous or whatever. But if they've got your card handy, you want to make it as easy for them as possible to help you out. That's one of the things that business cards are extraordinarily cheap in this day and age. And I'm not saying for recruiting consultants and all that kind of stuff. There's some different things there. But when it comes to just customers, I would give those things out like candy. They don't cost hardly anything. You can get 1,000 of them for like $50 or $40 or something nowadays. I highly recommend, sending out 15 or, so cards to each one of the new customers that sign up so you can keep that machine flowing, and then help them get their free energy. Let them know that, hey, they too can earn free electricity and free gas. It's a great program that's open to our consultants and our customers. And the great news is, guys, that goes into your downline. You get paid on that. And if you have someone that's a beast that winds up just signing up like 10, 12, 13 people in the first month or so, are you telling me that wouldn't be a great person to go back to and say, hey, look, you know what? I really want to show you this business again because obviously you're pretty good at this. And that gives you another opportunity to kind of take a second bite at that apple with them. Ask for referrals. Ask for, their friends, their family members. Is there anyone else that you know of that could maybe take advantage of this program as well? It makes a huge, huge difference there, guys. So the last couple of things I want to kind of highlight is on electric bills. And again, this is primarily in the Texas market. But in Texas, there is part of the bill, and it's on every single bill it's supposed to be on there. I've seen it on about 99.9% of them, but it says the average price you paid for electric service this month was blank cents per kilowatt hour, excluding taxes and non-reoccurring blah, 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 blah. Bottom line is, guys, you can analyze the heck out of a bill. I mean, I literally had someone I was talking to the other day, and they had this great spreadsheet, and it was fantastic. And I'm like, something is not right. It's real super simple how you look at, what a bill is. You take the dollar amount and divide it by the kilowatt hours, and then that is what you're paying per cents per kilowatt hour. So it's real simple to do that. The bottom line is, you just look at the bill, and it tells you, in this case, the bill I'm looking at is 14.4 cents per kilowatt. So in this area here in Texas, I think the rate is like 9.3 9.3 cents or 9, something like that, 9.4 cents a kilowatt or whatever. The bottom line is, guys, I don't get down to the nth degree. Some people that we deal with are turbo analytical, and you might be turbo analytical, and that's great. But that's about 10 to 15% of the population. Most people, they just want to know basically, how much can you save me, Doug? Okay, how many kilowatt hours? I don't know what I'm paying. It seemed like a good deal when I did it, okay? But you look at it, and you've got somebody that's 14 cents a kilowatt, and we know we can get them for 9 cents a kilowatt. We can save them, that's something like 30-40%. And, their bill I'm looking at is $200 a month. If you save 30% on this one, that's about $60. Extrapolate that out over 12 or 24 months. When they're saving massive amounts like that, and I'm telling you, I see them every day, when they save 30-40%, I always say, why don't you do a 12 or maybe even a 24 month? Because the reality is, it's not likely that the rates are going to drastically go down. There is a pretty good chance that the rates could go up. I mean, if you look at gas prices just in the last couple months, they went from like $1.30 or $1.50 here in Texas to $2 something a gallon already, okay? I don't know what that's going to do to electricity, but what I do know is rates are pretty affordable right about now. So extrapolate that out over 24 months. And what I mean by that, if they're saving $60 per month, that's like $700 a year. That's like $1,400, $1,500 over the next 2 years. What would you do with an extra $1,400 or $1,500, Mr. Customer? And I would ask them that, because that's nothing to sneeze at. That's significant, and that makes a difference. When you start talking about percentages and this and that, I mean, guys, you'll get lost in, like, you're like showing them a spreadsheet and they're like, their head starts spinning. They're like, well, hey, you gave me a bunch of great information, man. I'm going to take this and I really want to, process through it, and I want to think about it, and I'll get back with you when I get around to it, and then tomorrow never comes. So look at it, get a ballpark, get a pretty good idea, extrapolate it out over 12, 24 months, show them how much they can save, and then just, hey, what would you do with an extra $1,500? Now, one other thing I want to tell you guys is sometimes the savings is not that significant, okay? Sometimes it's a situation where it's a guaranteed, 2 or 3% or whatever in some of the other markets. So I want to talk about that real quick. If somebody tells you, well, hey, I'm only saving whatever percent, and it's only, like $5 a month, just ask them a question. If I were to every month, if I were to show up on your doorstep and I took a $5 or a $10 bill and I set it on your doorstep and I hit the doorbell, I ding dong, and then I ran away, and then you had a $5 or $10 bill sitting there on the floor, would you reach down and grab it? Okay? And I'm telling you, I heard that, somebody told me that the other day, and I thought, that's about as good as it gets. Well, absolutely I would reach down and grab it, and they would too. Okay, guys, it's going to take a few minutes for me to do this, but it's very painless. We're going to upgrade you to Ambit Energy and get you away from those other people that have been, overcharging you for how many ever years. And yeah, I get it. It's saving you $5, $10 a month. But the reality is, that's $5 or $10 a month. Again, extrapolate it out. Over next year, it's $120. That's like once a year, I just come by and drop a Hunsky on your front door and hit the ding donger and I leave. Okay? Would you pick that $100 bill up? You dang right you would. Okay? So let's do this. It really helps me out. It's going to help my daughter out. It's going to help her graduate from college debt-free, so that if she wants to be a teacher, and my daughter Valerie, she's been volunteering to church for the last 3 or 4 years. The kids love her. The world will be a better place if she's a teacher, and she'll help and make a difference for a lot of kids. Now, come on, let's get this thing done. Let's move forward and let's go. Okay? That's how you get over, and go through that process if it's a situation where it's not such radical savings. But that one hit me like a ton of bricks when I heard that one the other day. Another thing when you're looking at bills, guys, look for things in the Texas market like a Flex 12 plan. That's likely it's a 12-month plan, but you just want to look for statements like that on there. And I can't say it enough. On every single bill that I've seen in Texas, like I said, with the exception of just a very, very few, it says the average you paid for electric service last month was blank cents per kilowatt, okay? Guys, that number is the same number we match it up with Ambit that says our rate is, 8.8 cents a kilowatt on 6 months, or 9.4 cents on, 12, whatever the numbers are. Those numbers correlate with one another, okay? It's not a situation where you're looking at and trying to map out, well, how much is for this and how much is for that. That number is the same number we're comparing to. And again, when they're at 12.8 or whatever the case is, that's including delivery charge, all that kind of stuff, excluding the taxes, which are minimal. I mean, they're like $1 or $2 a month normally. So anyway, that's that. Again, the last thing I want to kind of bring up to you guys is if you have a bill that doesn't have that on there and you're trying to figure out what it is, you take the dollar amount, divide it by the kilowatt hours, and then that is what your average price is per kilowatt hour. Pretty straightforward. Now, it may be off by a couple bucks or something. It's not going to be off in a major way. It's going to get you close enough that the average person is not going to get it down to the nth degree in their spreadsheet and kind of stuff. You're just trying to get them a pretty good idea. I can save you some money and it helps me out, okay? And that's really what it boils down to. So write that down, that you take the dollar amount divided by the kilowatt hours. The other thing is third-party verification. That telephone number is 866-942-6248. Very important. Make sure that you enter the information for them so it's nice and convenient and easy for them. And then also make sure that you destroy any sensitive information that you have and shred it and make sure that it is gone. So with that being said, guys, that concludes my customer gathering information. And we want to appreciate your time and hopefully that you got some information you can go and apply and help grow your business and accomplish your why.
Hello everyone. Dr. Ryan, Executive Consultant with Ambit Energy, here today to go over customer trainings, exactly step by step how to go about gathering customers inside of this business. And I'm going to teach you the psychology and the verbiage you need to go out there and effectively gather customers. Now I'm going to go over a 3-step approach on how to go about gathering customers. And step number 1 is asking for support. And let's say I have Mary, and Mary is my sister. And I'm going to call up Mary, and I'm going to attempt to enroll her as one of my first customers. This is the way I'm going to go about reaching out to Mary. I'm going to call up Mary, and I'm going to say, hey, Mary, how you doing? Mary's going to say, I'm doing good. I say, hey, Mary, you got a couple of extra minutes? I want to ask you something. And Mary says, yes. I say, great. Mary, look, I need your support. It's not going to cost you anything. It's not going to change anything you're doing right now. And in fact, it's going to save you some money. If that were the case, Mary, can I count on your support? Naturally, Mary will turn around and she'll say, what is it? And I'll say, well, Mary, it's not going to cost you anything. It's not going to inconvenience you. And you'll save a little bit of money with nothing changing. If that were true based on all of the support I've given you in the past, Mary, can I count on your support? And I just ask it again. Usually when you go about asking the question the first time, they'll come back and they'll always say, what is it? And then I'm basically just going to repeat the same exact question back to them, just in a different way. Now, Mary says yes. Usually when you ask the question a second time, they'll say yes. I'll say, great. Now I'm going to go into step number 2. Step number 2 is telling them why you need their support. So I'm going to say, Mary, I started a part-time business that's actually going to allow me to fund Josh's college education. And like I said, I'm not calling you to ask you for any money, but your nephew Josh is headed to college in a few years, and I got to taking a look at his account and where the savings was for his college fund. It is not where it needs to be, and doing what I'm doing now is not going to get it to where it needs to be. So I started a part-time business that's going to allow me to get Josh's college fund to where it needs to be. To really use your support in this new business that I got started with, and you'd be a big help if you'd be able to help me out. Now what I did there was I shared my why with her. You see, what you want to do is you want to have a strong, compelling why. And the stronger your why is, the more effective this customer gathering approach will be. Because people will become your customer to support your why more likely than they would become your customer just to save a couple of bucks on their energy bill. So that's why you always want to be able to share your why, and you want to know what your why is, and you want to hold it in front of you and be willing to share it with people. Because now in this step of the process, if Mary's saying no, she's saying no to helping her nephew Josh out of his college fund. You see where it's going with this? So you want to be able to have a strong, compelling why that you can share with your potential customers. Step number 3 is telling them why you need their support. And the way I'll go about doing this in this example is I'm going to be referring to a company called Con Edison. And that's just the local incumbent in the area that my sister Mary lives in. Now you're going to use the incumbent provider of the potential customer in your approach. So the way I'm going to go about doing this is I'm going to say, hey Mary, do you recall receiving a letter from Con Edison informing you that you have a right to choose your energy supplier? And some people might say yes, and some people might say no. Either way, it doesn't matter. And then I'm going to say, Mary, Were you aware that Con Edison buys energy from multiple sources and then they resell it to you as a consumer? Mary might say yes, might say no, either way, it's okay. And then I'm going to say, hey Mary, listen, that's great, because you could actually tell Con Edison to buy energy from a less expensive source and pass those savings on to you. And what I get paid to do is educate people that they can choose to save money by simply telling Con Edison to buy it for less and pass those savings on to you. So basically what I'm asking you to do is become a customer of mine. Like I said, not going to cost you a dime. Everything on your bill is going to stay exactly the same. Can I count on you to become my customer and support my business? And if they say yes, I'm going to say, great, grab your bill and I'll get you enrolled right away. It's only going to take 2 or 3 minutes. And then I'll go ahead and I'll get the information on their bill. I'll go online, I'll go to my website that's linked to me. I'll enter that person's account information and put them in as a customer. Things don't always go so smoothly. They might not always say yes to becoming a customer, and that's okay. They might offer you some kind of rebuttal, some kind of objection, and you want to be able to professionally handle those objections. So one of the big objections that we get is I want to think about it, or I want to talk to my husband, or I want to talk to my wife about it. And the way you're going to go about handling that objection is, this is the way. I'm going to say, hey Mary, listen, I know you don't completely understand this. So it boils down to trust. Listen, if I opened up my own restaurant or my own coffee shop, would you support my business? And of course Mary's going to say, yes, of course I would support your business. And I'm going to say, well Mary, this is no different, except in this case your support won't actually cost you a dime. Instead, it's actually going to put money back in your pocket. And Mary, I've done my due diligence. I would never ask you to do anything that would hurt you and your family. And I'm telling you that I can help you save money with nothing changing. So please be one of my regular customers. It's only going to take a couple of minutes and it would really mean the world to me. Really simple way to handle this rebuttal. I'm just saying, hey look, if I had a traditional business, of course you would support me, wouldn't you? And they're going to say yes. And I'm going to say, look, this is no different, except you're not even spending any money. And it's only going to cost you a couple of minutes of time. Would you please support me in my new business? So you're basically just comparing it to a traditional business, and really this is no different. A more general way in handling a rebuttal or someone that gives you an issue in becoming a customer is I'm going to just lean on that relationship with them. And I'm just going to ask them a simple question. I'm going to say, hey Mary, do you think I would ever ask you to do something that would hurt you or your family? And of course Mary's going to say, no, of course not. Obviously you would never ask me to do anything that'll hurt me or my family. And then I'm going to say, well, Mary, I'm not about to start now. Do you trust me? Of course Mary's going to say yes. And I'm going to say, look, this is important to me. And it would really mean a lot to me if you would become one of my first few customers and support my business. Another rebuttal that you'll get, another objection that you'll get is, I did this before my bill went up. And I'm going to handle it by saying this. I'm going to say, Mary, if for any reason your bill were to go up, I would get you right back to where you were before. So you really have nothing to lose by just trying it out. So can I count on you to demo my service and support me in my new business? Once in a while, you'll get a question, who is Ambit? Or what is Ambit Energy? And the way I'll handle that is I'll just give them the facts. I'll say, you know, Ambit Energy was a company that was actually recognized by the Inc. 500 magazine as the #1 fastest growing company in North America. In 2010, we were ranked highest by J.D. Power and Associates in customer satisfaction. The company itself is actually based out of Dallas, Texas. It was started by the 7-Eleven family, and we've been in business since 2006. Right now, we're servicing over 1.2 million customers, and we even have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. So just hit them with some quick facts about who Ambit is, some quick credibility, and then I'll immediately go into, hey Mary, can you go ahead and grab your bill? It'll take a couple of minutes to get you enrolled as a customer, and I appreciate your support. Once in a while, you'll get another rebuttal. Do you have a website I can look at? And a lot of times this is really just an excuse not to take you seriously. And the way I'll handle this objection is this way. I'll look at Mary, or I'll talk to Mary over the first time. Hey, Mary, if I was working part-time as a broker for an insurance company and I said that I could save you money on your homeowner insurance and your car insurance, would you ask me to take a look at my insurance company's website? Now, she might say yes, or she might say no, and I'll say, look, if so, what would you even expect to find? You see, a lot of times when you get this objection of, I want the website to look at, it's really them not taking you very seriously. So the way you want to handle this is by just quickly telling them, you know, what do you really expect to find on this website? Because they're either going to trust that you're going to take care of them, or they're going to not trust you. And this is going to work either way, because you're quickly going to find out if this was really a serious objection or if they were kind of just blowing smoke and not taking you seriously. So at the end of the day, this customer gathering approach is all about gathering trust and support from your circle of influence. And the number one reason that people fail in customer gathering is they go out and they try to sell rates. When you go out and you try to sell rates to people, you turn into a salesperson. And let me tell you something. People do not like salespeople. So you always want to lean on the support and trust factor when you're gathering customers, because you'll gather a much loyal customer than if you go out and selling rates. And what I'll tell you is, if you go out selling rates, you'll probably have about a 15 to 20% rate of success. If you go out and you do this approach properly and you follow my 3-step system on gathering customers, your results will shift to about a 75% rate of people becoming your customer once you become effective at this approach. So I hope everyone appreciated the training today and learned something and gained some value. Again, this is Dr. Ryan, Executive Consultant with Ambit Energy, here to teach you exactly step-by-step how to go about gathering customers, people you know, love, and trust that be willing to help and support you. If you found some value in the video, appreciate everyone out there so much, and look forward to seeing you all over the world.
Hi, next I want to share with you the 3 approaches that I see people use in Ambit Energy and the success rate of each of those 3 approaches. First, people will try to sell people into becoming their Ambit Energy customer. And it sounds something like this. Hey Mary, it's Brian, how you doing? Hey, fantastic. Hey, listen, I just joined a new company, it's Ambit Energy, and we're going to save you X% on your energy. We have a guaranteed savings program, you know, and you're going to get a free getaway weekend for 3 days and 2 nights, and you're going to get free energy, you're going to get a free website. It's going into a feature benefit presentation to try to get them, or what I would call convince them, to be your customer. And what I can tell you now that I have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of customers and well over 85,000 consultants in my organization, is that if you use that approach, depending on who you are and who you're approaching and your credibility with the person that you're approaching, you're going to gather about 1 to 3 customers out of every 10 that you acquire. So the second approach you can use with Ambit Energy is what I call the favor approach. Just calling up a friend, a relative, a coworker, a neighbor, somebody that you know, love, or trust, and asking them to do you a favor. If you really think about it, in the psychology of asking somebody to do you a favor, people want to help, you know? And if you've done a favor for somebody, that's one of the first people that you'd want to call. So you're going to call up your friend Mary and go say, hey Mary, it's Brian. You're going to check and make sure that it's a good time and that you're not going to get interrupted. Hey Mary, you got an extra couple of minutes, I want to ask you something. And Mary says yes. And it's going to go something like this. You're going to say, Mary, I really need you to do me a favor. It's not going to cost you anything. It's not going to change anything you're doing now. And in fact, it's going to save you some money. And if that were the case, Mary, could I count on you to do me a favor? And Mary's either going to say yes, or she's going to say, what is it? So if she says, what is it, you want to repeat that again. Well, Mary, it's not going to cost you anything. In fact, it's not going to change anything you're doing now. And in fact, you're actually going to save some money over what you're spending right now. And if that were true, based on all the favors I've done for you in the past, Mary, if all those things were true, would you do me a favor? And you're not going to go any further in the process until Mary says yes. So as soon as Mary says yes, then you go into the feature benefit. Well, I've joined a company called Ambit Energy, and they're a retail energy provider here in the state of Texas, or they provide electricity and gas here in Albany, New York, or whatever is appropriate for your particular market. And you're going to go in to start talking about the free energy. But it's that commitment that when you ask for that favor, that'll have about 3 to 5 out of 10 people you ask will become your customer, versus if you use the feature benefit approach, or approach number 1, where only 1 to 3 will become your customer. So again, you're going to increase your odds, almost double your odds in getting somebody to become your customer by using this approach versus a feature benefit approach. The third approach by far is the most successful way to obtain customers in your Ambit Energy business. You know, people ask me all the time, Brian, should I talk to Mary about being my customer, or should I talk to her about becoming a consultant? And so in the third approach, you're going to talk to Mary about becoming your consultant. What you're going to do is you're going to use the simple system that's available for you to review here on topambitleaders.com. You're going to make a written list. You're going to invite people to take a look. They're going to look via the internet or the DVD at the presentation, and then they're going to go into validation with the 3-way call, or take them to a meeting. And through that process, they can say one of 3 things. They can say, yes, I want to become a consultant. At that point, you sign them up as a consultant, let them become their own first customer. Or they can say, no, I'm not really, the timing's not right, I really don't want to become a consultant, whatever it may be. And at that point, you sign them up as a customer. So if you'll go out and you'll approach people on your written list to become your consultant, you're going to have a number of them that, for whatever reason, whether it's financial or the timing's not right, or they just don't see themselves doing something like we do it with Ambit Energy, you're just going to sign them up as a customer. And what I'll tell you is this: with thousands upon thousands upon thousands of consultants in my business and hundreds of thousands of customers, what we find is about 8 out of 10 people that say no to the business opportunity, in other words, don't want to become your consultant, will become your customer. So you can use approach number 1. Approach number 1 is going to get you about 1 out of 3, and that's the feature benefit approach, where you're trying to sell them the Ambit Energy service. Or you can use approach number 2, where you're asking them to do you a favor. And you're going to get about double the success rate of approach number 1, somewhere between 3, 5, maybe 6 out of 10 to be your Ambit Energy customer. Or you can talk to everybody you know about becoming a consultant with Ambit Energy, and you can get 8, 9, maybe even 10 out of 10 to become your Ambit Energy customer, because they're really, really comfortable with the company and they understand the power of them becoming a customer and what a great favor it would be for you and your family in building your financial dreams. What does Dave have to be able to sign up in the business, and he's ready to start right now? He's got to have a website. He's got to have a sponsor. So he's going to go back to Bob and say, man, this is great. I want to do this. Is Bob in or out? When Bob goes back to Sue, in or out? When Sue goes back to Mary, in or out? When Mary goes back to Joe and says, hey, I talked to Sue, and Sue talked to Bob, and Bob talked to Dave, and he's this huge financial planner, this huge sphere of influence, young guy, got a lot of excitement, already got his mom interested. Joe, in or out? They're all in. Folks, it's kind of like the old way of popping popcorn. You pour the oil in, you pour the kernels in, you turn the flame on at the bottom, and you're sitting there with the pot. And you're doing this, and you're doing this, and you hear the sizzle. What do you inevitably do? And all of a sudden, pop, 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 pop. Could you pop the popcorn if the heat were on top of the pot? See, that's where you are. You're on top of the pot. Look at that. You're at the top. And you're trying to pop the popcorn down below you, and you're emanating all this heat from the top of the pot, and you're wondering why the popcorn won't pop. You've got to show them that this business will work for them. There's a little company started back in the 1800s, and the name of that company is, it's got a global footprint today. It's called Coca-Cola. And when Coca-Cola first started, Coca-Cola, you'd take syrup and you'd squirt it into a glass and put carbonated water and stir it with a spoon. And as a distributor for Coca-Cola, you were very limited to where you could get a point of distribution, because it was very labor intensive to serving a Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola continued to do the research and development, and the distributor for Coca-Cola was charged with not worrying about how they were going to bottle it or pre-mix it or do any of the innovative things that came a little bit later on. Their whole job was to get more points of distribution. And the more points of distribution they could get, the more servings of Coca-Cola they could dispense, and the more money they would make. Well, then all of a sudden somebody came up with the idea, what if we could pre-mix Coca-Cola and put it into a bottle? And so they perfected that. They spent whatever they spent to make that happen, and the distributors' distribution points exploded. Why? Because it didn't take any more labor to distribute a bottle of Coca-Cola. It took less labor. And so now all of a sudden they could get ice from the ice houses, put Coca-Cola in bottles in it, and put it in front of a gas station or in a lot more places than they could before, where it required all that labor to have that serving of Coca-Cola. And their points of distribution exploded. But folks, the distributor for Coca-Cola did not do the research and development to figure out how to get that Coca-Cola into a bottle. They may have said, hey, this is a great idea. Take that, pre-mix that Coca-Cola and put it into a format where it's in a bottle. They may have come up with the idea, but Coca-Cola did the research and development. I get questions every single day. What's the next state? What about this? What about that? Who shot John? I don't care. My job is to get points of distribution. I mean, folks, you're all worried about a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't matter. The reason that the incomes are exploding in this business is you can distinctly understand that the people that understand this is about points of distribution has got nothing to do with electricity or gas. We've got the perfect product, unconsciously purchased and habitually used. Do I have a license with the Public Utility Commission of the state of Texas? No, I'm not in the utilities business. So what happened with Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola went along and somebody came up with mechanical refrigeration, and they came up with the vending machine. And I hate to admit it, but I'm old enough to remember the single glass thing where you could look through it and put your nickel or your dime. I don't remember the nickel, but I do think I remember the dime in my young age. Put your dime in there, open that thing up, and pull that Coca-Cola out. What happened to the distributor's job was to get as many of those Coke machines as dispensed as possible. They didn't worry about how to build the Coke machine. All they had to do is how to learn how to collect the money and teach people about this new device. Well, then the vending machine expanded, and all of a sudden, instead of one glass window, there were 6 buttons on it. And Coca-Cola did the research and development and came up with Coke and Sprite and Diet Sprite and all these different products. And the distributor continued to put out more and more Coke machines. And every time that Coca-Cola went and added a new product, a Sprite or a Coke Zero or whatever, the money that distributor made exploded. Every time Ambit Energy goes and opens up a new state, your income is going to explode if you focus on points of distribution. So now, a company came along with a real innovative idea. The name of that company was Snapple, and it was a lightly carbonated, fruit-flavored beverage. And they worked 10 years, and they built their distribution independently. And they were an independent company, and they were wildly successful, making millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. And Coca-Cola sat back and watched and watched and watched. And they let Snapple educate the marketplace. And they let Snapple do what they did. And then 10 years into it, they decided they were going to come out with a competing product called Fruitopia. And folks, the first day that Fruitopia hit the shelves, because of the points of distribution, all the convenience stores, all the vending machines, worldwide distribution, the first day Fruitopia came out, they sold more Fruitopia than Snapple had the whole previous year after 10 years. That happened because the Coca-Cola distributors understood that if they were going to sell their product, it was all about points of distribution. It had nothing to do about the product. They weren't worried about Snapple. They stayed focused on continuing to launch product after product after product. You see Coca-Cola today, they've got Diet Coke and Cherry Diet Coke and Vanilla Cherry Diet Coke and Vanilla Diet Coke. And if that wasn't enough, they come out with Coke Zero. Do you understand what one more row on that grocer's shelf is worth? Hundreds of millions of dollars. Because they know they have the points of distribution. And Coca-Cola's never gone away from its distributor model. Think about it. If you're a distributor for Coca-Cola, because you worked hard and those distributorships are passed down generation after generation after generation. It's very atypical that one's ever sold, maybe in a nasty divorce or there's some circumstances in the ownership that force the sale of one. But why are those distributorships passed down generation, generation, generation? Why did Jerry Thompson and Chris Chambless put in our policies and procedures that when I pass away, my family can reap the benefits and my kids' kids' kids can reap the benefits off of me going out there and building a distribution network? They did it because they're good Christians and they understood that that was the right thing to do, and most network marketing companies don't do that.
My light bulb moment, the day I switched to Ambit.
I needed an electricity company that was simple. That's why I switched to Ambit.
I wanted a no-nonsense proven electricity company. So I switched to Ambit.
Switch to Ambit Energy, one of the fastest growing electricity companies in Texas, and see what everyone else has already discovered.
Dynamic system that we have with Ambit Energy, and this is really the core of our business. And I was just got off a three-way call, actually literally a minute ago, and they had sort of asked me questions about how do you gather customers, what do we do, and the key to our business is helping people get their first paycheck and helping them gather their first loyal customer. You do need to know your why quite often, because it's important to know why you're doing the business, because there's got to be something, the light at the end of the tunnel, a reason why you'd want to build Ambit Energy to reach something in your life, whether it's additional income. And no people say all the time, yeah, I joined Ambit Energy because I want to make additional income. And that's great. But what would you do with that income? Would you build up your kids' college fund? Would you build up your retirement fund? I mean, what would you specifically do with that income, with the additional dollars? And the more you can express that to other individuals, the more success you're going to have in the business, because this is really a face-to-face or over-the-phone type opportunity where you got to block and tackle and talk to people. It doesn't work as well when you send a text message or an instant message, because that person really can't tell your heart on the other end of the phone, because it's a text message. But if you're talking to them on the phone, they can hear your voice inflection. They can hear that, this is something that's very important to you and it's going to help you achieve a specific goal. So the way that you interlock your why with trying to get a loyal customer is, this is a specific example. We got a couple examples. They don't have to be word for word. Here's one of our first examples. Hey, Steve, how are you doing? And then you just listen. Now, most people, generally speaking, they will tell you how they're doing. Just be prepared that you may have, a conversation that comes across for that, and that's fine. You want to build a little bit of rapport, especially if you haven't talked to somebody. I'll give you this quick tip, because every speaker is going to do things a little bit differently. I just want to add my little bit of flavor to it with being with the business for 8 years, especially if you're calling people that you haven't talked to in a long time and you're, trying to get a loyal customer. Number one, we try to start with people that you already have a relationship with. Those are close family members, friends, that they would know when you call them, they would answer the phone, and you just ask them how they're doing, and they'll just give you a brief update. But for people you haven't talked to in a long time, you can prep them a little bit easier just by when you call them up, say, hey, Steve, I know we haven't talked in a long time. I do want to catch up and see how you're doing. And that's important to me. And I know how you're doing, but I also called to ask you for your support. So how are you doing? And then generally speaking, they'll be a little bit shorter on how they give you information about what their life and how things are going on. So you kind of just prep that as a quick tip. But hey, Steve, I need your help with something. I've just started a new business and I wanted to see if you would support me and my wife, if it wouldn't cost you anything extra. And you just need to pause and let them ponder that. Okay. Most times they're going to say, hey, sure. What are you doing? And then you just go straight to what you want them to do, which is a call to action. Hey, can you send me a copy of your electric or your gas bill? And sometimes they'll say, sure, why not? And then most people be like, well, if they say no or why do you want it? That's when you put your why in there. Well, hey, Steve, as you know, I've been a former, I'm band director, teacher, and I'm super busy. And the reason why I started my business is because I wanted to make some additional income. So by the time my kids were born, we wouldn't have to put them through daycare and my wife could not have to work anymore. And it's really important to me as I build this up while I'm teaching. I'm also building toward my retirement. Would you just help me with my training? I just need to understand the energy market a little bit better. Send me a copy of your bill. So the end goal here is to get a copy of the bill. Now, the more you try to sell them, and this is the worst thing that you could do. Well, it's not the worst thing that you could do, but it's one of the things that'll get you the least amount of results. If you call your brother up and you say, hey, bro, how's it going? He's like, oh, I'm doing great. What's up? Hey, how much are you paying for your electricity? That's pretty much the worst thing you could say, right? Or you call him up, hey, bro, do you want to pay less for your electricity? That's definitely not that, because what we're not trying to do is sell electricity. We are trying to help people save money, but we're not trying to ask them, do you want to save money, or who do you pay for electricity, or how much do you pay? We're asking them to support us in something that's important to us, okay, or important to you. Here's a second example. Hey, Steve, how are you doing? And just listen. I'm calling to see if you can help me out. I'm preparing for training, and you are training because you're going to send this bill to your upline, your senior executive, and I need some electric and gas bills. Do you have an old copy you can give me? Now, most people would be very okay with giving you an old copy of one of their bills, but they could give you a new copy. Doesn't matter, but your goal is to get them to give you a bill because you are doing training. You're trying to learn the energy market and try to see as many different bills as possible. If they ask why, again, you can tell them a little bit more. Hey, I'm working towards my kids' college fund. I'm working to retire my spouse, or I'm working to pay down debt. If I've had this health condition, et cetera, and I really need to make some extra cash part-time to be able to pay that debt down. And I just, I partner with an energy company. It's been helping customers save money for years, matter for decades. Do me a favor and just send me a copy of your electric bills for my training. That's what we really want. Now, there's this whole category of what we call our objections, where they're going to say something to the effect of, they want to know more information, or, they're not comfortable with giving you electric bill unless they get their question addressed. So here's some examples. They might say, what's your rate? Because I really have a great rate already. What you're going to do with objections is not disagree with their objections. You're going to agree with them, and you're going to validate where they're coming from and say, hey, I'm sure you do. And part of what I'm asking for is you to help me with my training. Our rates vary from region to region. I don't have them memorized. And once I see your bill, I'll know what's exactly available. What I generally also say to that is, hey, I would really like to see that bill because I'm trying to get training in the marketplace. I would love to see that low price that you got and the great deal that you got. Just send it over to me. It's going to be a huge help, and it'll kind of help me learn what the competition is doing. And most people are like, oh yeah, I'll send you my great rate that I have. And the bottom line is most people don't really know what they're paying, and what they think is a great rate is not always the great rate that they think it is. But here's a couple other examples of objections. Hey, they might say, I'm in a contractor. I like TXU. I've been with them for 50 decades. Or, hey, I've been with Eversource in Massachusetts forever, and I don't like change. Whatever they say doesn't matter, blah, 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 blah. You just say, hey, not a problem. And part of what I'm asking you for is to help me with my training. And that's all I'm asking you for. Just send me a copy of your bills to help me learn the marketplace. I heard you loud and clear. You love Eversource. You don't want to mess with anything. Just do me a favor and send me that. Eversource is the Massachusetts company, and try to diversify between Texas and other markets. But and then they could say, hey, are there deposits? Obviously, in the non-Texas markets, there are no deposits. But even in Texas, it's rare. But what I'm asking you for is to help me with my training. So you're always going back to the call to action, which is help me with my training and allow me to just gain some experience in the market with the company I'm working with. So here's some ways you can get the bill. Easiest way is have them take a picture, the detailed section of their bill. This is a huge note. Now, if they send you a picture from their cell phone and they take a picture of their bill, just make sure you ask them that it's not blurry on their phone before they send it to you. Because if it's blurry on their phone, guess what? It's going to be blurry on your phone, and you won't be able to read the detail either, okay? So if they get it, by email on their phone, that's great. You can ask them to pull up. They can take a screenshot. If they don't know how to do that, you can get with your upline and be able to go from that process. So here's some other common objections. Once you get the bill, in touch with your sponsor, SC, you can learn how to review them And the other thing is make sure you pull up the rates and plans on your Join Ambit site. So if your web handle is Bob, you would type in bob.joinambit.com, and then you'll know exactly what's offered in the area. But again, don't do these first couple of customers by yourself. Get someone on the line that can help you, that has experience, to make sure you know exactly what that customer is going to save on their bill, and also if there's any type of penalties, because we do have contract break fees here in Texas, and we also have some in the Northeast and the other states where sometimes they charge them $10 a month, sometimes they charge them a $50 flat fee. You just want to make sure that you know what's going on, so you can set the expectation up that you're there as a personal consultant for them. So if they do have any questions or concerns that you're not sure about, maybe you don't know how to answer that, just let them know what you're going to check with your partner and see what you can get the answer for that question. I mean, don't make something up and then later have to go back and be like, oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't really true. Just always tell the truth and be incredibly honest, and then go from that point from there. So there's also deposits, letter of credit, contract termination fees. I mentioned that briefly. You don't have to know all that information. Just, get with your sponsor, get with your upline SC or EC, and see what solution that you can come up with, and don't assume that you can't work around their situation. Okay. So here's some other common objections, as far as people may be going online to look at Google reviews. Sometimes they may see things about lawsuits, consumer affairs. There's a website called pissedoffconsumer.com. Those are the unaccredited websites, those first three, okay? So, as we know, anybody can file a lawsuit against anyone, okay? There don't have to be any merit with it. There don't have to be any proof of anything of wrongdoing. What I can tell you is over the past 10 years, every lawsuit that someone's tried to file for Ambit, they've always been defended, and there's nothing that's come out of that besides it getting overturned, because Ambit does things the right way. Now, obviously, they have to protect themselves from people that, want to take advantage of frivolous lawsuits and things along those lines. But that exists in a number of different areas of business and personal life, accidents, all types of things. ConsumerAffairs.com, we want to kind of, talk about the pink elephant in the room, because the second you tell someone, hey, don't look at the pink elephant, what do they think about? They think about looking at a pink elephant, right? Well, Consumer Affairs is an unaccredited website where basically people can put negative comments on there, and even our competition can add negative comments about us. There's not much we can do about it, because that company charges companies to remove negative content reviews from their website. So they charge them money to do that. Ambit doesn't participate in paying them money to get reviews removed from Ambit, and generally speaking, the amount of complaints that we have is far less than most other companies. Still less than about 600 complaints overall. If you go check AT&T, you check Bank of America, Wells Fargo, you're talking about thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands of complaints that are all unaccredited. So that means that customer doesn't have to verify who they are. It's just a complaint website. And, advertisers pay to get their company on there because negative press sells. So what we want to do is share with them, positive information of third-party credibility sources such as the Better Business Bureau, which we've had an A+ rating since 2007. And then the J.D. Power and Associates, we've run multiple top awards, #1 in customer satisfaction in multiple states for the past 4, 5, 6 years. And then also Inc. 500, we've been on the Inc. 500 5000 the last 6 years in a row, and debuted as a #1 fast-growing private company in America back in 2010. So we're here to just share facts with them. So as they share this information, you can certainly let them know that that's available, but there's a difference between unaccredited websites where customers haven't verified that they actually are customers, and like the Better Business Bureau, where every complaint has been resolved in a timely manner. That's why we have an A+ rating. So signing up your customers, very simple information we're going through here, but you want to write all the information down first, because if you type the information in the computer, and sometimes when you tab to a different field, it may delete that information. So make sure you get all their information down on paper and do the work for them over the computer, while they're over the phone with them. Go through that process with them and help them complete the verification by making sure that they have the number. And you can basically just give them a number, say, hey, as soon as we hang up, call this number, answer all the questions yes, assuming that all the information is correct, and then you'll be good to go. So you do need to make sure you furnish that information to them, because in some markets in the Northeast, it is a live operator, and it has to be a live operator, and they will ask them for all the account information from the customer to furnish it to them. So you got to make sure they have the information handy. And you get all that information on your sign-up screen as well. So when you complete third party, then you can talk about the travel benefits, the free energy. And then lastly, make sure you destroy all the sensitive information. You don't want to be caught having that information get anywhere to where someone's personal information is out anywhere. Okay, so make sure you take care of that personal information. Now, in summary, you just have to know your why. You know, it's important to know why you're doing the business. Number one, because it'll help you stay in the business throughout the seasons of life with Ambit. I mean, there's going to be periods where you talk to 15, 20 people and you feel like you're just hitting your head on a brick wall. But then that 21st connection is your next consultant who has a wealth of experience and knowledge in their industry. You know, I got off the phone with one of my consultants and did a three-way call right up until, you know, this webinar started at 8 o'clock a couple of minutes ago. And this lady's a realtor and has a certain demographic where there's a very loyal base to that ethnic background. And so that's some place that we've never been able to enter in our team, and having that voice of someone who's well respected in the community as a realtor, very successful, they have a higher tendency to want to, you know, do what's recommended by them. So that's a great value in itself. But my point is, know why you're doing the business, because that'll help you get through the seasons and better explain to people why this is really important to you. And that's what you're asking them for. This whole training is about asking someone to support you in your business by giving you a copy of their utility bill. And then focus on support. Number two, just focus on the word support. I mean, I like the word support because whenever you think of a nonprofit that calls you for donations, they never say, hey, can you do our charity a favor? They say, can we count on your support? And most people, it's difficult for them to say no, you know, in general, when a charity calls. Some people it's not, but overall, you know, you want to ask people for their help and their support. And number three, get a copy of the bill. Make sure you get the copy of the bill. It's the most important thing that we can do to verify that we're actually going to save them money. Keep in mind, that's how Ambit makes all of its revenue. The $50 million in sales that we do every 2 weeks with the company is based on those customers that are paying less money overall consistently with our company, whether it be billed by Ambit here in Texas or whether they get the same bill in the Northeast and they just have the supply change. So nothing changes for the customers up there. And that's all about getting a copy of that bill and verify what's going on with it. And generally, you know, review with your upline and get them signed up. You know, if you have a question about entering the customer in, don't do it by yourself. Get help, get support. If it's got to be done like right now, and you texted your upline there and they're on three-way calls and they tell you, hey, I'll get back to you in 10 minutes and that's not fast enough, then you can always call customer care. I had that actually happen about 2 hours ago. You know, one of my regional consultants had been inactive in the business for a while, needed to sign a customer up. Her website wasn't on, call consultant support, and then they walked them through getting the website back on and also helping them enroll the customer over the phone because they had all their information. So, you know, there's a number of different ways you can get support in the business, but the biggest thing is reach out often. And, you know, once you've done those steps, you've got your first couple of customers, you work your way towards getting your first bonus. And then after that, you know, appreciate your customers, send them a thank you email, call them personally, mail them a personally written thank you note. It's kind of like a lost art. Put some of your business cards in there so they can share it with their friends and their family. Talk to them about the free energy and let them know that if they refer 15 customers, you'll help them do this. And you get paid on those customers anyway if you sign them up yourself, but help them with referrals.
I'm here today to talk about the paradigm shift in Ambit Energy. You know, it's a fundamental change in one of the basic concepts and practices and how we go about building a business. And, you know, first things first, I want to thank some of my friends and mentors, because what this video actually is a combination of ideology and philosophies from a few different people. And one of the big ones is Brian McClure, another one of my good friends, Tony Procopio, and some of my own ideas. And I kind of mixed it all together. And I wanted to come to you today with a step-by-step training on exactly how to go about doing the paradigm shift, step by step by step. And the way you use the paradigm shift is basically when you're out showing the plan and a prospect says maybe. 10% of people, when you ask them to get started initially, they'll say yes, 10% will say no, and then the other 80% will fall into that maybe category. Now, what do we do with these maybes? Step one, I like to go into the if I could, would you statement. So let's say I'm sitting down with a prospect to say, hey, you know, with me and you working together, and obviously me doing most of the work when you first get started, do you see any reason not to get started right now, and the prospect looks at me and says, well, I got to talk to my wife, or I want to go do some research, or I got to talk to my husband. All of these things, anything that's not a yes and that's not a no, falls into that maybe category. So what I'm going to hit that prospect with when they tell me a maybe, and like I said, it could be a think about it, research, talk to the wife, anything that's not a yes or a no, this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to look them directly in the eyes and I'm going to say, look, hey, if I could show you a way you can keep your wallet in your pocket and you didn't have to spend a dime right now, and I did most of the work with no money now whatsoever out of your pocket, where you can make approximately $75 an hour working in the comfort of your home, would it be worth an investment of an additional 2 hours of your time to see if Ambit Energy will work for you and your family? Now, I always like this "if I could, would you" statement, because it's appealing to multiple things. You see, the first thing I'm saying is, hey, you can go ahead and you can keep your wallet in your pocket. You don't have to spend a dime, and obviously people love that. They don't want to put money up front. A lot of people are like, well, I don't know, is it worth the investment? Is it not worth it? Have I seen enough value yet? So it actually appeals to people's cheapness and not wanting to spend money. Hey, if you kept your wallet in your pocket, you didn't have to spend a dime. The other thing this statement went across is doing work. I said, hey, if I did most of the work for you. And what that element of this invitation actually does, it appeals to people's laziness, and you're telling them you're going to do most of the work, so it helps them in that aspect. And then the third dynamic is actually the paradigm shift in Ambit Energy, just telling them, hey, if I could show you how to make $75 an hour working in the comfort of your home, would it be worth an investment of additional 2 hours of your time to see if Ambit Energy will work for you and your family? So what's that telling them is, hey, how would you like to make approximately $75 an hour? Now, at people's jobs today, a lot of people don't make anywhere near $75 an hour. So $75 an hour is a tangible amount that most people don't make at their job today. And it's an amount that actually gets a lot of people very, very excited. All right, guys, step 2, actually going ahead and getting that customer list. And the way we're going to go about doing that is, let's say I'm sitting down with a prospect, his name's Bob, and I'm sitting down looking at Bob, and I say, hey Bob, obviously since you're interested in making $75 an hour, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and sit down, and I'm going to help you sign yourself up as your own first customer, so you can go ahead and start getting those savings immediately. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get 2 more customers, because I'll tell you what, Bob, if we can make a list of 20 people that simply want to save money on something they're already spending money on. Those people that are always complaining about not having enough, people that love and trust, people that would, actually go ahead and do you a favor. What I can tell you is I can almost guarantee you that within an hour of smiling and dialing, we're going to go ahead and gather those 2 customers, and you're going to make $100. And, it costs $100 to get involved in this business. And, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put another hour in, and we're going to gather 2 more customers. So with you being a customer and a total of 4 people other than you and a total of 5 customers, we're actually going to make a total of $150 back, and for putting 2 hours of work in. Now, Bob, here's the good news. You don't have to actually go ahead and put up $100 to see if it'll work for you or not. What we're going to do is, take a look at it, Bob. We're not actually selling anything. We're just going ahead and educating people on exactly how to save money. All right, step 3, we're going to go ahead and train the potential new consultant on exactly how to ask for the favor for the person to become a customer, while at the same time incorporating their why. So this is how we're going to go about doing this. So what I would do is I spend about 15 minutes teaching the new consultant on exactly how to ask someone to become a customer. And what we're going to do, and to make it duplicatable, we're going to use Ambit University number 200, number 12, getting them paid.
And I've got the pleasure to talk to you today about how to get a new person started by getting their first couple customers. And I agree with Brian McClure that success definitely leaves trails. And one of the things I want to talk to you about is a gentleman that I had the pleasure of sponsoring early on in my business, a gentleman by the name of Norbert Hennessy. And Norbert got started in this business, and over the last 20 months, he's got over 2,500 consultants and 11,000 customers on his team. And guys, when I look back to see what Norbert did to build such a large organization, he worked real hard. There's a lot of urgency in what Norbert goes out there and does. But one of the keys to his success was when he got started with this business, he focused on those brand new people joining their team, getting them paid. And guys, the first 75 or 80 people that joined Norbert's business, they had their first 2 or 3 customers within the first 24 to 48 hours. Now imagine having 75 or 80 people in the first couple months that join your team, they all got checks. Guys, how many people in this room remember their first yellow envelope that showed up at their house? And you opened it up and you said, this is real. So guys, here's what you got to realize. When you sponsor a new person, and guys, what they're ready to do, they believe in you, they believe in the company, they're excited to go, they sign up on your website and they click that little box and it says, your sponsor is. Well, guys, our job as a sponsor is to get them paid, is to get their belief level up here and keep it up here. The quickest way to get a new person excited about this business and validate that Ambit's real and that Ambit's going to work for their family is to get them paid. So how do we get a new person paid? Well, guys, when we sign somebody up, don't send them to your website and tell them to do it themselves. Take some time and walk them through the PowerZone. Help them answer questions so they don't run into any problems right away. Take 5 or 10 minutes. Let them know about the couple different websites. And then the next thing we need to do, the quickest way to get a brand new consultant paid is to help them go out there and get their first couple customers. Why do we want to do that? Because if we do that and we do it right and we do it efficient, within 2 weeks, that yellow envelope's going to show up at their house. The second reason we want to help them get a few customers right away is we want to put them in position to become successful. Guys, what do you need to do to get promoted? You need to go gather your first 5 customers. Your website counts as 2. Who should be your third? Well, if you live in a service area, if you're eligible to become your own gas or electricity customer, you want to make sure that that new consultant signs up as their own personal customer right away. It drives me crazy when I look in the back office and see that somebody's in an area and the sponsor didn't take the time to help them enroll and become their own customer. You want to take that person, hold them by their hand, show them how to sign up as their own customer, third-party verify them to make sure that they go pending and active real quick. Why? The quicker that the customers go through, the quicker that that check shows up in their mailbox. So guys, here's the strategy that we use to gather customers. One of the biggest mistakes people make is they go out there and try to sell gas or electricity. This is not about sales. This is not going out there and trying to tell your friends and family how much you know about energy, because your friends and family know you don't know a lot about gas and electricity. This is about going to a few friends and family and asking them for help, to do you a favor. The reason your friends and family are Ambit customers is not because they love Ambit. The reason your customers are your customers is because of the relationship that they have with you. One of the biggest mistakes people make is they pick up the phone and they start talking rates to their friends and family, and their friends and family know they don't know what they're talking about. So how likely are they to become a customer? Guys, the system that we use to gather customers is this, okay? The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to call up my friend Danny. Danny's a neighbor of mine. We've known each other for 20 years. We play softball together. Our kids play together. If my car broke down, I know I'd call him and he'd be there. If he needed something from me, I could call him, vice versa. So guys, I call up my friend Danny, and the first thing that I do when I call him up, Danny, how are you? This is Ray. How's everything going?
How are you doing, Ray? How's the family?
Danny, listen, I need a favor from you. Guys, step number 1 is the favor. The reason your customers are switching over to Ambit Energy is to help you out. So let them know up front that they're doing you a favor. Danny, this is Ray. Listen, I need a favor from you.
Okay, anything.
Okay, guys, that's easy. Most people aren't going to be that easy. Most people, when I say, Danny, I need a favor, they're going to say, what, Danny?
What is it, Ray?
That's right. 9 out of 10 times, they're going to say, what is it? Now, guys, the biggest mistake you make when they say, what is it? Well, I started working for Ambit Energy and we're taking advantage of the deregulation of gas and electricity. You're done right there. You're done. Step number 1 is ask for the favor. Danny, listen, I need you to do me a favor. What is it? Great. Danny, if it won't cost you anything, it won't inconvenience you, you're guaranteed to save money, and it's important to me, would you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, guys, sometimes that's not always real. Some people will. You know who will do that? Your grandmother will do that. You've got a handful of friends who are going to do it because they see it's important to you. But what they say most times, well, tell me a little bit about it. And guys, what I do, step number 2, is to get the yes. Danny, will you do me a favor? What is it?
What is it?
Danny, did you hear what I said? It won't cost you anything. It won't inconvenience you. In fact, you're going to save some money, and it's important to me. Danny, how long have we been friends for?
5 years.
Okay. Have I ever helped you out?
Always.
This is important to me. Would you do me a favor and help me out?
If it won't cost me anything.
Danny, it won't. You're guaranteed to save money. Will you help me out?
Okay.
Okay. Guys, step number 2 is get the yes. I don't go any further until he agrees to do me a favor. I'm not calling a stranger. I'm calling somebody that if he called me up in the middle of the night and broke down, I'd go pick him up. His wife comes to my house to borrow sugar. Why would he not do me a favor if he's guaranteed to save money? If nothing changes, it's not going to inconvenience him and it's important to me. Why would he not do that? So guys, he says yes. Step number 3. Step number 3 is critical, and here's why. I talked to more people. In fact, we were with a waitress last night at a restaurant, and Brian McClure prospected her, and she's already a customer. And Brian asked her, did the person who signed you up as a customer present the business to you? And guess what she said? She'd be a great consultant. She sat there and went through 15 desserts and did a great presentation for us. But the person was so focused on gathering a customer that they passed over a potential opportunity. Do you want to gather customers and make 5 cents or 50 cents, or do you want to bring in somebody who becomes an executive consultant in your business? So guys, here's your safety net. I call up my friend Danny. I ask him for a favor. He says yes. Okay, I get the yes. Step number 3 is, Danny, I started my own business.
What is it, right?
Guys, that's what I want him to say. You know what your safety net is? I started my own business. You know what one of the most popular Google searches is today? Home-based business. Why? Because our economy is so bad, because people are struggling financially, and more so than ever before, there's more people looking for alternative ways to make extra income. So what I say to Danny is, Danny, I've started my own business. Now, if he starts asking me questions, I don't sign him up as a customer. He's showing an interest. There's my safety net. I'd rather him start saying, is this something I can do? Danny, I started my own business. If he doesn't say anything, step number 4 is my why. Because one of 2 things is going to happen. If I tell him I started my own business and he doesn't say anything, my why might. I personally started my own business because a good friend of mine from Texas called me up and told me to buy a scale with this business, Danny. He told me we're going to make so much money that we're not going to be able to count it. We're going to have to weigh it. So this is the ticket for me to become financially free. Now, guys, you need to figure out your why. Think about this. You're going to the in-laws, you're going to some relatives, and you say, I started my own business so the wife can be home with your nieces and nephews. Or so your daughter can be home with the grandkids. Or because I've got 2 kids in high school and I started looking at the price of colleges. You need to let this person know why you're doing this business for 2 reasons. They might say, is this something that I can do? I've got kids in high school too. I've got kids that I want my wife to stay home and raise and not send to daycare. So guys, those are your 2 safety nets. Now, if I tell Danny I started my own business and my why, and he doesn't ask questions, he's a great customer. He's not interested. So what's step number 5? Danny, grab your energy bill. Grab your energy bill. And guys, when I'm on the phone to gather a customer, I've got my website pulled up. Why? Because I've always been told if you want something done right, do it yourself. You don't want to send a customer to your website and they call you back an hour later. Hey, I think I hit this green energy thing. What is that? Or I signed up by mistake on this. Guys, do it yourself. Why? Because I want to make it as easy for him as possible. If you want a loyal customer, get somebody and make it easy for him. So I say, Danny, can you grab your Con Ed bill right now, please?
Okay.
Great, Danny, here's what I'm going to need from you. I'm going to need your name, your address, just as it appears on your bill. Danny, I'm going to need your Con Ed account number. And guys, I'm going to walk him through the process. It takes literally 5 minutes to sign up a customer. And then I'm going to get his energy account. I'm going to help him set up his own personal web page. Okay, we're going to use what I always do when I sign up a customer is I use their name. For a password, I put their first name in there. That's pretty easy for them to remember. Wouldn't you guys agree? And I sign Danny up. I go through the procedure. What else do? I do the third-party verification. I do it right then. Why? Because I want to make sure it gets done. I want to help that new person get paid. The sooner I can get them verified and get them go over to an active customer, the sooner we get that new consultant. So I'm going to help Danny go through that procedure. And guys, I'm done. Danny, I appreciate you being my customer. I get off the phone. What do I do next? Well, what I do next is I send Danny a handwritten thank you card. Guys, you only need a handful of loyal customers. When was the last time that your energy provider sent you a handwritten thank you card? Never. And what I tell Danny is, what I do is about a week later, I call Danny up. I probably will see him before then, but about a week later, here's what he's gotten. He's gotten a welcome letter from Ambit. He's got a thank you card from me with a Starbucks gift certificate or a Dunkin' Donuts, whatever you feel comfortable putting in there. Do you think he thinks this is a pretty good deal at that point? And guys, when I call Danny back, I say, hey, Danny, how's your gas and electricity doing? Now, guys, nothing changed, but he's excited because he helped me and he sees the benefits of becoming a customer. At that point, what I do is I let him know, hey, Danny, you see it's gone pretty well for you. Do you think you might be able to refer a couple people to me? Or Danny, how would you like to get some free gas or free electricity? And I explain the program to him and I show him where the website is. Guys, the biggest mistake that people make in this business is they go out there and they try to sell gas and electricity to their friends and family. It doesn't work. The thing is, keep it simple. Step number 1, ask for the favor. Step number 2, get the yes. Do not go to step number 3 till you get the yes. If you've got to repeat yourself 5 times, Danny, if it won't cost you anything, it won't inconvenience you, you're guaranteed to save money, it's important to me, will you do me a favor? I've said it 5 times. I've said it 5 times over and over again. Danny, what about last week when you needed to borrow my chainsaw? I was there for you. Just do me the favor. Step number 3, let them know you started your own business. Even if they're not interested, what if they refer you somebody a month later that they overhear a conversation, that person joins your team and goes on to be an EC? Guys, there's some great referrals in this business. Step number 4, tell them your why. The reason they're going to be a loyal customer is when somebody else calls them and tries to get them to switch back, they're going to visualize you and your kids going to college. Or your wife staying home with your children rather than sending them to daycare. It's very important that your customers know your why. Sign them up. Step number 6, send them the thank you card. Now guys, it doesn't always go that easy, let's be honest. You're going to get some people who are going to give you a hard time. That doesn't mean that they won't do it, but there's times where they start hitting you with questions. What are your rates? What about this? How does this work? As a new consultant, the worst thing you can do for a new consultant is let them get beat up by friends and family, make them get frustrated, and then all of a sudden, they don't want to pick the phone up anymore. If I get on the phone with Danny and he's a good friend of mine and he's thinking about doing it, but he starts hitting me with questions I don't know the answer, hey, Danny, listen, I'm going to get you on the phone with my friend, Brian McClure. I'm brand new. I'm excited about this. I promise you it's a good deal. But Brian can answer those questions better than I can because he's one of the top income earners. He's got a huge customer base. What do? I 3-ran Brian because Brian's going to assure Danny that this is a good deal and he's going to answer his questions better than I can. Why? Because he knows I don't know what I'm doing. He knows I'm brand new, and when I start stuttering on the phone, he starts losing confidence. But as soon as I get him on the phone, he knows what he's doing. So guys, it is critical if you want to build a large organization, the best thing you can do for a new consultant is get them paid. How do I know that? We had somebody join our team. They joined our business, they came in, the first day they got their first couple customers, and they went out there and they tried to sell Ambit to people. We're not coachable. And within a week, they decided to quit the business. They called up Norbert and myself and said, you know what, I tried this, it didn't work. Well, guys, they tried it their way. They didn't try to follow the system. But let me tell you what happened that was magic. About a week after she decided to quit the business, a yellow envelope showed up in her mailbox. And she went and she got the check. And her fiance, who told her, you're crazy, this isn't going to work for you, and her sister, who told her, you're crazy, this won't work for you, saw that check and said, how did you get this first $100? And she said, well, my website, myself as a customer, and I signed up Mommy as a customer. So her fiance said, well, if I do what you did, what happens? And she said, well, you get $100 and I get $100. And her sister saw that she got paid and said, well, what happens? Well, guys, what happens is she became a regional consultant. She's got about 40 or 50 consultants on her team right now. So let me tell you the difference. What would have happened if we didn't get her the first 2 customers within the first 24 to 48 hours? You know what would have happened? She quit. What happened because she got her first $100 check? It turned into 40 or 50 consultants. Some of them are doing real well. Guys, that's the key to this business. You need to get people paid. The quickest way to get them paid, website in their first couple.
And we're going to play it to them, and we're going to play it again if we need to. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have the prospect, that potential consultant sitting down in front of me, I'm going to have them write their why down on a piece of paper so they can conceptualize it. So it's right there in front of them, exactly why they would do this business. And I will dig it out from them. You know, I would ask them, hey, look, what would $75 an hour allow you to do that you can't do right now? What would $75 long term allow you to do that you just don't have the ability to do right now? And I'm going to have them write their why down on a piece of paper, just like this one. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to have the favor approach ready to go on this piece of paper. Well, what do I mean by this? So the way we go about gathering customers in Ambit Energy is we ask people for a favor. So I'm going to actually write on a piece of paper, I'm going to have it right there in front of them, I need to ask you a favor. And it says, and then right next to it, it says, what is it? Because that's normally what people do when you say, hey, I need to ask you a favor. And the next thing that's going to come out of their mouth is, if I can save you a little bit of money, and it won't cost you anything, and it will be really important to me to allow me to spend more time with the kids, would you be willing to help me out? Now, you see what I did there? I have this all written on a piece of paper. I need to ask you a favor. If I could save you a little bit of money, and it won't cost you anything, and it would be really important to me to allow me to spend more time with the kids, or whatever their why is, you insert their why right there at the end. So that way, you know, when they're talking to people and they're asking people to do them a favor, they're not fumbling and jumbling about, and they're not in total disarray. It tells they have to just read off the paper the exact favor approach, and then their why at the end, incorporating it. So you can go ahead and make an effective customer gathering call. All right, step number 4, very, very important. What we're going to do now is we're going to mentally prepare that potential consultant for rejection before they start making the phone calls. Very, very important that we do this. You know, we want to let them know that it's not all rainbows and butterflies and daisies. So the way we're going to go about doing that is I'm going to look at Bob and I'm going to say, hey, Bob, you know, I know your anticipation may be that every single person that we speak to is going to go ahead and become your customer, because obviously it makes all the sense in the world. And, you know, what I can tell you is that's probably not going to happen. You know, in fact, what I'm anticipating is, you know, the reason I actually asked you to go ahead and put 20 names on that piece of paper is because, you know, we're only going to get a couple out of the 20 to do it, just a few. And because a lot of people, you know, they're going to want to talk to their husband, they're going to think about it, there's going to be this excuse, that excuse. You know, and I just want to go ahead and prepare you ahead of time that not everyone's going to do it, not everyone's going to become your customer. But what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and smile and dial until we go ahead and get 4 people that will actually do you a favor and become a customer and save themselves some money on their bill. All right, step number 5, going ahead and getting to the grind, making those phone calls and signing up those customers. Now, what we're going to do is, you know, obviously that new potential consultant, they don't have a website yet. They're not actually enrolled into the business, so they can't actually go ahead and sign up customers. But what we can do is, obviously we're working with them, and we have a website, and we could sign up customers. And if you have 20 customers as a consultant in Ambit Energy, you can actually go ahead and transfer customers to people in your downline at a later point, as long as it's within a week and you have 20 customers. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually, when people are signing up and people say, yeah, I'll do you a favor, I'll become a customer, what we're going to do is we're going to sign them up on our personal customer link. That way we can always move them to that new consultant when they do get started. Now, like I said, it's only if you have 20 customers. Now, if you don't have 20 customers, what you can do is you can go ahead and sign those customers up on paper, just to have it on a tangible surface. Now, if one thing I want to go over, and one tip I kind of want to throw out there and add to this presentation is, if it's during work hours, you know, a lot of times if you're sitting down with a prospective consultant during a lunch break, during lunch hours, sometime in the middle of the day, a lot of people are at work. You know, a lot of people are at their 9 to 5. And, you know, chances are if you just call them randomly during their 9 to 5, and during the workday, they're gonna be on the boss. They're gonna be talking on, really low on the phone because they don't want the boss to hear. Or it's gonna be a really awkward conversation. They won't really be paying attention to you or listen to you or give you the time of day. And even if they do give you the time, it might be time where they're speaking really low and not even paying attention to what you have to say. So what I like to do is I like to, especially if it's during work hours, very critical, is I like to clear the time slot to actually speak to people, to ask them to become a customer. So the way I like doing that is really simple, using text message or Facebook. And what I like to do is, like, let's say we need to talk to Kevin, and Kevin's Bob's friend, and I got Kevin on Bob's list here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have Kevin shoot him a quick text message via phone or via Facebook to actually go ahead and clear that time slot. And I have a message right here that he's going to text that Kevin to clear up that time slot so we can speak to Kevin about becoming a customer and doing Bob a favor. So, and the text message basically goes like this. Hey, I need to get 3 minutes of your time on the phone. Can you talk now? Or when in the next 2 hours can we get on the phone for 3 minutes? That's it. Just really short, simple. And I'll have that message right here written on a piece of paper. That way they can't screw it up. And I'll even text it to them so they'll have it exactly, so they can just go ahead and copy and paste that message to people we're going to try to clear that time slot. That way we know when we call Kevin, that prospective customer, we're not going to catch him off guard. And it's really critical during work hours because obviously we don't want to go around disturbing people. And when we speak to people, you don't need to talk to them for longer than 3 minutes. But as long as we get them to block that time off, we're golden. All right, so chances are when we're going ahead and we're smiling and we're dialing, Bob's going to get questions. They're going to get some kind of kickback. They're going to kind of get some pushback once in a while. And obviously we're sitting next to him or we're over the phone and we're helping him, and we'll be there to assist Bob when he gets that. Now, what I'll instruct Bob to do is if he gets any question whatsoever, is I'm going to have him get me on the call. And this is the way he's going to go about doing that. I'm going to have it written on a piece of paper directly in front of him so he can, read right off of it. He can't get it wrong. Any question he gets, he's going to say, you know what? That's a great question. My business partner is actually sitting right here, and I just put you on speakerphone. Now, that's really critical because there's a couple of dynamics in what just happened. He acknowledged the fact that it was a great question. He introduced me into the call by saying, hey, my business partner is sitting right here. And the next thing he did, which was extremely important, is I just put you on speakerphone. He didn't ask the prospective customer for permission to get me on the phone. He just did it. He just said, hey, you're on speakerphone. Everyone can hear you now. And that's great because a lot of times if you ask for permission, they're going to say no because they don't want to bother anyone. They don't want to speak to anyone else. So they just put him on speakerphone, and what I'll have Bob do is just introduce me and introduce the prospect. It doesn't have to be anything too crazy. He can say, hey, I'm here with Dr. Ryan. He's a local business owner. He's very successful. And Dr. Ryan, I got my friend Kevin on the phone here. And he actually owns a pizza shop in town. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get on the phone as an expert because I'm working with Bob. And I'm going to go ahead and obviously answer Kevin's questions. I'm going to answer that prospective customer's questions. And what I'm going to do is not only am I going to answer his questions, but I'm going to let that prospective customer know that I'm over here and I'm actually helping Bob here make approximately $75 an hour. And the next thing I'm going to do, and the third thing, which is really, really important, and if you could shift this dynamic into your conversation, and it will lead to, just incredible, incredible results. And what I like to do is I'll talk to Kevin on the phone and I'll say, Kevin, the reason we asked you for the favor is we knew that you would want to help Bob out. We knew that you were someone that Bob can count on when he needs some help. We knew that you would be more than happy and willing to help Bob out. And I'm putting Kevin on the spot. And I can't tell you how well this works. And you make it out to like if that prospective customer says no to doing the favor and becoming a customer, you make it out like they're the most evil person in the world. And I actually got this from my good friend Tony Procopio. It's like if you saw a hungry puppy that was starving to death, you know, wouldn't you want to give them a little bit of your food if you're over here eating a big burger? And you're taking this dynamic, and it just works so well when you come in as a third party on a call, and it will dramatically pump up your results if you take advantage of it. And just going off on a slight tangent here, a lot of times, because I introduced the fact that I was helping Bob make approximately $75 an hour, a lot of times you'll get a call back and they'll say, hey, is that guy still there? Is Dr. Ryan still there? And they'll ask you, hey, how can you afford to pay him approximately $75 an hour? And you know, what I will do is as the third party expert, I'll say, hey, you know, that's a great question. It actually requires 15 minutes and a cup of coffee. When can we get together? Very simple, straightforward, to the point. So I'm over here setting up meetings for Bob, and he's not even in the business. I'm already drilling for depth, and Bob's not even in the business yet. Now, sometimes they'll kind of push back a little and say, well, you know, can you tell me about it over the phone? And really simple, I'll come back and say, nope, you know, I actually have a strict policy against doing that, because this could be a life-changing moment for you, and I don't conduct life-changing moments over the phone. So when could we get together for 15 minutes and a cup of coffee so I can walk you through what we're doing here? Very simple, straight to the point, set the appointment. And Bob's got appointments even before he's officially launched in the business. All right, step 6. We're going to go ahead and get them signed up as a consultant officially in the business. And we're going to go ahead and transfer those customers, get them paid, get them super excited about this business. You know, this business is all about the transfer of belief and excitement, and the fact that we're going to go ahead and get Bob paid, he's going to have belief and excitement. So what I'm going to do is, you know, when we started this process with Bob and I sat down with him and we started making phone calls, I actually clicked a timer on my watch or my smartphone, and I started running the time. And that way I know exactly how long it takes to help Bob get that total of 5 customers, himself plus 4 other accounts. Now I'll look at Bob and I'll say, hey Bob, let's go ahead and do the calculation. Let me stop this timer here, or let me stop this timer here, and hey, let's do this calculation. All right, Bob, well, let's see here. Well, it took us about 2 hours to go ahead and get 5 customers. So we got our 5 customers. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and calculate this out for a second. So 5 customers, the company's going to shoot you back a check for $150. We divide that by the 2 hours we put in. Hey, Bob, you made about $75 an hour. Or if we divide it by a different amount of time, let's say it took an hour and a half. Hey, Bob, you know, we made X amount of dollars an hour. And you can go ahead and calculate it out for them. And you're going to tell them, Bob, hey, look, what we're going to do, Bob, is we're going to go ahead and put your credit card up right now. We're going to go ahead and get these customers verified, do the third-party verification call, and I'm going to go ahead and transfer them to your account. And you know, like I said, as long as we go ahead and we verify them by Friday, a week from Friday, you're going to go ahead and get a $150 check for less than 2 hours work. And you know, I'll tell you what, Bob, you know, how hard was that? You know, we had a lot of fun, Bob. You know, I mean, remember when we called Christy and she just like literally just blew you off, and you know, we spoke to the next person and they just signed up with no hesitation. And you know, that's just kind of how the business goes, Bob. And you really don't got to worry about it. All right, step number 7, get their written list. So the way we're going to go about doing that is I'm going to look at Bob and I'll say, hey, Bob, how many people do you know that wouldn't mind making $75 an hour? Because, Bob, for every person that you go ahead and you refer to me and we go ahead and repeat that exact same process you and I just did, not only are they going to make approximately $75 an hour, but you're going to make approximately $75 an hour as well. Because I don't know if you remember in that video, but they talked about a matching bonus. And when you go ahead and you put a person into the business and they go ahead and get 3 customers, they're going to make 100 and you're going to make 100. And when they go ahead and put an additional 2 customers in for a total of 5, they're going to make another 50 and you're going to make another 50. So in total, they get 5 customers and we help them do it. They're going to make 150, you're going to make 150. Then what I'm going to do is go ahead and build that list out on paper. You know, I'm going to play the who do you know game, the who do you know game. And what's going to end up happening is, because Bob is just so fired up and so excited because he's already made money in the business. He came in with a check ready for, you know, $150 or whatever the check is. He's pumped, he's excited, he's got belief in the system, and that name list is just going to flow right out of him. And we're going to go ahead and jot those names down on a paper and build a written list of contacts that we can reach out to who wouldn't mind making approximately $75 an hour? All right, step number 8, duplicate. Obviously, this is extremely important because we don't want to go ahead and do the work forever for Bob. We want to turn Bob into a producing individual inside of our organization, and we don't want to baby him forever. We want to teach him exactly what he needs to do step by step, and we do that by working the system and working the paradigm shift with him. But we don't want to do it forever. And this is how we're going to go ahead and get Bob to duplicate, essentially become clones of ourselves, and hopefully much better clones. So I'm going to say, hey Bob, look, this is what I'm willing to do. I'm willing to work with you as long as you come along with me. Because if you go ahead and you'll do what I just did, if you'll come along with me, and we'll work with 3 or 4 people that and we'll just go ahead and plug them into the same system that I plugged you into. Remember, Bob, when I asked you to go ahead and take a look at that video on the internet, and I asked you, did it make sense to you? And you said yes. And then I said, hey, would you mind spending about 8 more minutes taking a look at a compensation plan video? And you said, hey, I'd take a look at it. And I said, great. And remember, I didn't give you the video link until you were actually in front of a computer and you were committed and you had about 15 minutes on your hands to watch it. You remember that, Bob? Absolutely. And, we're going to go ahead and repeat that process. And, what's really exciting about this is the fact that we already led Bob through this system, so he knows the system. And what's even more exciting is the fact that he's fired up because he's paid already. So, let's say we're sitting down with a prospective consultant of his, and let's say we're sitting down with a guy named Jordan, and Jordan says maybe, and we repeat the process with Jordan, and he says yes to making approximately $75 an hour. And what Bob's going to do is he's going to sit down and with our friend Jordan, buddy Jordan here, and he's going to go, you can't even believe it, but I made $75, or I made $80, or I made $90 an hour, working with Dr. Ryan, whatever that amount is. And, I'll tell you, Dr. Ryan worked with me, and, we got this done. And what we're going to do is we're going to come over to your house, and we're going to do the same thing. And you're going to make, approximately $75 an hour as well. And, they're all pumped and excited, and people can feel that level of excitement, enthusiasm, and it's contagious, and it'll come right through the phone. And it's so powerful because there's a belief level there, and there's a level of confidence, and confidence sells. Confidence, you could have no idea what you're talking about, but as long as you're confident, people will ride with you on that. And, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go on over to Jordan's house, and we're going to repeat the process, and we're going to repeat that process 2 or 3 more times until Bob actually goes ahead and feels comfortable. And, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, Bob, look, we need to start making $75 an hour, 2 hours at a time. And, think about it. If we go ahead and we do this 3 times a week, that's $450 a week approximately, Bob. And just by going over to someone's house and working through this system just like we did, you do one on Saturday, you do one on Sunday, you do one during the week. And hey, Bob, if you don't fit in 2, hey, that's okay too. If you only do 2, that's $300 a week. And what's really important about what we're doing now is we're breaking down the money to a per hour basis. And this is what people can relate to. People can relate to making $75 an hour, $50 or $60 an hour. You see, the amount that we're generating, if we do this correctly, and if you follow the customer gathering favor approach, fact is, if it takes you 3 hours to do it, and you make, I don't know, or 4 hours, it's not going to take 4 hours, but if you take 3 hours to do it, doesn't really matter. Whatever amount of time it takes you to actually go ahead and do this process, you're going to probably generate an amount of income per hour that they're not generating at their current job per hour. And that's what makes this so effective, because we're actually putting a dollar amount approximately, and you want to make sure that they know it's approximate, because obviously we don't know they're going to make, exactly $75 an hour. It might be more, it might be less. It all depends on, obviously how, if they're following the script, if they're doing a proper customer approach, if they're incorporating their why, obviously who they're speaking to. There's different variables, but if you do it right, you'll come out to about there. There's no absolute, numbers, but it's approximate. But when you break it down and you can kind of situate and crystallize it for people, it's all the more real. And if you could sit down and work with them and help them and execute this paradigm shift, I mean, and you duplicate it through the organization by helping people, you know, do it 2 or 3 times so they know what to do, and they can go out and teach their people, and they can teach their people, and they can teach their people, it will absolutely explode your business. So, super excited you guys tuned in today. I hope you guys enjoyed the paradigm shift training step by step by step. Hey, listen, I appreciate and love you guys so much. Thank you so much for spending a few minutes of your time with me today. I do appreciate you. And go out and blow it up and have a great Ambit day. Thank you guys so much.
We've got a new badge this year, and it says the #1 money earner. And this year, it goes to Brian McClure.
Thank you so much. You guys are great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I tell you, today is going to be something that Ray said. It's going to be something that you're going to remember for an awful long time. And I have some really special people here with me today that I want to recognize. First off, you know, when you're a little kid, particularly if you're a little boy, you always love your mama. And my mother happens to be here today, and she's always loved me and supported me in everything I did. And I want to say thank you, Mom. I love you. She's right there. And then I also want to thank my wife, Betsy, and my 3 boys, Reed, Harrison, and Travis. They're with me today, too. You guys stand up and wave. And I'd be real remiss because this isn't about me. It's all about the team. And, you know, I had the great fortune of personally sponsoring the #4 income earner this year, Philip Ekhart, and then Philip Ekhart had the great fortune of sponsoring the #2 income earner this year, Steve Thompson. He also sponsored the #10 income earner, Lane Winsett, and Lane Winsett sponsored the #5 income earner, Ronnie Kirkland. But I wasn't finished. I went and sponsored the #7 income earner, Ray Montie. So when you got a great team of leaders and you got a great company behind you, it's easy to go up the ranks pretty quickly and to see your dreams come true. And that's the opportunity that every single person in this room has today. And you always have to ask yourself the question, what are the possibilities? What are the possibilities? Well, I wanted to share with you what the possibilities are is what's already occurred. And a couple of months ago, this company sent me a residual income check for $42,000. Residual income check. The next month, they sent me a residual income check for $50,000. The next month, they sent me a residual income check for $58,000. And this month, they're going to send me a residual income check for about $69,000. And folks, they say in December that I'm going to get a residual income check of over $100,000. Yet I just started a few people who started a few people who started a few people. And if you look from December of 08 to December of 09, assuming a 15% growth rate, we're looking at an annual revenue income on residual income of going from $1.2 million to $6.5 million. So what's possible is what's happened. The bottom line is every single person sitting in this room has the opportunity to stand up here and give this speech one day. You have the opportunity to go out and help people and change people's lives. You know, the money that I receive from Ambit, Betsy and I are just stewards of the money. We don't really own the money. We give some of it away and help some charitable organizations that are dear to our hearts. And what we And what I'd like to challenge you to do today is to go back to the communities that you came from. And even though you might not be able to give a lot of money to a charitable organization, you can give of your time, you can give of your resources. And let's go back out in our communities and make a huge difference. Contribute to the communities that are contributing to us as we grow our Ambit Energy businesses. And I challenge all future earners, no matter who you are, that you go out and that you start to give of not only of your time, but of your money as well. But there's always giving. The more you give, the more you get. And my family, I believe, gives more than anything else. I believe keep your God first, and your family second. And when I went to Chicago a few weeks ago, I missed Travis's 5th grade graduation. And I sat down with Travis and I explained to him that Dad was going to go out and help some people change their lives. And was it okay for me to miss the graduation? He said, sure, Dad, go do what you got to do. So I'd like to ask my family to come up so y'all can meet them, my 3 boys. I don't know if Betsy will come, but this is Travis, Harrison. My wife Betsy, Harrison, and my son Reed McClure. And my sister's here today, who I love dearly. We call her Auntie Allison McClure, right down here. Thank you all and God bless you.
Good morning. My name is Philip Ekhart, and I get free electricity. You know, it really is easy to make $1 million in this business. All you need to do is get you an easy button.
That was easy.
No, really, it takes a lot of things for you to make $1 million in this business. The good news is most of those things are already in place for you. You see, the first thing you got to have is you got to have the right company in the right industry at the right time with the right people running the company. We have that. We have Ambit Energy. We have Jerry Thompson running the company, Chris Chambless running the company. We have the best executive team probably in the country. With Jim Timmer, John Burke, Jim McPhilia. And all of the supporting staff, like Scott Lawrence, Kristen Legate, and all the people that help them. But you know what? The most important thing for you to make $1 million in this business is you got to have a sponsor. Somebody has got to care enough about you to expose this business to you and put you in a position to be able to change your family's financial picture forever. If your sponsor is here with you, close by, turn to them and thank them. If they're not here, text them or call them at your first convenience. Thank you, Brian. And last but not least, you have to expose this business and sponsor a few financial freedom-minded people that will expose this business and sponsor a few other financial freedom-minded people that will sponsor a few other people that are freedom-minded. And with all of those things, it is inevitable that all of you will have the opportunity to also be up here. I would just like to say that I wish with all my heart each of you to obtain all the financial success that you desire. Thank you, and I appreciate you.
Ambit's been an amazing journey for me, and didn't know about this award, but it names exactly what's the most amazing part of the journey. Now, at the end of the journey, I'll tell you the end first, I am living my dreams because of so many of you, all of you in this room. And the first thing I want to say is thank you for what you do every day that allows us to be up here. Congratulations to you. And yes, I've been in network marketing almost 15 years. I've been in some good companies and some not so good companies. I've worked hard at it and followed the lead of the mentors, and you've got to find some mentors like the folks sharing the stage with me and copy what they do to have success. But my whole life changed when I walked into Ambit Energy, because there I found Chris and Jerry and the integrity and the finances and the will to go forward with what my dream was. And they turned me loose to run as hard as I want to run. And because of them, I quit everything else in life and focused on building the business. But what I found soon is it wasn't about the money. The money's wonderful. It comes big time every Friday. It's even more fun on the 15th of the month. But what it's about the most is the people you meet and work with along the way. And the most rewarding thing to me has been the literally tens of thousands of people that have touched my life. And the leaders that I've begun to work with, people that are going to go far further in this industry than I ever hoped to. And when you have a small little part in setting people free financially, you see their lives change where they quit their jobs and they're suddenly focused on helping others. That's paying it forward like never before. The greatest achievement any of us can have in this life is to have other people thank you for helping them when you know that there's so many people helping you. Together, we really all can achieve more. Teamwork does make the dream work. All you have to do to be successful is focus on the success of the people around you. Build leaders, and you'll build your dreams. The most important thing is to get excited, stay totally focused on the task at hand, and never, ever quit. Good luck in your business. Thank you.
Entire team. If it weren't for them, they're taking charge of their own financial future. I would not be standing up here, and you wouldn't be here either if it wasn't for your team, right? And I want to say thank you to all the great men in this business. We have some great men, and they are great examples of success while they're teaching and mentoring us. I applaud you men. Come on, girls. But for a moment, I want to especially take time to encourage all the women in Ambit. And I want to tell you that you can do it too. I represent all the women who want to change their future. The stay-at-home mom, the career woman who juggles home and work, the single mom raising their children, the retired woman who isn't happy on just Social Security, and the woman who wants to bring her husband home. I'm here to say, stay on course, stay determined, stay persistent, and you know what? Sometimes you might even have to be a little aggressive. You know what they say about the difference between a woman Ambit consultant
and a pit bull? Lipstick! Woo! Now, girls, get your lipsticks on. Most of you are familiar with my story about how my 26-year-old saw the opportunity first and then he shared it with me. He always tells his new prospects, if you want to be successful in this business, you just recruit your mom. Everyone has a mom or knows a mom. And although I blew him off for a couple weeks, he was persistent in getting me to look at it. And I'm oh so glad he was. Because on that day, August 7th, 2006, it changed my life and the lives of my family forever. You see, although I was a professional woman, content with a six-figure income, there was a problem. I had to earn that 6 figures every year, year after year, over and over. And I also knew the reality that if anything were to happen to me or I left the company, they wouldn't take care of my family or let my husband have all the income I made for them. I was done, finished, no more money, nada. But the Ambit opportunity changed all that. And so I'd just briefly like to share with you what 2 years in Ambit has been able to do in my life and my family. You know, they started as dreams and then goals. And it's those dreams and those goals that have made me passionate to get up every day and ambitize. I started building my own retirement with residual income. This January 1st, I will start the year out already making 6 figures without having to work for it again and again. That's because this is real residual income. You know what they say in those meetings that you go to, that you get paid for what you start, not what you do? Well, it's true. And my son David, the one who introduced me to Ambit, met his beautiful future wife Leah at an Ambit meeting. So for you single people, there's an Ambit love connection. I lost a downline, but I gained a daughter-in-law. I guess that's a good trade. Okay, and then my oldest son, Aaron, was able to quit his corporate job, working 70 hours a week, 6 days a week. He actually has a life now, and he gets to be an Ambit dad, watching his daughter grow up. There is no price on buying back your time. But you know what? He couldn't have done it without his sweet wife, Amanda, who is the ultimate Ambit woman supporter. And as the proud grandmother, I get to see my grandbaby every single day. Now listen to this. I paid cash for my third son's Peter's college last year. For the first time after 10 years of college loans between my other sons, no more school loans. And as for my one daughter and only daughter, thank God, Rachel, I won't have to worry about saving up for her wedding and paying for it. Okay? Just a couple of residual income checks will take care of that. I started an Ambit business in Corpus Christi and bought a condo by the beach. It's my official Ambit office, and it's all tax deductible, lying on the beach and making money at the same time. Now, that is retirement. And finally, Ambit retired my husband from contracting after 30 years. Now he is doing Ambit full-time and helping me to get to national consultant. The sense of urgency in accomplishing this goal became apparent when we got our Social Security report. You know, that green paper we all get every year telling us the great benefits we're going to have when we retire? Well, Frank has worked 40 years. He doesn't like me saying that, but he actually started when he was 6. Okay. But he is paid. Listen to this, and I'm going to close with this. He has been paying in for 40 years. And you know how much they said they were going to give him when he was 70? $2,000 a month for the rest of his life. And if he took it at 62, he would get $1,200. How many years would he have to live to get that back? Like 5,000? And besides, I can't live on $1,200 a year. No way. I mean, a month. So if you're here and you haven't accomplished all that you have set out to do in Ambit, or if you're just starting, the best advice I can give you is don't give up. Just keep going. Ambit is the real change you are looking for. You aren't going to find in Washington. You aren't going to find it anywhere else. If you don't make a change, things are going to stay status quo, and you can't pretend that you're working and things are changing when they're not. It's kind of like that old saying, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. And I am an ordinary woman, and my family is an ordinary family. But like most of you here, we have an extraordinary vision. In closing, let me leave you this thought. Some people dream, and some people make dreams happen. You, all of you out there, be the someone that makes their dreams come true with pure energy. God bless you. Thank you. God bless Ambit, and God bless America. So, did you hear about the woman that made $5 million overnight? Yeah, me neither. Because no one makes $5 million overnight. Not unless you're in real estate, I don't know, maybe the stock market. Oh yeah, no one's making money in the stock market now. Maybe Sunrun. You don't even have a gazillion and one chances of winning the lottery. And you know, when I started Ambit Energy, I didn't have a goal to make $5 million. In fact, I didn't even have a goal to make $1 million. I just wanted enough money, take my income, retire my income, and my husband. That's all I wanted to do. And that's a pretty ambitious goal, wouldn't you say, to even replace your income and retire a husband? Now, he's low maintenance. It would have been a lot to retire me, but I've got to send him to golf every day. And you probably have some ambitious goals, too. I don't care if it's just you want enough extra money to make a car payment, a house payment, pay off all those credit cards. I had a friend that personally paid off 9 credit cards with her Ambit money. And so that's all important and very ambitious. You might want to send your kids to college. I know it's very expensive. After I spent $100,000 sending my son David to college, he joined Ambit Energy. And I said to him, I'm really proud of you, but couldn't you have gotten to network marketing before I spent $100,000? You know, there's 2 things that I want to share with you on this journey, and that is that it takes time. It's a process. You can't do it overnight. It takes coaching, being mentored, overcoming adversity, rejections, objections, and most of important, it is that you, all of you out there, can never surrender. You can never wave that white flag and stand up there and say, I surrender, I quit. I can't do it, you beat me. You cannot let your financial freedom goal beat you. You've got to learn to overcome objections. The second thing that it takes experience, okay? So I got plenty of experience for y'all, right? I started working when I was 18, and I started at the bottom, and I got a man's job. And then I was so ambitious that I sold that perfume stuff, you know, up and down, you know what company I'm talking about. And I was a waitress at Jack in the Box. And then I got really good and I became a real waitress. And then I even had a worm farm. Okay, some of you heard the story, but I'm going to tell you some details today. And you're like, what in the heck, she had a worm farm? Yes, when I was very young and just married, my husband and I wanted to make some extra money. And so what we did is we were looking in the paper and there was this ad to earn extra money. And so we thought, we'll go and find out what it's about. So we went to someone's house that we didn't even know. And what we did was it was a worm seminar. What is a worm seminar? Well, I'll tell you. They wanted us to spend $750, and that was a lot of money way back then. And what we did is you bought these worms, and you put them in this bed. It's 4x8 bed of worms. Actually, Frank had to make the bed, and we'd put the bag of worms in it. And then what would happen is they would multiply when you fed them. You had to feed them every day. So you started with one bed, and then you got 2 beds, and you fed them some more, and you got 4 beds, and you fed them some more. Then you had 8 and 16. And then, you know, this was my first attempt at network marketing at the time. I didn't realize it, but it was the power of duplication. And we really could multiply worms. And then, I think we were up to like 24 beds in our little backyard. And we were supposed to sell them. The Japanese were going to buy them, and feed the trash for ecology. That was what we were going to do. I mean, we were dead serious on it, and we knew how to grow the worms. And then guess what happened? The company went out of business. And then we were left with all these worms. But I found out something, that if you quit feeding the worms, they went away. Because then you didn't have. Hey, it's another network marketing principle. If you quit feeding your team, they go away. So you always learn things with every experience. Everything that you've done to this point, to this day where you are at right now, brings you to this period. And even though I was a failure I wasn't a failure at raising worms, but although I was a failure at my first business experience, I learned something. I learned that I really loved being an entrepreneur. But you know what? It was 30 years later before I found Ambit Energy. But all the experiences that I had, even from walking a block to raising worms, brought me to where I stand today. And you don't have to have all, you're saying, do I have to have a worm farm? Do I have to have all those experiences she's having? No, whatever you've had, whatever successes, whatever failures you've had in your life, that is going to reap all the benefits for you here. So the 2 things that I've learned that I think why I'm successful in Ambit Energy today is that, 1, I had a great why, and we already talked about that, but you must have that why. I wanted to retire my husband. I wanted to have enough money to do that, and I lived with that every single day until it happened. But the second thing was that I treated my $429 business like it was big business. Some of you didn't even have to pay an investment. Some of you got in for 0. And guess what? You're treating your investment like it's a 0 investment, right? But every day, I treated that like it was a big business. And when you do that, pretty soon it becomes a big business. Because let me tell you, your income is in direct proportion to how you treat your investment. That return on investment is going to come to you on how much time you put into it, how you work your investment. So you got to realize, if you want to treat it like a 0 investment, you want to treat it like a $429 investment, that is what it's going to be. And that is a key, a secret to how I became successful treating that business. So before I close, I've told the little worm story before, and people say, oh, I don't believe it. She's exaggerating. So I wanted to just prove to you that, there's the worm farm. I mean, those are the owners of the worm farm, Long's Long Life. Those are the beds in my backyard. And then they multiplied. And there's my husband constructing the beds. He looks happy, doesn't he? There's me with the little worm. And I was so happy. Look at me. I got the smile on my face. And because I said, I hate worms. I hate insects. But man, every time I picked one up, I was like, you are worth $1 million. I had that mindset. I swear I thought I was going to make millions on these worms. I am not exaggerating. Look, there's the pictures. And the reason I'm showing that is because I truly, truly want you to understand what you have. You have a big business here. Do not treat it like it's this little $400 business. It's $1 million business, and I'm telling you what I want you to do. Instead of raising that flag and saying, I surrender, I can't do it anymore. I want you to raise your flag, your financial flag of freedom, and I want you to keep going, and I want you to keep raising it and raising it and raising it. You wave it high to everyone, say, I'm going to get my financial freedom. I am going to win this game. I am not going to surrender. That's what I want for you today. And every one of you can have it. Well, what is the magic question today? How are you going to be successful? Well, here is the magic answer. You are going to have to be ambitious. So when you think of that word ambitious, what comes to your mind? Power hungry, getting ahead no matter what it takes, running over others to achieve your goal. But actually, Webster says that being ambitious is having a strong desire and determination to succeed, eagerly desirous of obtaining success. I mean, I know I'm blonde, but if I look at that, I'm thinking like, you better be ambitious if you want to be successful, right? So why don't we start there? How do you get to be ambitious? Because you know what? You're not born with it. Steve Thompson just wasn't born ambitious. Guess what? He had to make a choice. He had to want it. He had to want it more than anything, and then it became a way of life. And let me just tell you that no one can make you ambitious. I was thinking about how in the world did I become ambitious, or when did it start? And I'll tell you, I wasn't born in an ambitious family. My father worked in a shoe factory most of his life. My mom stayed at home with kids. In fact, I never even knew anyone that went to college. By the way, I never went to college. And I didn't know anyone that owned their own business. So I got a job right out of high school, and I got a job at General Electric, and I became a Cardex clerk. Anybody know what that is? That was a total manual doing inventory. No computers back then, so you know how long ago that was. And I worked for people on an order desk, and they gave me orders and manually in and out, in and out, in and out. And I learned my job really well. But then I started looking around me at people on the order desk. And I thought, wow, I want their job. I could do that. The only problem was there were no women on an order desk. They were all men. But do you think that stopped me? No. I became ambitious about wanting a promotion. And every few months I would go in and say, hey, there's an opening, can I have it? And they look at me. First they say, well, like, you're pretty young. It's been a long time since someone told me I was pretty young. And they didn't say it, but it was like, you wear a skirt. Because back then, no woman was on an order desk. And in fact, when you worked in those days, a woman could not even wear pants to work. Women of today, you would not like that. You had to wear a skirt every day. And you know, I just became ambitious. I became determined. I became consistent. I became accountable. And finally, 4 years, they called me in and said, well, there's an opening over here at Hot Point. We will let you be the first one, this is our sister company, we'll let you be the first woman ever on a Hot Point order desk. I'm like, yes! You know? But being ambitious didn't happen overnight. It's a daily thought. It's a daily effort. And then ambition comes. And guess what follows ambition? Success. See, success follows ambition. It's not the other way around. So if you're going to go out and be successful, you need to learn how to be ambitious. It's been 8 years since I've been in Ambit. And you know, I am so grateful that in this 8 years, I've been able to even become more ambitious. But it started way back then. And Ambit has taught me so many characteristics and traits through many of the leaders on how to be successful. But it all comes down to those traits and characteristics of being ambitious. So I'm going to quickly tell you the easiest 3 traits that I think you should learn this year, because they were the 3 things that I learned way back then, and it starts with that. Number 1, and take notes because this is your homework, right, Jerry? Be consistent. Brian McClure says it best: persistent, consistent effort over time produces results. Never give up. End of story. That's it. How simple. Be consistent. Number 2, be determined. Don't let any obstacle, no one get in your way to achieve success, to achieve your goal. See, determination is a mindset. It's a heart condition. And so, in other words, never give up. And 3, be accountable. If I could give you one thing that I'm telling you, you want to be successful this year, you need to be accountable to someone. A coach, a mentor, a buddy partner. Find someone that on a weekly basis you are sharing your goals, your dreams, everything that you want to achieve. I just don't believe that you can be as successful as you want to unless you have someone that you are accountable to. And make sure that they will hold you accountable. More importantly, make sure that you will be accountable to them, because it starts with you. You are the only one that is in control of your success and your future. See, it's not your upline. How many times have I heard, oh, my upline doesn't do anything. I'm not successful because they never help me. Nope, it's not your downline. Your downline is not going to make you rich. It's not dependent on them, it's dependent on you. And that rock star prospect, don't fall in love with potential, because that's all it is potential. Don't be disappointed when that potential doesn't turn into action. But I want to close with a story, and it happened maybe a few ambitions ago. Chris Chambless sent out an email to the consultants and said, yesterday, the person that is hindering your ambit growth has passed away. And at first, I remember all the consultants were like really sad because one of their own had died. And then they became curious as to like, who is this person that's been hindering my ambit growth? Maybe we're happy they're not here anymore. And then everyone started anticipating the funeral, because Chris said you could come early to Ambition, we'll have a room over here, and you can have a viewing and pay your last respects to this person. So, one by one on that Wednesday, the consultants filed in, and as they got closer to the coffin, they leaned over, and they were speechless. They were shocked and in silence, as if someone had just pierced the very depth of their soul. Because when they leaned over into the coffin, there was a mirror sitting there. And next to the mirror was a note, and it said, "You are the only one capable of limiting your ambit growth. You." Now, of course, we know that story is not true, and Chris, no, you did not send an email. He's probably sitting out there upstate saying, what in the heck is she talking about? But, Jerry, does it sound like something that Ronnie Kirkland in heaven is just telling all of us right now? And Ronnie Kirkland is actually what the Perseverance Award is named after. And that's who I thought of. But this is it. It is up to you. No one else can do it. You are going to have to decide today, not tomorrow, today, you are going to be ambitious. You are going to do it. So what? Let's just do it. Thank you. God bless you.
I am so excited to be here today and spend my day with you, my Ambit family. I'm going to talk to you today about setting goals. Now, do you know what a goal is? A goal is the object of a person's ambition or effort, an aim or desired result. I want you to make SMART goals. You got to be specific, crystal clear on what you want. You want to get promoted to RC, SC, EC, NC, right? You want 1,000 downline customers. How about 1,000 downline consultants? It's got to be measurable. You want to be able to track your progress, and you can do that in PowerZone. You want it to be attainable. So yes, you can do it because we've done it, and you can do it too. It's got to be relevant. I will tell you, you joined Ambit Energy for the money, right? Some extra money? The further you get to the right of that compensation plan, the more money you're going to make. And it's got to be timed. You got to put a time stamp on this. When do you want to be RC, SC, EC, NC? When do you want 1,000 downline customers? When do you want 1,000 downline consultants? And I want you to make a vision board. A vision board is cutting pieces and pictures of that you want to buy, something that you want to use your Ambit Energy money for to get. Involve the children, involve the family. Now, this is one of my more recent vision boards where I got to check off a house on the lake, a new car, a dream vacation with the family. This was not my first vision board. This was my first vision board. You see, I got a $12 residual check in March of 2007. That was a $12 check. Great, right? What made this check so unique is what was written at the bottom. It said, Debbie, every magnificent cathedral ever built started with just one brick. Keep up the hard work and this will be $12,000 a month in no time. Signed by C2. Chris Chambless put that on there before he put it in the mail to me. I sat there and I looked at it, I'm like, $12,000 a month in residual. What could you do? I could buy back my time. So this was my first vision board. I changed that $12 check to a $12,000 check. Now, not the original, I made a copy. I put it and I taped it on the bathroom mirror. So every morning, at 5:30 in the morning, when I was trying to get ready to go to work 16 hours that day, I saw that check. And I dreamed about $12,000 a month in residual income. So if we have SMART goals and we have vision boards, what's keeping us from success? Fear, obstacles, negativity, lack of motivation, excuses. We have had excuses all of our life why we failed at something or didn't have success, but I'm going to tell you right now, you do not have to let your past dictate your future. You have to have a why that makes you cry. That's serious. And I'm going to teach you today how to uncover your emotional why. You focus on the emotion part of it. Don't focus on the why, focus on the emotion part of it. Watch this video. I'm sitting here with senior consultant Robert Poe. Robert, why are you working your Ambit business?
I'm working my Ambit business, Debbie, so I can help people, help change their lives, to help people. That's really what I'm working on.
And why is that important to you?
It's because if I can help them, I can help their families, and that's going to help change the world.
And why is that important to you?
Because we got a world that's different now. It's really important that we bring our kids up in the right environment.
And why is that important to you?
It's because I have kids.
Because you have kids. How many kids?
I have 3 beautiful kids.
So you're going to work your Ambit business for your 3 children?
Yes, that's why I'm working my business.
That's a stronger why than to help other people.
Yeah, that makes me tear up thinking about that.
Let's go work your Ambit business.
Okay.
All right. Did you see the emotional part of his why? So the other day I had a man call me and he said, Debbie, my business is not moving like I want it to. I said, well, let's examine what you're doing. He said, that's the problem. I'm not doing anything. I'm afraid to make the calls. I said, well, what is your why? He said, I want to retire my wife. I said, and why is that important to you? You got to ask this question. He said, well, I want to bring her home so she doesn't have to work. And why is that important to you? Because she's ill and she goes to work every day in pain. So bringing her home, why is that important to you? I asked that question about 6 more times till he told me, and this is the key, Debbie, I'm starting to tear up. And I said, so why is it important to you? He said, 25 years ago when we got married, and I said I do, I promised to take care of her. And by not bringing her home and not retiring her, I'm a failure as a husband. Now, he found an emotional attachment. I said, now, you're going to overcome the fear, any obstacle. You can overcome that now. Let's go build your business. And every day he texts me what he did today for his business. Except one night he texted me, he said, Debbie, I didn't do anything today for my business. I went back to my old ways. I don't like the way I feel. This will never happen again. So, are you ready? Are you ready to overcome the fears? Are you ready to overcome the obstacles? Are you ready to have success? So if you're ready, you have to take action. So are you ready for success? Then why is that important to you? God bless.
I got to tell you, I'm super excited to be here. I've been doing my best to sit in the front row and pay attention to all the speakers, and just, it kind of hit me, just everything that I have in common with so many of them. You know, like me and Coach. Hey, we're both over 5 foot tall. It's kind of shocking. I listened to Scott Hudson, and it's funny how things can rhyme. He's been to Yale. And I've been in jail 22 times, you know, I mean. But then I just saw, you know, Teresa in Hartford, and they're showing the group, and my heart just cringes, you know. I mean, in the pre-show here in Houston, we got to see our oldest son, Bobby. Our middle son, Joseph, is in the back with his wife and baby. And then I'm looking everywhere I can as I see the cameras going in Hartford, because our youngest is there with his wife, and they're 5 months pregnant. And it just, everything begins to hit me. And I heard it earlier today. Right place, right time. You know, there's still some times when I can have a little bit of a nightmare. I don't know if it affects any of you guys. But my heart breaks sometimes when I see people who get started with us, and they tell you how excited they are. And then they just do nothing. Has that ever happened to anybody? Have you ever had anybody join that didn't trigger their own bonus? Okay, now just so y'all know, I didn't trigger my initial bonus either. So they can still do things. But I just followed directions, I followed instructions right from day one. And I start to let all of this sink in of just what is it that we're missing? Because you've heard it from a few different people today, that we have to do things like set goals, right? Have you guys ever heard that? How many of you haven't done it? Have you ever heard that you have to have an honest to goodness written list? Have y'all ever heard that? How many of you haven't done it? You see, that's part of what we miss. So I would ask you right now, if you could picture it in your head, what's a goal? What is something that you truly think is a goal of yours? It can be whatever it is. We're not going to judge you on that. But could I ask you a question of why is that important to you? And what are you going to do to obtain it? You see, it's more than just having a picture on a white poster board. I believe in vision boards. We have a couple of them. But you have to dig into it and start to discover why is that so important to you? What are you willing to do to gain it? And are you going to put forth the time, the effort to achieve it? Is it okay to play and have fun? Okay, I want to take you guys on a journey. Are you ready? You don't have to close your eyes if you want to. You can if you choose. Nobody's going to steal your purse or your wallet, I promise. Well, maybe I shouldn't promise, but I want to take you guys on a journey. I want to take you to the richest place on the planet. I mean, where I'm about to take you, there is nowhere else you could go to find more wealth. Y'all ready? How does it feel now to be at the cemetery? The richest place on the planet. Because in the cemetery, there's so many inventions that you and I will never get to use. There's so many nice words of wisdom, encouragement, and sayings that we're never going to hear. There are so many people lying in their graves that had all these great ideas and great intentions, but they never put them out for people like you and I to use them, feel them, see them, and touch them. And maybe there's some reasons behind it. Maybe they were too scared to go ask for a loan to get their invention out to the public. Maybe they weren't like Walt Disney, who got turned down 643 times. Do you guys know that story? 643 times he got turned down by the bank. But he went to one more. And he got the loan to open up Disneyland. How many of you ever been there? Do you know that he died 2 months before it opened? And there they were on opening day. News people were there from around the world. It was packed. People were excited to see the park, get on the rides, enjoy themselves, enjoy their family. And finally, this one news broadcaster pulled aside Walt's brother, Roy, and said, "Roy, what a bittersweet ending this all is, right? I mean, what a sad day." And Roy said, "What are you talking about? Sad day? Have you seen the place? It's full." He said, "Yeah, but Walt's not here to enjoy it." He said, "God, you're the stupidest reporter on the planet." He said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Walt's been enjoying this for the past 5 years because it's been a dream. He's seen this day in his dreams night after night after night. He didn't have to be here in person. It was his goal, his dream of life, and he's watching it right now come to fruition." So how serious are you going to take your goals? Are you committed to your goals? Because listen, you're either committed to mediocrity or you're committed to greatness. You can't be committed to both. You're either committed to being productive or you're committed to not being productive. You can't be permitted to both. But let's go back in time right quick. Let's go back to the cemetery, that richest place on the planet. And as you're imagining yourself in the cemetery, I want you to look over to the right. No, he or she's not about to be put in a plot. But there's some empty land right over there. And they already have some holes dug. It's not for you. But as we walk over to these holes that have been dug, these new plots, here's where we're going to put a few things. We're going to put in those plots things like fear, things like procrastination, things like shyness. We're going to put in these plots, these things, these obstacles that are standing in your way and my way for success. I'm going to give you another thing we're going to put in those plots. Televisions. Every single television that's in your home is going in this plot. We're going to put the dirt back on top of it. We're going to stomp that dirt as big as we can. We're going to fit it in there tight so this stuff can never be released, because that's what's stopping you from having success here. How many of you joined to have success? Yes or yes? How many of you already are enjoying the success that you always wished? Well, why not? It's because you've been letting these things get in your way. You have to get these challenges out of your way, and you have to start to focus more on your dreams. Last question for the moment. Who here has ever been stressed? If I don't see every hand up, we're going to start shooting you. How many of you here have ever been stressed? Can I ask you to play a game with me? Because you've already heard it today. You get what you focus on. You get what you focus on. I want you to play a game with me the next time that you get truly stressed, okay? I mean, when you get in that moment, it feels like life is falling down on you and you know you are stressed beyond belief. I want you to stop for 10 seconds and see what you're focused on. I guarantee you none of you are focused on your goals and your dreams. You're focused on the heat of the moment. You got to forget about that. You know why? Because this too shall pass. July 28th, 2001 is the last time I ever took a drink or a drug. A few days after that, I met a man named Randy out of Dallas, Texas. And he changed my life. He said, Chris, I will stay clean the rest of my life one day at a time. That made sense to me. I didn't have to focus 10 years from now. I just had to focus on today. I've transferred that thought pattern to my life and to my Ambit business. I will be successful one day at a time. You see, I knew from the day I started, I wasn't going to go buy the 8,000 square foot house on the lake the very next day, but I knew I could buy the soccer ball. So I started it with the soccer ball, and it's evolved into everything else that we've ever dreamed of. Listen, there's lots of people out there who have negativity. There's people out there who wish that Ambit would fail. There's people out there that wish you would fail. There are people out there that wish we would just slow down. There are people out there who wish that you and I would simply turn it and tune it down. I got to ask you one question. I hope you stand up for this. Are you going to turn it down? Because if you are, what are you going to turn it down for? You're going to turn it down for what? You got to turn it up. You got to crank it up. God already loves you. I do too. You are my family. God bless you all. We'll see you at the top.
Hi there. I'm Sidney Seiger, Chief Marketing Officer of Abshire. For those of you I haven't met yet, I oversee all marketing, experience management, product strategy, and field support for the best brands in the energy business. I'd like to welcome all the new folks joining the Ambit family this year and attending Ambition for the first time. We're so excited to have you. And for those of you who attended Simulcast in January, you might remember I talked about change and how my team and I had a lot of learning and growing to do as the newest members of the Ambit family. Well, I'm going to talk about change again today, and I'm inviting you all to join us. Because the truth is, companies that don't change, that don't evolve, will wither and fail. That's why I want to be a part of the training and learning section of the agenda this year, to share the method to the madness, the strategy behind the new products, services, capabilities, and promotions that you're seeing and will continue to see. Over the course of the next 10 minutes, we're going to better understand why it's critical for brands to evolve alongside the times, the people, and the markets they serve. We'll start by looking at examples of brands that have successfully evolved over the years from basic budget brands into value-based brands with loyal customer bases, better reputations, and greater long-term profitability. We'll talk about the difference between price and value and how to avoid the price trap. We'll look at Ambit and how Ambit is incorporating these lessons into evolving to create more value for our Ambit customers. And most importantly, we'll review what this evolution means for Ambit and what it means for your bottom line as a consultant. Let's start by looking at this picture. Now take a look at this picture. Would you believe it if I told you these companies were the same? These are two photographs of Taco Bell restaurants just 10 years apart. What started out as fast, cheap Mexican food has now evolved to a lifestyle brand where customers can live Moss by trying innovative food items for all diets in freshly revamped restaurants. Now let's take a look at a well-known retail brand, Target. Here's a classic Target ad from 50 years ago. Notice the prominent mention of discount prices and the exact pricing for various items here. Now compare that to a modern Target ad here on the right. No prices given, no discount language, just a simple ad with images of designer products. Maybe the best example of an evolutionary brand. How many of you ever remember getting one of these? Netflix started out as a scrappy underdog, mailing secondhand discs in paper envelopes. Their original ads were very price-oriented, really trying to entice customers with free trials. Now compare that to the Netflix of today, a leading streaming service full of original content that really rivals any Hollywood studio. Contrast these brands from a brand like Blockbuster, a brand that refused to evolve. Brands like Blockbuster can get stuck in their comfort zones. They have a long track record of success and have done great things for a long time. Over time, organizations like Blockbuster can hold tighter and tighter onto what made them successful. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? That's wrong. When this happens, organizations start making decisions while looking through their rearview mirror rather than what lies ahead. The focus is on maintaining the status quo rather than looking at what's changing with customers in the competitive market. They don't take time to analyze how the organization needs to respond to these changes. What was once a vibrant, forward-looking company soon gets left behind as the business gets stuck in the past. So how did Taco Bell, Target, and Netflix evolve? They transitioned their focus away from bargain pricing into overall customer value. At this point, you might be thinking, aren't price and value two ways of saying the same thing? Not exactly. Warren Buffett probably explained the differences the best. He said, price is what you pay, value is what you get. I'd take that one step further for us and I'd say, price is what customers pay, value is why they stay. And while we might not have thought about this in those exact words, at some level, we know this already. For example, $1 is always equal to $1, but what you get for that dollar is not always equal. A stick of sugar-free gum for $1 is not the same as an imported Swiss chocolate bar for $1. The price is the same, yes, but the value is not. In reality, we all choose value over price. For example, would you rather pay $100 a night to stay here or $110 a night to stay here? Which one of these would you be more likely to recommend to a friend? How about this meal for $5 or this meal for $7? What's more important here, the price or the value? All of this is to say that the most trusted and best brands put their primary focus on delivering value, not on scraping out the lowest price. So how do we achieve this? Well, your marketing team has spent this year joining the best of the old with the best of the new to deliver new and lasting value to Ambit customers. Here are some of the best of the old things that will not change. First of all, the good Ambit name, rooted in the mantra, never sacrifice integrity for growth. Second of all, the Ambit purpose will not change, of empowering consultants to gather customers they know, love, and trust, and helping others to do the same thing. The Ambit values of trust, integrity, honesty, loyalty, and hard work and service are here to stay as well. But here are some of the new things that will help with this evolution. You'll see a lot of new offers, a broader set of products that meet customers and consultant needs, enable you to have conversations beyond price and deliver real solutions for customers. As you have seen with Secure Savings and Summer Break, we're focused on building the right products for the right customers at the right time of the year. You'll see new experiences through Formula One, which you'll hear more about from Eric Johnstone and Daryl Starkweather. You'll see the renewed focus capabilities that Daryl and Eric will be sharing later today. All of these are in addition to the multiple capabilities already rolled out over the last 6 months, from our dedicated customer retention team to Saturday enrollment capabilities, new digital tools for consultants, just to name a few. So we've arrived at really the most important question of all. Why does any of this matter to us? One thing that every brand we've discussed today has in common is a loyal customer base. And the reason is simple. Customers who see a brand's value are loyal to that brand. Customers who see only a brand's price are loyal to the next lowest price they see. The key to longer relationships, more purchases, greater residuals is gaining customer loyalty by demonstrating value. Early results show that some of our newest Ambit plans have translated to higher customer satisfaction. This isn't because of dirt cheap pricing. It's because of unique structures which bring value to customers' lifestyles. Other results have shown that value, not price, are what lead customers to refer brands to others, creating a word of mouth or viral marketing that is far more effective than anything we could generate on our own. And if you don't believe me, look at any other industry. The industry leader is not the lowest price provider. From airlines to telecom to insurance, even our example from the beginning, Netflix. It's top of the game, top end of streaming services, with 55% of their customers saying that they will be willing to pay even more for what they get. Customers choose these brands not for their price, but for their overall value. So when it comes to electricities, customers aren't looking for a rate that's 0.2 of a cent lower than the rest. Customers are looking for protection from a confusing market, for the peace of mind that every flip of a light switch won't translate to a bill they're not prepared to pay. They're looking for a trusted advisor who can help them adapt to changing life circumstances such as, I don't know, a global pandemic that has us doing everything from home these days. Your marketing team is 100% committed to enabling and empowering all consultants to have meaningful conversations with your customers so that you're advising them on the benefits of Ambit and what Ambit will bring them. One of the new things we have implemented this year is an in-depth product training for every product we launch. This product training includes details of how to demonstrate the value of the product so that you can be a problem solver, not a product seller. It's a never-ending commitment because evolution is a process, it's not a destination. One of the many reasons that people choose the Ambit opportunity is because it enables them to establish and grow a business rooted in a product that everyone needs. At its core, what we offer, energy, it doesn't simply turn on the lights, it powers people's lives. Many times the word sales is met with skepticism. The word sales can conjure up the image of someone trying to get us to part with that hard-earned cash for something we really don't need. In contrast, a repairman or a mechanic is seen as someone that guides us to a solution in a time of need. When my air conditioning broke last summer, I was never more thrilled to see someone than I was to see that AC repairman. And while the final bill was a lot more than zero, I will definitely do business with him again because he guided me to a solution. With Ambit, we're not salespeople, we're guides. We're problem solvers. We provide solutions to people's needs. You see, we are the future of what an electricity company is and can be. We are Ambit Energy Evolved. Thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for all you do, and I hope you have a great ambition experience.
Using social media and social selling. I like to think my team and I were cool. We were using Zoom way before Zoom was popular, and I joke, but it's because I've been building my business online for the last 3 to 4 years. When I started my business, I wanted to build it offline, but I have a confession honestly to make. I've never had a local meeting, nor a hotel meeting, nor any sort of in-home. And not because I didn't want to, but because as energy deregulation got a little bit weird out here in Michigan, it lost steam. It wasn't an attractive market for Ambit to come to, so my hope that I'd have my home market, my network to work with, where I've lived my entire life, kind of fell apart. And because of that, my first 6 or 7 months in the business, I didn't really do much of anything. Unless you count trying to drive out to Toledo, Ohio, which was the closest service area, getting stood up at the local Tim Hortons 4 or 5 times, a couple times a week. Didn't get a whole lot done. I'd have to learn a different way to do it. And I wanted to quit so bad. But my why was greater than my worry. You see, at the time, I was still a certified public accountant. I was being worked like half to death. 70, 80-hour work weeks, several promotions, the pay wasn't following, and I just felt like I was under the thumb of corporate America. I wanted out so bad. And I was just sold on Ambit. I just thought it was the ticket for me, and I just had to figure out another way to do it. My network wasn't going to be any good, so I had to go build an entirely new network. So I took to the internet. I learned everything: email marketing, social media marketing, sales funnels, all these fancy words, all these fancy gimmicks. And I'll be honest with you guys, 90% of that stuff I did not need. Not whatsoever. Didn't need it. So I'm hoping I can share with you here today the 10%, a very simple process that all of you can put into place immediately to have what you need to start building your team and building your business online. So I hope you're excited. I'm gonna move fast, I'm gonna talk even faster. We don't have a lot of time and we got a lot of info, all right? So let's dive in. And let's start with the mistake. The big mistake that I know so many people are making right now. And don't take this to heart. Don't think John's up here beating me up, because I'm not. We all have made this mistake. I'm guilty of it when I first started as well. And that's Turning your social media profiles, your method of marketing your business is making your social media profiles a big walking billboard. It's all ambit. Here's my website link. Here's a business presentation. Come join my team. We have the best comp plan. We have a perfect product, blah, blah, blah. And I agree with so many of those things, but it's not the way to lead your business. It turns people off. Have you ever made a post about your dog and it gets like 100 likes, and you make a post about your business and it gets like 3? Well, then you know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm here instead to teach you branding and attraction marketing, so you can get a lot more traction, and then you can do that selling stuff inside the messenger or on a more personal level with people. It'll work a lot better, all right? So what do you do instead if you're not just gonna go advertise your business all over the place? Well, you create a brand around yourself. And what I want you to do is just think of it, don't get all stressed about it, just think of it as, what are 3 or 4 things that represent you as a person? Hobbies and interests. Are you an entrepreneur? Do you like to cook? Are you a do-it-yourselfer? Do you love do-it-yourself style projects? Are you a collector of some sort? Do you love sports? What is it that you're into? I promise you there are groups, there are communities, there are millions of people out there that have those same interests as you, which is a great stepping stone to make connections, to make friendships, and possibly, hopefully, to find some new team members, right? Which I promise you will if you stick with it. But you're gonna need a strategy to make this happen. So I've told you how to go out there, you're gonna go be attractive, you're gonna kind of model yourself around things that you have interest in. But you need a strategy to actually execute it. And I like to use the price strategy by Fraser Brooks. I've sampled a lot of these strategies. This is the one to me that's just, it's the most simple. Price stands for post, respond to the comments, inbox people, communicate to them the information about your opportunity, and ensure that they actually got it. Okay, that's what price stands for. But what does that mean? Let's go through each one of those steps in detail and talk a little bit about it. The first one I know you guys are gonna want a ton of info on, and that's what do I post? It's so overwhelming. What do I post on social media? You know, you're gonna post on your own profile, you're gonna post inside of groups if you're using Facebook. That's the platform I chose to use, but really any of them will work. But on Facebook, you post your own profile, you're posting inside of groups, and I like to follow the results value lifestyle. RVL as they call it. I put my own little twist on it, I call it RVLE. Results value lifestyle engagement. Results-based posts, right, those are the ones you're looking forward to. That's where you get to subtly market your business, just a little bit. And you're gonna wanna create tons and tons of curiosity. The goals with the whole thing here is creating curiosity, creating conversations, which will ultimately create conversions, okay? And so you're gonna create curiosity. So it doesn't mean dropping your link. That doesn't mean getting into specifics of the pay plan. It means instead taking a little selfie, a little snapshot, you and your friend maybe that just promoted in the business, say how proud of that person you are, they got a pay raise, they did this, it did XYZ for them in their life, or maybe a big team milestone was accomplished, a certain amount of customers, or somebody earned their jacket. You don't have to necessarily be talking about your own results, you can use other people as well. You should be probably use the least and the most infrequent of these post styles, maybe about 1 in every 10. But next up, we're gonna have our most popular and the one you're gonna use a lot, which is gonna be your value stuff. And your value post is how you really just bond and connect with people with those interests, and you become someone that they're interested in following. You don't have to be super clever online. You don't have to have some amazing, crazy lifestyle and be an influencer to make this work. All right, you just go out there and talk about things that people in your audience will care about. So I have a lot of entrepreneurs that follow me. So if I put out an inspirational post or inspirational quote, or I share, the latest and greatest maybe productivity apps so I can punch away on my phone and, I'm able to be more productive in my business, they love stuff like that. But if I was talking to an audience that maybe I'm in a Facebook group for dogs, then I'm going to be posting fun stuff I do with my dog, or the toys that he enjoys, or cool things that we've done together, adventures we've taken, right? So kind of know your audience, and you're going to post value around that. Cooking, maybe it's your latest and greatest recipe, pictures of the food. People love food pictures, by the way, for whatever reason, they just do. And so again, stick to your main things and add value around those items. The next is lifestyle, and this is simple. Just let people get to know you. What are you up to today? What are you doing in your life on a day-to-day basis? So you're out traveling around. My wife and I are going to the store. We're working on a new project. Outside at our house, we just planted some trees. We just finished our basement. Thank you, Ambit. we did a few cool things this year, and so I've been posting and kind of documenting that, and people get interested in that stuff. Gives them ideas, they like to give you their opinions, and let them see the lifestyle. And sometimes if they see your lifestyle is kind of elevating or getting more interesting, it has that secondary impact. They're going to start being interested in your business. So this is a long-term approach. It takes time. People got to watch you for a while, and they'll warm up to it. Finally, the last is the engaging post. To me, this is just current events. So if you're, it's Super Bowl Sunday, you can say something about that. It's National Pet Day, you can say something about that. Obviously, other major holidays or whatever, big things are going on in the world. But what I would straight up avoid, like at all costs, is I would avoid politics, religion, getting into like big heated debates about that. Like I get it, maybe it's something you're passionate about, but from a business perspective, you're going to repel more people with that than you're going to attract. Okay, and especially like politics, you're going to literally divide the people in half. And I'm sure you'd love to work with people regardless of their affiliation, right? So just keep that in mind as you're doing it. That's another big mistake I see people make. They sort of pollute the water with that. So be careful if you go in that direction. But engaging-based posts are all about conversations. So you need to be really active in there and engaging in the comments, talking to the people that are leaving their 2 cents with you, which kind of leads directly into our next point. The R in price stands for responding to comments. Big mistake I see people make. They make a great post, people comment on it, and they don't even talk back to the people. You're not even responding to their comments. You should be going down that line and responding to every single comment that people leave for you on your posts. When they ask a question, answer it, and then ask another one. Ask another question. Keep the conversation going. It'll signal to Facebook that it's a great post, which then Facebook will open the post up and show it to more people. And also, you're going to get closer to being able to jump into the inbox and just have great conversations with people that can lead to inviting them to learn about the opportunity. So leave comments on your own posts, leave comments on the posts of your friends. I'd highly suggest having a list of people that you're prospecting and making sure to be really active and making sure to comment and talk to them on their posts. It's a great way to build your relationship with them if you're thinking about asking them about the business. And then of course in groups as well, go in there and leave your 2 cents on things. It just gets you more visibility. More people are going to see your profile. Click it, and it could be the next person that you're talking to in Messenger. It could be the next consultant on your team. You get really good at it. The next step in price is inboxing. And this is where the money is made. This is where the magic happens, people, because you're going to be having conversations. And this is what it's all about. This is where it's going to take you a while. It's going to be awkward at first. It's like riding a bike. You're going to fall down a lot of times. You're going to get rejected a bit, but you're going to learn. And this is where you're going to have conversations with people and ultimately get them to the point you can invite them. If you don't know what to say, and you don't know really how to strike up conversations with people online, if you've done it right, you probably have something in common with them, so that's a good place to start. And I don't believe in scripts, but let me give you a nice framework. A framework for is what I call the ACE formula. That stands for area, career, entertainment, dreams. Where do you live? What do you do for work? What do you do for fun? What are you looking for out of life? Kind of take it step by step, and you can cheat. Facebook is going to tell you a lot of these things if you look at their profile. It'll show you what pages they like, so that's interest that they have. It's going to show you oftentimes where they live or what they do for work. So you're going to know a bit about this ahead of time so you can sort of steer the conversation in the way that you want it to go. Please, please, please be a better listener than a talker. Let these people talk about themselves, and instead of presenting Ambit as you should do this, you can make a lot of money in the energy industry, try, hey, that problem you shared with me you had, this thing I'm doing could be a solution for you. It may or may not, but it could be. You should spend 5 or 10 minutes checking it out. Do you see how much more appealing that could be besides you should do the latest and greatest business, because that's how everyone's promoting nowadays. Everyone thinks their business is the best. We know ours is amazing. We think it's the best. It very well might be the best, but everyone's saying that. So you have to understand. You got to warm these people up in that other way. Finally, you got communicating and ensuring. C&E in price. You got to communicate to people. You got to know how to give them the opportunity information. So do that with whatever your team system is, whether you deliver a video, whether you're on the 5-star power team in my group and you're bringing people into the Facebook group and tagging them in videos using Facebook so that they can go through the process and attend the weekly business presentation. Whatever your team system is, make sure you know how to use it, make sure you're getting people the right information, and make sure you're setting the follow-up appointment before you even give it to them. That way they don't ghost on you. Okay, great, you're going to be available at 6 p.m. tonight to watch that video. I'll send it at 5:55. Not I'll send it now and hope you watch it and then feel uncomfortable following up with you tomorrow. See the difference? So communicate to them the information in a timely manner and set the last one easy. Make sure you actually follow up. So follow up, and then follow up again. There's all sorts of stats out there for it. Like the average person takes like 7 touches to get into a business. So understand that and work with it. So that's the price strategy. That's how start to finish, from posting to the comment section, to talking to people in Messenger, to showing them the plan. That's how you build an online business. The last thing you're gonna need to do is know how to track it. So I give away a free spreadsheet in my group, but just make one. You can make a spreadsheet, you can make a written list, whatever you want to do, and just keep track of who you've been talking to, who you've been adding as a friend, because that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to go out there and you're gonna have to add people to actually make this happen. So I know you're all thinking right now, man, I don't know that many people. Yeah, I've got 300 friends on Facebook, but I already talked to a lot of them. That's where the connection part comes in. You gotta add friends every day. You know, start off adding 5, 10 friends, maybe soon it's 20, 30, maybe after that it's 40, 50 when you get really good at it. You can seriously do that. You're gonna have to add friends. So where are you gonna find them? Go out there right now and join 3 Facebook groups, minimum. Get involved in 3 Facebook groups, bonus points if they're in ambit service areas, bonus points if they're in service areas, but join Facebook groups that have at least a few thousand people in them and work it. Start responding to all these other people that are posting there. Make your own posts. Make sure they're relevant to the group, right? But make your own posts. Go out there, join some Facebook groups, and start meeting people. If you respond to their comment, maybe they respond back to you, or you post and they say something to you, add them as a friend. It's not weird, especially if you've had one touch before. Add them as a friend. Start adding people. As soon as they add you, go into the messenger and start talking to them. Follow that formula I talked about earlier. Track what stage you're in. Track if you've invited them to see the opportunity yet. You guys will get better at this at time. It's going to be clunky at first, but you're going to get good at it. So go out there, join some communities, add as many friends as you possibly can. And I'll wrap up with this. Everything I just talked about, I just gave you I just bazookaed information at you. 1,000 miles an hour, right? Drinking from a fire hose right now. I have my own group on Facebook. It's just for ambit. It's totally free. I don't sell anything in there or anything like that. It's called 5-Star Power Team. You guys can come in there, and if you want the in-depth videos, you want the workbooks, you want information on all the stuff I just taught, I make it available in there for all of you. It doesn't matter what team you're in. I love you all, our entire ambit community. So you can come in there, you can get that information, you can join us on weekly presentations, things like that. So come on in there if you want to get more detailed information and kind of learn this stuff. And I'd be happy to teach all of you guys. Again, I'm so honored, so privileged to be here at
I'm going to share something with you. I'm going to tell you something that every successful person has to do, including you. Believe it or not, every successful person in this world has jumped. I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. You are going to have to jump. You cannot just exist in this life. You have got to try to live. If you are waking up thinking that there's got to be more to your life than it is, man, believe that it is. Believe in your heart of hearts that it is. But to get to that life, you're going to have to jump. I'll tell you why I call it jumping. See, God, when he created all of us, he gave every last one of us a gift at birth. He never created a soul without endowing them with a gift. You just got to quit looking at gifts as running, jumping, singing, dancing. It's more than that. It's if you know how to network, if you can connect dots, if you draw, if you teach. Some of y'all fry chicken better than anybody else, bake pie. Some of you cut hair, color hair. Some people do grass. I got a partner, man, never wanted to go out with us because we stayed out too late. Come on, man, go out with now. I got to get up early, Mom, cutting Miss Johnson's grass. We kept laughing at this dude, cutting grass. How much they pay you? He got a landscaping company in Cleveland worth $4 million. Because all he do is cut grass. But he was gifted at it. I got a partner on a detail shop, make $800,000 a year detailing cars. He got 6 mobile trucks running around. $800,000 a year. All he do is detail cars. That's his gift. That's what he loved to do. You've got to identify that gift. Now listen to me. When you see people in life, when you're standing on the cliff of life and you see people soaring by, when you see people soaring, going to exotic places, you hear about them doing wonderful things. Maybe you look up the street and your neighbor just gets a car every year, every 2 years. You know, how is he doing that? Have you ever thought, maybe this person right here has identified their gift and is living in their gift? Because your Bible says, your Bible says your gift will make room for you. Your gift, not your education. You go get an education, that's nice. But if you don't use your gift, That education only gonna take you so far, man. I know a lot of people got degrees, man. They ain't even using them. It's your gift. But the only way for you to soar is you got to jump. You got to take that gift that's packed away on your back. You got to jump off that cliff and pull that cord. That gift opens up and provides the soar. If you don't ever use it, you're going to just go to work. And if you're getting up going to work on a job every day that you hate going to, that ain't living, man. You just existing. At one point in time, you ought to see what living's like. But the only way to see what living like, you got to jump. And here's the problem. I'm going to just be real with you. When you first jump, let me tell you something. Your parachute will not open right away. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you it did, but it don't. When you jump, it's not going to open right away. You're going to hit them rocks. You're going to get some skin tore off on them cliffs. You're going to get all your clothes tore off. You're going to get some cuts on you. You're going to be bleeding pretty bad. But eventually, the parachute has to open. That is a promise of God. That ain't a theory, that's a promise. His promises is true, because listen to me. You cannot name one single thing God has not gotten you through. Name it. And if he ain't got you through it, he currently pulling you through it right now. And the living proof of it is you sitting in here. If he hadn't got you through it, you wouldn't even be here. So if he ain't never not got you through it, why would he not let your parachute open? It has to open, man. But you got to jump, though. Now, here's another thing. You can play it safe and deal without the cuts and the tears. And you can stand on that cliff of life forever safe. But if you don't jump, I got another promise I can make you. Your parachute will never open. You'll never know. You'll never know what God really has for you. See, your God has a wonderful life for you. Once again, I'm going to refer to your Bible. Now, you go down there, you memorize these scriptures, you don't apply them to yourself. Your Bible says that he comes to give you life and give you life more abundantly. If I were you, I would jump. Because that's the only way to get to that abundant life. You got to jump, man. You got to take a chance. Now, when I get through talking, there are those of you who discuss this in the car. Well, I got bills, and I got bills. Whether you stay on the cliff or you jump, you're going to have bills. Well, if I quit my job, I'm going to ruin my credit. If you got a job, you live in check to check. Even if you got A1 credit, you can't buy nothing else no damn way. At one point in time, man, do yourself a favor. Go see what God really do. God hold you up, man. He ain't going to let you fall. He ain't bring you this far to let you fall. Do yourself a favor, man. Before you leave this world, before you die, jump. Just jump one time. Just jump. Thank you very much.